Chapter 1351. I had already formed a good idea where the final boss room was, even if the zombie queen didn't tell me. By letting her take me to each of the former safe rooms, I was able to map out the former dungeon. Although its structure as a former dungeon was broke quite a bit, I was still able to approximate things. It was kind of difficult because at first the rooms appeared to be strewn around randomly. That was when I realized that the entire dungeon was built as a spiral disc. It was a combination of the horizontal and vertical dungeons I had seen in the past. One spread deeper like roots digging into the earth, while the other spread out wider like the rings of a tree. This one had seemingly grown a single path that wrapped around the center like a spiral. Each ring around denoted the passage of time and growth. The only area we had avoided was the center of this spiral. That had to be where the remaining dungeon boss resided. "Are we ready?" I asked the zombie queen. She gave a thumbs up. And I looked back behind her to see nearly 100 undead lined up like soldiers. My greatest challenge would be to avoid hurting them as collateral damage, but with a hint of my mana flowing through them. They should be protected against my strongest attacks. I raised my hand and then lowered it out, and we began our march. Even when it was just the zombie queen and me, all of the enemies made scarce. Now that we were moving with a small army, there wasn't another peep. Our group moved on through the halls at a steady pace. The zombie queen looked frightened still and was clinging to my shirt, but I was confident in our ability to face him. I had strength against the undead, and I also had the army. Of course, there was the possibility that he had an army too. And possibly a bigger one, but I wouldn't hesitate to destroy it with impunity. And when it came to this battle, I wouldn't risk it. The marching took about 4 hours before we came to a set of double doors that reminded me of the boss rooms of old. Even down here in the deep, it seemed like dungeons never changed. Well, there was the difference. There was no safe room and the dungeon doors were closed. Usually, there would be a room before the boss room. And the doors would be wide open, inviting us to our doom. The area in front of the doors was a wide, open space, almost like the safe room, and had been blown away in some kind of fight. This was also why the level, like nature of the dungeon, was obscured. Levels had broken into other levels. We might have had to march another 8 hours if there weren't breaks in the walls and collapsed sections allowing us to progress faster than the original spiral intended. "It's time," I spoke ominously, raising my foot and kicking open the door. They cracked open in a way like they might fall off of their hinges at any moment. The group of us began to march forward, heading into the dimly lit boss room beyond. Chapter 1352. Unlike the room that the zombie queen had chosen as her own, this one had a much darker feel to it, making it a bit more difficult to see. I was relieved when I determined that it wasn't filled with zombies. Another hoarder versus horde battle would have been annoying. I let the zombies flood in first, and then I entered the room. The zombie queen was shaking, holding the back of my shirt nervously. The doors behind us snapped shut, and silence prevailed as the zombies spread out across the room. My eyes darted around the room, looking for the king. The room itself didn't have the appearance of a banquet. It didn't have the appearance of life at all. Lines of coffins filled the walls. I was a bit worried zombies might pop out of those at an inopportune time. This place had the feel of a tomb. It was old, rotting, with a feeling of darkness. The mana seemed to be resonating at the end of the room, behind a throne. That was when I finally noticed him, and I nearly jumped. The boss had been exactly where one would expect, sitting on a throne at the end of the room. Yet, he had remained so motionless that I had barely noticed him. He was a short man with a crown on his head. His hair was red, with a massive beard spilling down his chest. He was wearing armor, and in his hand was a large sword. Although not as big as Elysia, his eyes were closed. And the remarkable part of him was that he didn't show any signs of being undead. He looked to be a young man. If he shaved the beard, he might have been in his 20s. His skin wasn't pale, and other than a sheen of dust over him, giving him a gray look, he looked perfectly healthy. "Master," Elysia cautioned. His eyes snapped open, and his mouth moved slowly, speaking in an ancient-sounding voice. "Adventurer, why have you disturbed my sanctuary?" "I am looking for people that matter to me," I responded. "I need to make use of that mana you're holding." "Mana, hey." "So you are just another parasite," he sighed. "And I allowed you in hoping that you might be the one. The one who can end the deep dwarf's curse. To free us from the darkness. I've only been able to hold it back for... How long has it been? I can no longer count. My dungeon has died keeping it at bay, and I've given everything I have. Soon, I will be destroyed. And there will be nothing keeping it from the surface. Tell me, boy, do the surface dwellers know my people? Are they safe, Noah?" I stopped myself just as I said that. "Your people made it to the surface safely." "So, you rejected them and sealed your fate. How did you read the lore of your soul? It isn't hard. Some things are on the surface, clear as day." He shrugged, his voice holding no emotion. "Your soul is interesting, though. I've never seen anything quite like it. Regrettably, you would fail. The darkness inside you would consume you. Reading your story may provide me some interest, though." "I am happy to tell you my tale," I responded. "And perhaps I could help you." The more I talked to him, the uneasier I got. There was something I didn't know. A piece to the puzzle I hadn't learned. I had hoped that bringing his daughter back to him would do something. And yet he hadn't glanced at her once. "Help me!" He let out a dry laugh. "Yes, you will help me. You will die. And your power will help sustain me for a few more years. Perhaps another adventurer will come pure of heart. You do not qualify." "Don't qualify. How do you know that I can feel your thirst for power? You came to the deep like all the others." looking for the lost wealth of people. I can feel it coming off of you. I already said I was here to save my friends. Perhaps that is true, but so is the first statement. You came down here to steal from the deep dwarves, just as you came to gain power. I came at the behest of the deep dwarves. I brought you your daughter. She's not my daughter? This is the first time anger flashed on his face. She's but an abomination. A shadow created to mock me. The girl hid behind me even more, whimpering. It's good you brought her to me, though. I couldn't bring myself to kill her without knowing my daughter's true fate. Once the dungeon collapsed, I no longer could easily reach her. Since I now know my daughter must have died fleeing to the surface, I can finally destroy this abomination and use her energy to continue my battle. It's time to die. Chapter 1353. Attack! Although the king hadn't moved from his chair yet, he gave off a pressure that made me think a first strike was better. The undead swarmed forward onto the dwarf king, but no sooner had they reached his chair than he lifted his hand. With a wave, the zombies near him turned to dust. I could see the miasma being wrenched out of them. The zombie queen cried, pulling back her control. However, the wave of destruction didn't end there. In a spreading wave, zombie after zombie collapsed into a pile of ash. I could see what was happening. The king was using absorb, but his absorb was on a completely different level. Even with my protections, he was able to completely reduce zombie after zombie to ash. The zombie queen tried to turn the zombies around, having them retreat, but it didn't matter. His absorption was growing even stronger. Fine, absorb this. I lifted my hand and cast a strong heal. It struck him, causing his body to glow white. He stiffened for a second, and then his eyes opened. Harem dead. I followed it up by another attack. His body glowed red for a moment, but he showed no distress on his face. A small grin formed on his face, and it was at that point I began to realize what was going on. Why, you are not undead, number. I am not, he chuckled. And I am not some slave to a dungeon either. I was once King Diorite, Lord of the Deep Dwarves. I stayed behind to protect my people. For untold years I have remained here, sustaining on the strength of a dungeon to long outlive my years. I tried to keep the darkness from spreading to the surface. In repayment, it seems like the surface, dwellers murdered my race and have not prepared for the dangers beneath. I suppose it makes things easy now. Please. Stop killing them, a voice came out, surprising me. The zombie queen had spoken. She hadn't said a single word since I had tamed her, but as the zombies fell one after another, she had a pure look of panic on her face. These were once proud citizens of my empire. You've perverted them by bringing back their corpses as undead? Their family, she cried, tears running down her face. You have no family, he stood up and roared. You are a monster created by my dungeon by accident. And you've done nothing but create more monsters. Seeing him shouting at her, tears falling down her face, Something inside me seemed to snap. "Shut up!" I snarled. "And you!" A monster Tamar with white mage, an odd combination. The dwarf was still destroying zombies, none even having a chance of getting close. "She's not a monster." "She's just a scared little girl," I growled. "She was the image of your daughter. She is an abomination." "You are the only abomination here. If you can't even see that your daughter is right in front of you, then maybe I'll have to show you." I reached out and summoned Elysium to my hand. "I see how it is. You may have found some way to hide them, but I see those curses all over your body." His eyes darkened. I was interested in this soul that was half miasma, but it's clear now your mind has already been lost to darkness. "And you are a senile fool?" I kicked off the ground, beginning my assault. Chapter 1354. My blade sliced through him. I had managed to cut him in two. The blade went through remarkably easy. "To your right?" I brought Elysia over just as a hammer slammed into her. The force was incredible, and it came from a side I didn't expect, causing me to fly back. I had cut his afterimage. I may be old, but I am still enough to take care of some selfish punk like you." He chuckled. His body appeared in front of me, and that pressure from before magnified many times. After moving, all of the dust that had been coating him had been left behind. His beard shone red, his skin was bright and pink, and he looked extremely lively. His armor shined a silver color, and it seemed to be made of something far better than the steel from the surface. His axe was similarly made of some miraculous alloy. As I was appraising him, he was looking me over as well. "The blade of yours isn't half bad. It's nothing compared to a good deep dwarf blade, but it's not bad for being able to receive a hit from Fjord here. M. Master." His strike. "It hurt," Elysia warned. Typical strikes were fine for Elysia, but a strike that caused her pain was a strike I worried about. That was to say that this was a weapon that had the potential to seriously hurt her. Yet, I knew I couldn't put her away and use a lesser blade. Nothing else I had would hold up to even a single strike from this guy's hammer. "What are you trying to accomplish?" I demanded. "I am trying to help you." Hee. "That's rich. Aren't you the one to attack me? Well, I am using provoke on you, so I can't blame you." Provoke? I knew what such an ability was, but I had never seen it used before. That was why I had attacked him so suddenly. That was a terrifying ability. I had the ability fear, which I had used once or twice, which was kind of the opposite of that. Would someone with enough skills be able to completely control someone else's puppets? I breathed. His eyebrows raised. "Oh, you've noticed my daughter used to love the plays I put on with puppets? I never thought that the dungeon would turn that into some undead creature that made puppets out of our deceased relatives." I shook my head. That's not what I had meant. Rather, I had just remembered something from a long time ago. I wasn't sure if it would work. but I knew enough to know we were at a disadvantage, so I had to try it. You never answered my question. I decided it was better to keep him talking. What is your goal? Since I am the last of the deep dwarves, I suppose there is no point holding my ground. He waved his hand, and a glowing orb appeared in it. This is what is left of my dungeon. I sealed the core away when it became too weak to keep the dungeon going. Now, it only maintains the wall that holds him back. I suppose I can absorb what mana is left, bring down the wall, and give him one final strike. Yes! Go out in a blaze of glory. I like the sound of that. You are not the last deep dwarf. That's why I came down here. To save one. I explained as I moved into position, giving the zombie queen my orders. Your sweet words won't sway me. You are a corrupt soul twisted by dungeons. Attack me, and break yourself upon my hammer. Ah! I felt another pang of anger. I lunged forward in another attack. He braced himself to receive a swipe. He wanted to swing his hammer and break Elysia. The thing he didn't realize was that Elysia had her mind. Do it! Elysia pulled to the side, dragging me with her. Even if I was provoked, Elysia had some autonomy of her own. I came to the side, causing him a bit of surprise. As he turned to face me, he didn't see another person slip in from behind. The zombie queen got her hands on him. Curse of the Zombie. Chapter 1355. Once. In what felt like an eternity ago, Lydia and I had reached the boss room of Mina's dungeon. We had faced a necromancer who had used the curse of the zombie to turn Lydia undead. He used her undead status not only to gain control of her, but also to keep me from being able to heal and help her. As a white mage, I had never felt more helpless than at that moment. I realized that the zombie queen likely could cast such a curse too. The dwarf king might be a boss, which is why I felt that direct contact was needed if we wanted any hope of the curse working. To my relief, his skin changed color, and the signs of the undead curse overtook him. He was now temporarily undead. Since he didn't show me a weakness I could exploit, I decided to create the weakness instead. Strong heal. I cast as I jumped back so that he couldn't hit me with his hammer. The spell took him and he shook slightly. He should have been taking on a bunch of damage right now. Furthermore, as soon as he was under the curse, the zombie queen could use her puppet abilities. Even if she couldn't seal his movements, she could slow him down. For a few moments, everything was working out properly. However, the stunned expression on his face quickly melted into anger. He let out a roar and slammed down his hammer at the zombie queen. She jumped away, but a massive pressure wave erupted out, catching her and flinging her away anyway. Harem undead. Sanctifiland. Seal undead. I started rolling off spell after spell, taking advantage of the situation to trap him and damage him. The shock wave from his strike hit me, but I managed to stand my ground. However, before I could throw out any more spells, his body erupted in movement. The seal undead was broken in an instant. and he appeared in front of the zombie queen, furious rage on his face. My heart sank. And this time I attacked without being provoked. He pulled her head and feet, ripping her in half. Even as I slammed my blade into him, he ignored the clear strike. "You bastard!" I cursed. "Ha ha ha ha!" He laughed, chucking the girl away like she was trash. The advantage of being undead? "You can't kill me so easily?" He grabbed Elysia, who was still inside him. I tried to yank her free, but he wouldn't let me pull her blade out. "Let go." "Now." "How shall I repay you?" He grinned. "Elysia!" I called her, causing her body to turn into light. When I saw the subtle change in his expression, I realized that was the moment he was waiting for. As Elysia was returning to my hand, he lunged forward with his hammer. I didn't have time to react before it slammed into my chest. It was unbelievably hard. I had suffered damage many times in my journey through dungeons, but the sound of my sternum cracking echoed through my ears. The blow was so intense that I felt my jaw crack, and as I flew back and slammed into the wall, I knew things were bad. I had delivered him a single direct strike, but he had used that to do the same to me. Between the two of us, I valued life more. So he had taken advantage of that moderate heal. Blood fell out of my mouth. I could use stronger heals. But they would also take longer to cast. Unfortunately, the amount of healing was only enough to get past my shocked nervous system and allow me to feel the intense pain. My consciousness started to wane as King Diorite moved toward me with a dark and slightly crazed look. I had thought myself power at this point. Even if I got into trouble, I could get myself out of it in an instant. That's what I believed. I knew the hero King Aberys was more powerful than me. But I had thought after all my upgrades, if I had encountered him again, we'd probably be on even footing. It was only at this moment I realized just how powerful a king could be. They were far more than I had imagined. "Master!" Elysia appeared, turning back into her human form and wielding a blade from my soul world. She reached at King Diorite in a desperate attack. "Humph. Swords." He made a fist. And her body, for some reason, shifted back into a sword, clattering to the ground alongside the other one. He stopped over me, looking down at me with pitiless eyes. "Goodbye, young fool. If it makes you feel any better, once I consume your soul, I will use it for a good cause. I might even buy your surface another 20 years with what I am about to do. As for your story, it ends here. Absorb." As my life energy started to be pulled from me, I lost consciousness. Chapter 1356. My eyes slowly fluttered open. I was still in a lot of pain, which was good. It meant that I was alive. I was also still in the dungeon. That was less good. I looked around the room to see that it was in much the state that it had been before I passed out. "Master." I looked over and winced to see the zombie queen. She was still missing half her body. So just her upper torso had crawled over to me. She was still alive, though. I hesitantly put my hand out and patted her head. There were a lot of broken bones. If I had an HP bar, it probably would have been flashing red. I attempted to cast heal and immediately found I couldn't do so. I couldn't access my mana at all. You are probably looking for this. A melancholy voice sounded out. I looked to see the Dwarf King sitting in his throne room. In his hand was a glowing orb which he held casually. The orb was different from the dungeon orb. Besides being rather large, it also had a certain darkness to it, which swirled around ominously with the white light. I didn't know how, but I was able to recognize it immediately. It was my soul. What? Your soul is an interesting thing. You've built an actual soul world. At your age, one could imagine what potential you'd have. Why have you kept me alive? I changed what I was going to ask. I changed my mind, he responded. Given your situation, I've decided to give you a chance. Let's call it a test. A test. I will be sending you someplace. Someplace past the barrier. I will send you into the abyss. What is the abyss? I asked, sitting up painfully. The abyss is a place that no one returns. The abyss is where Hera resides, and where the grave of my nation remains. Why would I go? Many reasons, he snorted. The first reason is that I'll kill you if you don't. The second is that I have your soul in my possession, which includes the lives of your friends. That's right. That sword soul and those two Esmir are trapped in your soul world until I let them free. I stared hard at the soul in his hands, but no amount of willingness seemed to be able to bring it back. And what am I supposed to do in the abyss escape? He responded. I raised an eyebrow. Escape? Once I realized you had a soul stone, I took the initiative to peruse your inventory. I saw that soul stone of yours. Those two friends got too close to my barrier and were sucked into the abyss. The fact they were even able to get a message out, that was commendable. You are going to let me rescue my friends? Even saying it seemed hard to believe. I am not letting you do anything. I am ordering you to rescue them. He frowned. You will bring them back alive, or you will die. I will give you 1 week to return. If you fail, then I will use your soul to ignite the barrier and blow the entire deep to hell as I had originally planned. Chapter 1357. I mean no offense, but if I go down in this situation, I will die. I coughed, grabbing at my side. The zombie queen had lowered her head, clinging to me tightly. She wasn't dead, and she didn't appear to be in any physical pain. As far as emotional pain, she had an extremely defeated look. I had been the one to bring her there, where the closest thing she had to a father, both in the fact that she was loosely based on his daughter, and also in the sense that he had created the dungeon that ultimately created her, had ended up rejecting her completely. King Diorite finally lifted his eyes and looked at me directly. He then touched the orb. A stream of light seemed to peel out of it, and he started writing in the air. Golden light formed text in front of him. He wrote with his finger a few lines, and then with a gesture, the letters came flying at me. I couldn't have blocked or dodged it if I wanted to. The text touched my skin, and then I felt a burning sensation. I had come to get used to the feeling of a blessing attaching itself to my soul. This had a similar feel. Although it was many times worse, I could only shake violently as pain racked my body. Thankfully, it was over in a short amount of time. As soon as it finished, I noticed something different about my body. It was mana. I could access my mana again. I immediately began throwing healing spell after healing spell on myself. There was a surge of pain as bones cracked back into place, and my body restored itself. However, I didn't stop until I was back to normal. When I was done, I was panting. King Diorite had continued to watch me. I will be keeping your soul, but I've created a connection between your soul and your body. You will be able to use your mana, your skills, and even your dungeon blessings. However, you won't be able to access your soul world. As for your sword, hey, you can use the weapon, but the soul remains with me. I am stronger with her by my side, I panted. You'll have that thing. He gave the zombie queen a look. Besides, she'll be able to lead the way. The knowledge is in her head. With a grunt, I worked my way to my feet. My destination was the zombie queen's legs. I grabbed them and pulled them over to the girl, who remaining lying with her head down, slouched next to where I had been. I used several monster tamer skills. After taming her and naming Selena, my monster tamer was up to level 55. With that, I had Hill Monster, Monster Restore, and Monster Regeneration. That last one was just a passive skill like my own regeneration. My monsters regenerated faster than untamed monsters. Either way, I was happy to see I could get her body back together. Or maybe it was a talent any zombie could do, and it had nothing to do with my healing. After I fixed her, the pair of us stood up and I faced the king once again. The zombie queen grabbed the back of my shirt and hid behind me, avoiding the dwarf's dark stare. If you have a barrier up, will I be able to return when you get close? I will open a place for you, he responded. And when I succeed, you'll give me back my soul. We'll see. Once you've succeeded. He waved his hand, and a portal opened. Go, get out of my sight. He was able to create portals too. Once I took a step through, then that meant I'd be in the abyss. However, I didn't seem to have any choice here. This was the price of overestimating myself. I reached out and took the zombie queen's hand. And then we stepped through the portal. Chapter 1358. King Diorite had left me a lot to think about. He was originally going to kill me, and then he suddenly changed his mind. That alone was already extremely suspicious. I couldn't imagine what had changed all of a sudden where he'd let me go. Also, his sudden test for me was extremely suspicious. He wanted me to go to some place within the deep called the Abyss, where he suddenly wanted me to rescue my girls. This is what I wanted as well, so I wasn't going to fight him. Once I had Tara and Garnet by my side, maybe I could have a chance against him. It was probably too much to hope for. I didn't want to bring them into any danger either. Although it sounded like they were already in a lot of trouble. Either way, I looked at it, I didn't have any choice. Until the situation changed, I was just going to have to do my best. Once stepping through the portal, I was prepared for anything. But I found myself entering a passageway that wasn't much different than the passageways I had been traveling through prior. There was the distinct feel of a pathway. The tunnels weren't rough or random, but had flat walls and tight corners that suggested this area was mined out deliberately to function as a pathway through the deep. I looked to my side to see the zombie queen there, holding me tightly. If we're going to survive, I am going to need to name you, I said. Originally, I wasn't sure how far I'd end up going with this little girl by my side. She seemed too innocent and needing to be protected. I had originally felt this was a ruse. Her innocence hid her dangerous nature. That was true, but there was also a vulnerable side to her. After taming her, I knew that I would have to take responsibility for her. When I had seen her ripped in half, the sight of it had disturbed me greatly. The girl cocked her head slightly and then gave a nod. She neither looked excited nor unhappy. It was mostly saying that I could do whatever I wanted. Other than those few lines she had said to the Dwarf King, she had not spoken since. I thought about things for a few moments. Garnet and Diorite were both names of stones. Even Garnet's previous name was Ruby. It would probably make sense to name her after a stone as well. How about Pearl? I asked. She immediately made a face, sticking out her tongue. Oh, how about amethyst? She thought about it for a moment, scrunching up her nose, and then shook it. Opal. She shook her head. Really, I thought I had one there. I sighed, trying to think about it more. When I had named Selena earlier, it had come almost naturally. Maybe I was doing things wrong. Maybe I needed to come with her name while considering the naming skill. Maybe the name did not come from my mind, but came from an impression of the girl. How about Sapphire? As soon as I said it, there was a flash of light that erupted from her. It was blinding in the dark corridor. I felt my mana surging forth, although I suppose it was coming from some place a distance away. I hoped that connection wouldn't weaken the deeper we got. If it was anything like a slave bond or my slave communication, I'd have a problem. You have named your tamed monster? Sapphire the Zombie Queen. Chapter 1359. After naming Sapphire. I opened my map to find a completely unmapped area. It was more than that, though. My mana wasn't able to penetrate far. Even straight down the corridor, my mana distance was similar to when I first unlocked the map skill a long time before. At the time, I hadn't known map used some kind of sixth sense, as I hadn't developed my mana sense yet. But my draw distance would have been similar. It felt blinding to the current me, especially given how dangerous this place supposedly was. This is the abyss? Sapphire nodded silently. her hand tightening on the back of my shirt. I put her into a party with me, and then I cast light, just like the map. The light distance seemed to be smaller. It was like the darkness was pushing against the aura of light around me. If it wasn't for this odd atmosphere, I would have said this place was no different than the rest of the deep, but as was, I could feel the danger. King Diorite said that you would know the way. She gave another nod. However, she didn't lead the way. Instead, she just pushed gently on my back. I started to walk forward, and she followed behind. I had been using her hoard as a shield, but unless we found some more undead, she'd be rather useless. On top of that, even if the abyss had undead creatures, those that were outside of her control seemed to extensively avoid her. It was like they could sense she was dangerous to them and tried to avoid her as a result. Thus, our opportunity for her to recruit was non-existent. I could only move forward into the dark while she pushed me from behind. Although, the farther we went, the more I grew concerned. It wasn't just the undead we couldn't find. There didn't appear to be any monsters. When he spoke of the abyss, I had been thinking of a place filled with dark and dangerous creatures, but we didn't hear a peep. It was deathly quiet, like walking through a grave. Out of curiosity, I activated my temperature gauge, giving me heat vision. I couldn't see anything past the light. It wasn't just infinite darkness, but infinite coldness as well. Sapphire. I probably should have asked this sooner. But what happened to the deep dwarves? What were you guys running from? What is King Diorite holding back? I kept walking. But I felt my shirt being pulled. Sapphire had stopped in her place. I looked back at her. She looked reluctant. But after a long moment of silence, her mouth opened. Darkness. I waited for her to continue, but she pushed my shirt again. And I finally started walking once again. That seemed like all I was getting out of her. Tara and Garnet had said something about the darkness in that video. The king had also said something that I could recall. He had said my mind was lost to darkness. The farther we walked. Did the darkness seem to be closing in? I swore the light distance had shrunk a bit since we had started. It was almost like the darkness was weighing down on us. Like it wasted to consume us. Of course, I was just letting my imagination get the better of me. I let out a soft chuckle, but unlike in the hallways before, there was no echo. The darkness swallowed all noise. Chapter 1360. As we continued to move down the hallways of darkness, the environment began to change. The dark, stony hallways started to take on a more crystalline structure. I also started to feel the heat. The underground was generally a chilly temperature. It wasn't cold enough to bother me in armor, but if I had water splash on me, I could imagine it getting pretty chilly. That said, even tunneling down into the deep didn't seem to change the temperature. After having walked through along these corridors for a week, I immediately noticed the temperature change. Using temperature gauge, I could see the heat increasing, but I couldn't see any specific source. As I was investigating this, I noticed we came to a massive archway made out of stone. It seemed purely decorative, with various carvings on it. I looked at the carvings, but I wasn't able to make out any of them. It was like they had been scoured away. It was more than that. The rock had various pocs in it like it was being dissolved. Given an environment free of wind and rain, I couldn't believe that this would take that much damage, even after a long time. There wasn't exactly acid rain down here. So what exactly was eating away at it? Was it the same thing that was eating away at my light and mana home? As I was examining the arch, Sapphire said that single word. I only nodded silently. Although I couldn't make out who was carved into that arch, I was certain that it would have been dwarves and dwarf-related images. This had to be the home of the deep dwarves. We had reached their city. I wasn't sure how extensive the deep dwarf settlements were. There could be mushroom farms, villages, and bases all over the deep. The place where we had encountered the king might have been some fort they had escaped to. I regrettably didn't know, and since my plan to digest the deep had fallen through, it was hard to say if I'd ever find those answers that had been lost to time. Still, given that I had been dealing with the king, I had a feeling he had sent me to their largest city, the one that would contain his seat of power. He said you'd know where to go, but I don't need to go to the city. I need to find Garnet and Tara. Do you know where they are? I asked Riley, not expecting an answer. To my surprise, Sapphire cocked her head for a moment and then nodded. She knew where they were. Was it because they were undead? That thought worried me, but something told me that wasn't it. I wanted to ask her a lot of questions, but it didn't feel like the best time to start overloading her with questions. We were heading toward the girls. That was all that was important. As for escape, I would worry about that later. Come on. I gestured. The pair of us passed under the archway and entered the abandoned city of the deep dwarfs. Chapter 1361. The city was completely empty. Clusters of gems or various scholars sparkled. The deep dwarf planted clusters of gemstones and crystals like someone would plant flowers. One home had a line of ruby-red crystal clusters lying on the street leading to their house. Another had a crystal hanging from the ceiling like a chandelier that had grown in place. I had also found the source of heat. There were streams of lava, which came out like fountains and ran down into drains beneath the earth. They gave off an eerie red glow, but I could only see it when they were within range of my light. The lava gave off a lot of heat, which told me I had been right when I hypothesized the deep dwarves had a natural heat resistance. I had accessed my dungeon store and active some of my resistance. I only needed to be at heat resistant to be comfortable walking up to the molten rock. Sapphire followed me and didn't seem to be bothered by the heat either. The place was as beautiful as Garnet has said, but there was something off about it. I had been bothered about something for a while, and I was only just starting to grasp what it was. Everything was too pristine. The archway had been completely decayed, but these buildings and all of the fixtures were perfectly fine. Was the city somehow protected where the archway was not? I considered that for a bit, but then I thought of another possibility. What if it wasn't the stone that was being eaten away? What if it was the images themselves? It wasn't like acid rain at all. Something had deliberately eaten away at the archway. Why had it done that? I continued to walk along the empty streets, trying to see what was off about the city. The deep dwarf city was already so foreign to me that I could find 100 things about it that felt off. So finding what was missing was difficult. However, when I was passing by a shop with a sign on it, I froze. The sign was made of stone, and it hung precariously out over the street. It was completely unremarkable. But I had just noticed what was off. There was no text on it. There was no image and no text. It was a sign that hung there for seemingly no reason, not to explain why it existed. That's what the city had been missing. There wasn't a single piece of writing. There wasn't anything that indicated any kind of information. There was something that had eaten away at all of the words and pictures. Not just those. Where were the bodies? There were no monsters, sure. But shouldn't there be skeletons? Dwarves ran and died? And yet there wasn't a single corpse. Whatever had dissolved the people had also dissolved the statues. Lore. My eyes popped open. It wasn't words, images, or even people. It was lore. A horrifying event that wiped out the deep dwarves would have created enough resentment and corruption to easily create a dungeon. If not a dozen dungeons. Underground where miasma and mana couldn't flow freely. That dungeon would have assuredly implanted where it was created. That's what happened to King Diorite. He held something back. And his dungeon flourished. Yet here, at Ground Zero, there wasn't even the sign a dungeon had ever been created. Had monsters swarmed in and slaughtered everyone, that would have been one thing. This was something completely different. Something had devoured all the lore. It had consumed history. All information. Just what was the abyss? Chapter 1362. As we moved through the city, I began to make out a massive building. It had to be the palace, the home of King Diorite. It wasn't built of stone. It was built of crystal. It caught the light and glimmered in a way that even seemed to push back the darkness, allowing me to get a good look at the massive building. Many of the houses from before had been carved into the walls. The fronts of them looked to be built like your typical square home, but the backs sunk into the stone walls. The palace was an exception to this rule. The entire massive cavern that made up this city carved out enough space that the palace could be placed in the center. From top to bottom, it was completely exposed and could be seen from every side. I realized that the palace seemed to sit in the center, with a circular street around it, and an extension running off from every side. Although it was hard to tell because of the encroaching shadows, I was guessing the city had the shape of an asterisk. I was still walking forward when I felt Sapphire's hand slip from my back. I stopped and turned back, but there was no one there. I was immediately caught by surprise. Sapphire had only just let go of me a second before. She wouldn't have had time to chase after me. "Sapphire?" I called out. The lack of echo making this place feel strangely menacing. She had just been beside me, yet she disappeared now. She was my direction. It had been clear we were heading to the palace, though. Should I continue? Or should I check the buildings and look for her? As I was making such a decision, the door to the palace began to creak open. I immediately took a step back and then pulled out my sword. I was able to summon the sword from my blessing like normal. But since my inventory was in my soul world, I didn't have it. As for my inventory rings, I had kept them in my soul world. Because I didn't want to risk losing them. From now on, I would keep goods and supplies with a ring on my body. And more food and supplies within my soul world. That way, whether I had my body or soul, I had access to supplies. As it was, I had been worrying a bit about food. Had the journey taken longer than a few days, there might have been trouble. Thankfully, it had only been a few hours. As the sword appeared in my hand, it felt strangely limp. It was the same metal as before, but there just felt like something was off about it. It felt heavier and less nimble. It was the difference between picking someone up who was awake and picking someone up who was a dead weight. Without Elysia, the sword was just a lump of metal. I hadn't thought about it before. But now I was reminded just how much weaker I'd be without her. I thought as long as I had the blade made of powerful alloys and forged by a master, it'd be fine. But it was nothing without the Austerian princess that came with it. The door finished opening, a crack that leads into darkness. At least, I couldn't see any light spilling out from within the palace. After a brief moment, a head popped out. It was a head filled with red hair, and I immediately recognized them. Garnet, my eyes widened. "Master, you found us." She smiled. Just like that, I had found Garnet. Chapter 1363. Garnet. I took a step forward. "Are you okay?" She waved her hand. "I am fine, master." "What's wrong?" She glanced at my blade, and her expression dropped before her eyes flickered back to me. The smile returning to her face. "Where is Tara?" "She's in here." She chuckled. "Come, master. Hurry." I took another step forward. "What happened? Why haven't you returned home?" "Master, there is far too much treasure and supplies in here to take home," she responded. "We needed Master to come and help us carry it all. I am not in a position where I'll be able to help carry as much," I admitted. She shook her head. "That doesn't matter. Master will be enough. Come, Master." There was something suspicious about it, yet my feet kept moving me forward. I halved the distance between the door and myself. I carefully looked at Garnet and even used skills to check her. There was nothing suspicious. I activated my dungeon store and rearranged my skills to give me illusion immunity. She was still there. "Show me. Tara," I instructed. "Master." "You're being silly." Tara is right here. Another head poked out, which was undoubtedly Tara. Hello, Master. I've missed you. Tara! You are okay, she smiled, beckoning with her hand. Everything is fine. Master worries too much. Come on, come in. My feet kept moving forward. Was I under an effect like provoke? Whatever it was, I didn't seem to be able to stop it. I was getting closer and closer to the door. I was getting closer and closer to the darkness. Furthermore, I was walking there of my own will. At that exact moment, something fell from the ceiling. I didn't even dodge as a rock struck me hard in the head. It was quite large, and the fall had been substantial. Ah! I cried, covering my head as it throbbed. After casting a quick heal spell, I realized I felt something pushing against my chest. I opened my eyes and looked down to see Sapphire standing there. She was pushing against my chest with all of her might, her body at an angle into the ground. I could see scuff marks on the stone where her feet had been forced back as I continued to move forward. I looked up to see the doorway to the palace only a few feet away. However, the door was not open, and neither Terran or Garnet were present. Sapphire, I am better now, I reassured her. The girl let go, nearly collapsing to the ground as she tried to recover. I did a quick heal on her too. Master? She looked up at me, her eyes tearful. I am sorry I worried you. I sighed. I take it I just suddenly couldn't see you. And then started walking toward the palace. She nodded, a slightly angry expression on her face. And what about the girls? Did you see anyone else? She cocked her head for a moment and then shook it. So, it had been an illusion. Except that it was one the highest tier of my dungeon skills couldn't deflect. Did that mean that it was something that wasn't an illusion? But like an illusion or something so powerful that even the dungeon skills couldn't override it. Chapter 1364. I knew that my free access in and out of dungeons was situational. There were instances where a strong enough force or a large enough distance could make portal impossible. The blessings that kept my slave bonds from being broken could also be bypassed with a bit of cleverness. Nothing was all-powerful, even the dungeon blessings. Yet, the idea something could just mess with my mind like that left me feeling extremely worried. Had that rock not fallen on my head, I wouldn't have snapped out of it. What would have happened if I reached the door? It was closed at the moment. Wouldn't I have just run into the door? Wait, was there a door? I kneeled and picked up the stone that had hit my head. It was weird that it fell randomly at this exact moment. That's when I realized that it wasn't a rock at all. It was another imager. I picked it up and then shared a glance with Sapphire. I took a few steps away from the palace, but kept a side eye on it. Then, I activated the imager. An image was displayed, and when I saw the two familiar girls on it, my heart twisted into knots. This was a recording of the girls' journey, the one that had made it to the surface. This wasn't just a recording. It was the same recording. The last time I had seen the imager, it had been in my soul world. Allegedly, King Diorite had seen it. If that was so, why was it here more importantly? Why did it no longer show the signs of the damage that it had before we made it? This is my home city, Argathia. Garnet declared, "It's really dark." Terra frowned. "We're in the deep, Terra. Everything is dark. Number. It's just something else. I can't put my finger on it." Ah. Well, we won't stay long. Just enough time to get the metals I need. I've already managed to collect several rare metals. Enough to help Master build several magic weapons. It's too bad Master couldn't give us any more inventory rings. Ah. Well, we sort of have a bad habit of getting them destroyed. Terra coughed. Destroyed. Inventory rings are notoriously hard to destroy. What have you guys been doing? Things come up, Terra cried. And then noticed Garnet looking off, a frown on her face. What is it? There is something wrong. Garnet frowned. This has been far too quiet. I realized this was the full recording from a fragment I had gotten before. I could find out more about what happened. I leaned forward, listening carefully. Well, the city has been abandoned. No, you don't get it. This cavern was built in a very particular way. The deep dwarves weren't just good with earth. They were also prolific singers. Singers! Are you trying to compete with Celeste now? That's not what I mean. This entire cavern moves sound in a very particular way. Not just sound, but light. During the day cycle, a rainbow of colors would float in the sky above. The sounds of people would create a cacophony echoing off the walls, which would bounce back and forth until it created a sweet melody. It was a beautiful place. Garnet, you are saying that like you've been here. Garnet stiffened for a second, looking back at Terra. Right? You told Master that you've never been to the deep. You said you were brought up on the surface. Garnet lowered her head. That's right. I did. Garnet. Terra, I want you to keep a secret. What? This stays between you and me? I don't want to. I don't want Master to know? Garnet. This. Please. Promise me. Oh. Okay, I promise. Turn off the recording. This stays between us. Ite? The image flickered out. Chapter 1365. The imager had only contained that single scene. Garnet had some kind of secret, of course. I could guess what it was. She had some kind of connection with the deep. Rather, she had been here at some point. Was the reason she had come down to the deep purely to acquire resources as she had claimed? Or was there something else to it? The deep dwarves had fled the deep over 100 years ago. This was before Abaris conquered Osteria, and even before humans started to migrate into Osteria. At that point, it wasn't even really a country so much as just the lands of a people. The Osterians lived in the Osterian plains. Then, The deep dwarves seemed to be fleeing something, so they made the month-long trek to the surface looking to relocate. The dwarves rejected them. The Daishin attacked and enslaved them, and the Osteria ejected them. I had always figured that Garnet had been the daughter of a slave, or that there was some tribe of deep dwarves that had managed to remain in Esmore. Esmore was mostly made up of the Esmere in the valley, who I had learned talking with Pate recently were called halflings, and the dwarves of the mountains. However, some deep dwarves might have been holding out in some mountain village that was ignored by the rest. Just who did survive and where did they end up? More importantly, how did Garnet remember the deep? When she reported to only be in her 20s, I hadn't thought much about it. But there had been something odd about Garnet from the beginning. Since passing through Esmore and having a chance to see more dwarves, I found that they didn't have that permanent youthful look. First, she had claimed that changing names was something that dwarves did. But I had asked Pate, and he said he didn't know that to be a custom of dwarves. Second, dwarves aged slower than humans overall. It wasn't like they stayed permanently childlike. So, while I had presumed Garnet was only in her 20s or 30s, I recalled her slave auction had suggested she was older with many skills above her expected age. At the time, that hadn't been surprising to me, because all of my girls had similar levels. But Garnet hadn't been fighting with a multiplier in dungeons with her life on the line. Then, there was her strange connection to the church. She had a flat chest, but she seemed to be a close connection with Mary the Archbishop of Abaris's church, who had sent me to save her. I had achieved that goal, but various things came up and I hadn't spoken with her in some time. I had originally believed that her oddities were just a part of her rare species. Like Mickey's 9, Tail Fox or Faina's status as an elf, the deep dwarves were all but extinct in this world. These were just customs from her. I had to imagine the lack of sun made it so deep dwarves typically looked younger than surface dwarves. At least, I had heard such sentiment. Yet, I had run into King Diorite as well. He was a middle-aged man, although who knew how old he was? In short, Garnet was a woman with no name and no past. She carried the knowledge of the deep dwarves and seemed to remember things she shouldn't remember. She had no age. She was tied to the church and the deep. She had the body of a 13-year-old girl, but the flirtatious tendencies and curiosities on sex of a middle-aged virgin. I started to realize that I didn't know anything about Garnet. She was a complete mystery to me. I put the stone away and looked at Sapphire, who gave me a wondering look back. I knew what she was asking. What do we do next? That was a good question. Chapter 1366. We have to enter the palace, I decided. The strange illusion I had experienced before had tried to make me enter the palace, which made me not want to enter the palace. However, there was nowhere else to go. We had already come this way, and I wasn't leaving without Tara and Garnet. They were the reason I was here. If someone was trying to lure me in, they had chosen the perfect bait. Hopefully, Knowing it was bait would mean I could avoid the hook. Unfortunately, we'd have to move forward blindly. My map didn't seem to penetrate a single speck beyond those doors to give me an idea of what was to come. Glancing around the city one more time, I took a step past Sapphire toward the door. Sapphire made a noise of protest. Reaching out and grabbing my arm, I turned to her, and she shook her head, a look of fear and worry on her face. "Is this the direction of Tara and Garnet?" I asked. Her eyes broke away, and then she gave a weak nod. "Then, this is the way I am going," I declared, looking at the door and frowning. "As soon as I figure out how to open it." Looking at the large double doors, I realized there was no doorknob or handle. I couldn't see a clear way to get the door to open. I might have spoken too soon. With Elysia, I might have been able to cut the doors down, but without her in the blade, I wasn't confident it wouldn't just break in my hand. It did feel weaker. I was still holding on to it. But it didn't give me the comfort it once had. As I was examining the door and trying to figure out what to do, Sapphire walked up to it. She reached out and touched several gems. Each one she touched suddenly started to glow. After pressing 10 stones in a specific order, there was a grinding sound. And then the door opened in much the way it had in my previous vision. This time, though, there did appear to be some kind of light coming from inside. I didn't know if seeing the light in a place where there shouldn't have been light made it better or worse. When Sapphire was done, she nodded and took several steps back. She reached out and grabbed my arm, holding on to me innocently once again. I looked at the crack that had opened. I wondered if that was as far as the doors opened. Maybe different combinations would cause the door to open certain amounts. I knew I was just procrastinating, though. So I grabbed Sapphire's hand, making sure that she didn't suddenly disappear again, and then I moved forward toward the door. As soon as we entered, I could see the light was coming from a single orb that was sitting on the ground. It didn't look to be particularly old. I walked toward the orb, leaning down to pick it up. As I picked it up, I realized that it wasn't a light orb, but another imager. At that moment, groaning came from behind me and the palace door slammed shut. Chapter 1367. Of course, when the door shut, we weren't plunged into darkness. However, my light spell's suppression was amplified. In front of the palace, the darkness had been pushed back a bit, but now on the inside, it was even worse. Sapphire moved closer to me, looking mildly frightened. However, my interest was in the stone. It was identical to the one that had struck me in the head earlier. It couldn't be more of Tara and Garnet's recordings. Could it? I immediately placed my mana into it, causing a new image to appear. It was once again Tara and Garnet. I could tell they were walking in this very corridor. "We're almost there," Garnet whispered. "Do you really think so?" "I don't think so." "I know." "You mean like the code at the doorway?" "Shh." What was that? She stopped. "What? Do you hear that?" Tara cocked her head and listened carefully. Something in the darkness. "It sounds like footsteps." Are we being followed? I don't think so. How could we? We just came through the door and it closed behind us. Tara clanked back. We would have heard it opening. Don't you? Tara turned back, and then she stopped speaking. Yeah, Garnet asked. Garnet frowned. Yeah, where did you go, Garnet? Seriously, don't play games. Tara. I am right in front of you. What are you saying? Garnet! Garnet! Tara called out, looking right past the other girl. Hey! Garnet walked up and then slammed her heel on Tara's foot. Ow! Garnet cried out, blinking tearfully until her eyes landed on Garnet. Oh, there you are. Where did you go? I didn't go anywhere. Dummy! Darn! I was here the whole time. Huh, you were totally gone. I wasn't. Okay, we're hearing things and now we're seeing things. This is getting worse. Let's just keep going. Ah! Garnet. Yeah. What is it? Where did your shadow go? Ha, your shadow. Your shadow is missing. Garnet looked down and then behind herself. When she turned back, there was a slight smirk on her face. Oops. Why don't you have a shadow? A better question. Why do you still have one? Her voice sounded off. Tara took a step back. Garnet, are you doing okay? I am doing fine. Garnet took a step toward Tara, causing her to take a step back. You are overreacting. It's just a trick of the light. Stay away from me. Tara. Tiara. She started giggling as the imager ended right there. They had been experiencing the same phenomenon that I had experienced. I hadn't heard any footsteps yet. Was that coming Sapphire grabbed my arm and pulled on me? I looked up to see her smiling eagerly. A thought suddenly came to me. I was using the light spell. It had no light source. So in general, it didn't cast a shadow. I slowly lifted my hand and created a light orb and then turned off the light spell. The light came out across Sapphire's face, but it wasn't as bright as the previous light. Caused her face to take on a darker appearance. Her smile started to grow. Looking down at her feet, I could see there was no shadow being cast behind her. Her smile broke into a toothy grin. Bye. The light orb went out. Chapter 1368. It's an emergency. Pate burst into the room. King Deke, it's an emergency. I glanced down at him, raising an eyebrow. What is it? It's your daughter's 16th birthday. Her present has gone missing. He responded, and then finally noticing me lying casually in bed with several naked women. He finally had the good sense to look away. I frowned slightly. What are you saying? How can a dungeon go missing? Well, didn't you say you wanted her to be able to take it wherever she went? You are the one that put it into a gem that can easily be lost. That's right. I began to recall the situation, although easily losing something with the power of a soul world. Since my little girl only grew up to be 16 once, I wanted her birthday to be especially special. That's why I went all out. In the end, I had created a soul dungeon and attached it to a gem. Inside the world was her little paradise. It included a garden of food, a large palace, and even a tropical beach. After years of adventuring, I had become very attuned to just what a young adventurer needed. Whenever my daughter was feeling overwhelmed or just wanted to relax, she could slip into her own little dungeon and do as she wanted. Swimming, hunting, and horseback riding were all available. I had populated it with comical and harmless monsters, many of them quite tasty. It wasn't just a place for her to relax, but a lifeline if things became desperate. She could live the rest of her life in that soul dungeon. As long as there was enough mana around to keep powering it, it'd be her place of safety. I swatted Lydia and Race's behinds. Both girls let out cute moans, but they didn't roll off of me. I have to go attend my daughter. Can't it wait? I want another round, Lydia begged, her tail wrapping around my leg light. She had no intention of letting go. Raisa, can you talk some sense into her? Actually. Her tail began to wag slightly. I'd like to spend more time with my man, too. She's your daughter. I flicked her forehead. Ah, daughter will understand that mommy has needs too, she crying, rubbing her head with an adorable face. If you girls won't move, then I'll just have to motivate you. I grabbed them both, rolling over and pinning them to the bed. They let out cries of protest, but they were helpless under me. I gave each of them a wet kiss, sucking on their necks until big hickeys formed. I absolutely wouldn't be healing them. The girls cried and struggled as they realized their flawless skin was being blemished by me. But I didn't stop until even Race's dark skin was covered in naughty bruises. Master is so mean, Lydia cried. How can I got to my daughter's party looking like this? Raisa pouted. Maybe you two will learn your lesson and not be so willful next time, I chuckled, giving them each a kiss before finally pulling off of them. With a wave of my hand, a suit befitting a king appeared over me. I finally reached Pate, who was distinctly looking away. We should get a move on, he responded wryly. I chuckled. What's the rush? You do realize you are currently dying, right? Pate wore a strange expression. Nothing. We should go. Chapter 1369. Who would have ever thought you'd end up together with your maid? I chuckled as we left the room. You are one to talk, considering. He gave a nod to a woman who was approaching us. At least I stopped having Dav from working as a maid when we got together. That woman was none other than Faina. Just as beautiful as always, her massive rack was ready to burst out of the top of her dress. However, it was the large bulge in her tummy that was much more noticeable. She's the maid hero. How can I have her stop her from being who she is? Alea said she'd never be happy that way. Alaya hated being a queen back when she was the maid hero, I told Pate before walking up and grabbing Faina's stomach. How's my little elf boy doing? Why are you so determined it's a boy? Faina asked, an amused smile on her face. I've had 6 daughters so far. a boy is about due. I've had to live with an estrogen-filled castle for 17 years now. I need a boy to teach my skills. In seducing women, you mean Faina snickered. I didn't say that. Well, that's your best trait. Oh, I reached out and grabbed her breasts, squeezing them in the ways that Faina liked best. On. Don't. You are going to make it leak. That's for the baby. The baby isn't born yet. I chuckled. That means Daddy can have a taste. I wonder how elf milk tastes compared to human and animal girl milk. Am I not allowed, ha? Ha. Master. She blushed shyly. Since it's Daddy, I guess it can't be helped. Ahem. Pate cleared his throat, snapping us out of our moment. I let go of her breasts, and Faina let out a sigh of relief with just a hint of regret. I did come for a reason. Siti will be opening a portal in the Commons room in a few minutes in preparation for the arrival of the royal family. The Queen and the Princess are arriving. Eliana and my daughter are coming. The birthday girl is already there waiting for them. She's eager to play with her half-sister. They're always so busy running Eastern Osteria. I see. I made a face. I better go. The last time my daughter got too excited, she had an accident. Ah. My lord, about the present. I nodded. That can wait until after I've received the guests. Pate looked worriedly, but he nodded. As you command. Come. Faina, please escort me. Don't you just want to take me to show off my bloated belly to your wife? Faina gave me a dubious look. What are you saying Eliana doesn't get jealous like that? She'll be excited to see how far along you've come. Why wouldn't I be proud of my pregnant mistress? Every child is a blessing, and you are radiant. Even after taking my everything, you still make me fall deeper in love with you with every word. She sighed. Let's go. I brought out my arm and she took it, and the both of us headed toward the common room, leaving Pate behind. Ah, my lord. Please don't forget the gift, he yelled after us. Yay! I got it! And also, don't forget you are surrounded by darkness. Of course, I answered him. But what was that last part about? It was probably nothing. Chapter 1370. The pair of us reached the Commons in short order, and just as Faina had said. My daughter was waiting there. She had a long brown shaggy tail and two triangle ears on her head. She seemed like the inverse of her mother in many ways. Where Reza had light hair and dark skin, her daughter had lighter skin and darker hair. The mother was tall and slim, where her daughter was shorter and more robust. Even though she was only 16, her breasts were already bigger than most of my girls, and they still had room to grow. However, she was just as beautiful as her mother, and had none of the scars and trauma that had only faded on her mother after countless years. The differences didn't just come with appearance. Where Reza was a quiet and submissive girl, her daughter had ended up the exact opposite. She was opinionated, feisty, and liked to be in control. She was my eldest child, and that had somehow made her think she was the alpha among all of my children. She wasn't bossy or bullying, but she had an extreme exuberance and directness that the other girls couldn't handle. However it worked, one way or another. A big sister always got her way. Sweetie. I held out my hands. Daddy? She smiled and threw her arms around me, hugging me tightly, smashing her chest against me. I noticed her tail wildly swinging, and I frowned slightly. You should calm down a bit. The last time you got excited, you wet my rug. Dodd. She put on a horrified look. That was 10 years ago. Oh, was it? But you are still my sweet baby. I went to kiss her cheek. Dad, stop. You are embarrassing me, she cried, pushing me off of her. There is no one here. Can't Daddy have at least one little kiss, I begged. Siti and Faina are watching. So, Daddy can't kiss, I gave her a pathetic, heartbroken glance. I had long learned that I couldn't just push her down like my girls. When she said no, she meant it. Instead, I had to appeal to her kindness and good nature, and then bend it to my own nefarious will. Just one kiss. She responded, a guilty expression on her face. Whether Siti was paying attention and wanted to give her a hard time, or it was just a coincidence. She finished her spell and opened the portal. Several people arrived through the portal just in time to see me giving my daughter her birthday kiss. What's a birthday kiss? If you've ever heard of birthday spankings and birthday suit? Well, it's something like that. As for the appropriateness of it, it was good to be king. She let out a moan, her eyes darting to the side. I took an elbow to the rib from my daughter before I let go. She wiped her wet mouth and then turned to the arrivals excitedly. It was none other than Eliana, dressed in a fine gown that even outstripped the birthday girl's simple dress. Another beautiful woman who looked very much like a young version of Eliana stood next to her. They would like a big sister and a little sister to anyone who didn't know any better. Edward also came. A rich smile on his face. Greetings, my lord. It has been a while. Eliana and her daughter made perfect curtsies. Eliana. Haven't I told you I don't care about that stuffy etiquette? I held out my hands. Now come to Daddy. Why, you... She blushed, but then ran over into my arms without a second thought. While this was happening, my princess daughter spoke to the birthday girl with her nose up in the air. I am pleased to greet Big Sister today. This day of her. Ah, sister. The birthday girl pounced on her sister, who was only younger by a few weeks, and then started licking her face excitedly. Stop! No, not there. Please. My daughter couldn't maintain her snobbish ways when being licked this way and that by her big sister, and was quickly cowed into submission. She did to her little sister far worse than my birthday kiss, I should add. While I was squeezing my wife's butt and kissing her while my daughter reached second base with her sister, The portal fluttered again and another person walked in. I pulled away from Eliana to look at the unfamiliar face. "Who is this?" I asked. "Oh, this is a close friend I wanted you to meet," Eliana declared. I looked up an extremely beautiful woman with black hair and pale white skin. She smiled at me. "Hello? You may call me Twilight." "I've come for your soul." Chapter 1371. "Excuse me," I asked, raising an eyebrow. Eliana let out a light laugh. "Don't mind her so much. She just has a strange sense of humor." "Of course," Twilight smiled as she stared at me, but I noticed her smile didn't reach her eyes. "I've come to speak with you." "I am pretty busy right now," I admitted uneasily. "It can wait." She shrugged. "However, there is a time limit." "Time limit?" She lifted her hand. "The bell will ring 5 times. That is as much time as I can spare. At that point, we must speak to each other." I tried to smile back, not sure what she was on about. "I suppose I don't mind a guest." "You can stay. When the time has come, simply say my name and I shall appear," she responded. The surreal moment lasted only a few seconds, and neither Eliana nor the others reacted to her strange and cryptic words. I decided it wasn't worth worrying about now. I had plenty of time. After settling Eliana, my daughters, and the rest down in a comfortable room, I pulled Faina aside. "Do you remember what happened to my daughter's present?" "Oh." Faina blinked. "Wasn't that with the blacksmiths? They had to mount it to the necklace?" "Oh." "So Garnet has it." Who? I blinked. Who indeed? As soon as I said that name, I felt a strange flash of something. It felt like a world of darkness. It was wet and cold. My body was lying in black slime. I could see countless others lying around me. There was a red-headed girl there. Although she was so filthy that it was hard to say what color her hair was. Why was I so sure it was red? The vision was gone in a heartbeat. What name had I said I didn't know? I'll head over to the blacksmiths. The blacksmiths weren't particularly close to my castle, but that didn't matter. I had maxed my blue mage a long time ago, and I was able to open a portal rather easily. After bidding everyone farewell, I left the castle for a bit, taking a step into a workshop. The work environment was loud and hot. The sound of hammering made it difficult to have conversations, and the heat was enough that if I didn't heave heat resistance, I'd be sweating heavily. I found the first apprentice I could find, and they slowly worked up the ladder before I found myself speaking to a blacksmith in charge. "I am telling you what I told the others," the man shouted over the sounds of hammers. "We had it sitting right there locked up last night, and when we came in this morning it was gone. I don't know anything else." "So, someone swiped it in the night?" I considered. Scratching my chin, "The setting is done," the blacksmith declared. "If you can recover the gem, we can set it in only a few minutes. However, I don't even know where to start." "I might." I nodded to myself. There is one place where a lot of things that go missing end up. The fairies? As I said that, I heard a bell start to toll. The sound tore through the sounds of the hammers as if they were nothing. That was the first bell. Chapter 1372. I didn't have the time to worry about some bell, so I opened a new portal. And this time came out in a beautiful forest. Although light shone overhead and there were thousands of lush trees, this place wasn't actually above ground. It was underground in my dungeon. This entire level of the dungeon had been constructed to house the fairies. As I walked along, I heard the cracking of branches, the rustling of leaves, and the giggles of beauties. I walked until I reached a place unlike any other. It was a massive, bubbling spring, the water shooting up like a geyser the height of a tree. None of that water splashed on anyone because there was a circle of air around it. That air seemed to guide the water, causing it to move in strange and unnatural ways. It appeared more like a tentacle of swirling water rising into the green canopy above. Celeste, gather the ladies up. I let out an order. Yes, master! A swirl of wind appeared before me, steadily coalescing into the form of a beautiful woman. Celeste was as beautiful today as she had always been. She was graceful like the wind, and had an air of wisdom as eternal as the wind and sky. She raised a hand and snapped. Her fingers created a crisp sound that seemed to bounce outward in a wave. Movement exploded all around us. Fairies let out gasps and cries as they scrambled to attention. Within a moment, the lush forest had become a cacophony of butterfly wings as countless fairies came to attention. Celeste shrank down and then floated over to my shoulder, landing on it casually. As for the rest of the girls, they finally settling into rows in front of us, all at attention and waiting for the orders of their master. Many of these girls could become full forms just like Celeste, but if they had, there wouldn't have been enough room in front of the spring to allow it. Thus, they found places on trees and blades of grass. Their wings gave a feeling like flowers and suddenly bloomed across the entire forest. Of course, the majority of these little ladies were naked. Make the place have a springtime feel. Master may ask whatever he wants, Celeste said. The girls will fulfill Master's every desire. She meant that too. I wasn't going to say how I knew that, but these fairies would do anything. With any body part? I cleared my throat, blushing slightly before announcing in a loud voice, "You ladies are my eyes and ears for the city and surrounding area. As you know, my daughter's birthday is today. Her present has recently gone missing. Do any of you know where it went? It wasn't just that these fairies got around, and no matter what happened in Chom, there was a good chance a fairy was close by to overhear it. Fairies were also major kleptomaniacs. I had lost many of my possessions because the fairies stole away my stuff. It was usually articles of my clothing. But in this case, it was a bit more serious of an issue. The fairies broke into whispering. They seemed to be arguing among themselves. I gave Celeste a look, and she nodded before speaking up. Master asked you a question. Who took the gem? Celeste's voice held no Nonsense, and the whispering died down immediately. It was very well known that no one could lie around Celeste. She always knew the truth. Also, while Master was kind, and the fairies often took advantage of his kindness to act willful, when Celeste put her foot down, every fairy obeyed. "I am sorry, my queen. We don't know." One of the fairies stepped forward. "We stayed away from the fairy as my queen commanded. We did not see who took it, and it wasn't one of ours." Seriously, I let out a sigh. "They speak the truth," Celeste declared, causing all of the fairies to let out breaths of relief. "I am sorry, Master. Number. It's fine. I am going to try Miki. Since it's a soul world, she'll be able to find it." As I created another portal, I heard the bell once again. The second bell had rung. Chapter 1373. "So quickly can't I have more time," I muttered. Then again. Why did I feel rushed at all? What was even happening? I shook away that confusion and stepped through once again. This time I ended up in a small village. Besides the village was a graveyard. The Foxkin had come a long way from the Animalkin, who were scared of their own spirits. Miki had seemingly morphed them into a village of shepherds. Their ability to work with spirits even outstripped the church. Using the power of their spirit tales, they were able to resurrect people even long past the point where death would be permanent. They also weren't afraid to enter dungeons and attempt resurrections in there. They had truly become a positive force throughout the kingdom. I followed a trail leading into the village, only to find a massive shrine built in the middle of the city. There was a long line of people in front of that shrine, and at the top of the steps was none other than Miki. I ignored the line of waiting people and continued to the top. As I reached it, I could see a couple. They were crying while holding a bundle that looked to be children's clothing in their hands. We don't have the money. But out, child. The man was saying with tears in his eyes while the woman wept on. Miki raised her hand. How long has it been? Her simple question caused the man's expression to fall, his body shaking, and the woman to weep even harder. "We didn't have the money to travel here either. We had to come on foot," the man croaked. "I thought that perhaps if it was you." How long Miki exuded a peacefulness around her that seemed to ease the hearts of everyone nearby. 2 months. He barely could get the words out. She gave them a sympathetic look. The body? Those damned priests wouldn't give it back. They said it was disrespectful to drag the body across the country on a hope. His teeth clenched, and he shook for an entirely different reason. Miki watched them for a few moments, and then put out her arms. This was his blanket. "Why, yes, it is." He jumped up, a hopeful expression building on his face, immediately handing over the item over. "Can you bring him back? Can you save our son?" "I can only try," she said hesitantly. The mother and father gave out sounds of relief, grabbing each other desperately as they watched Miki. I stood and watched too as she began to perform a resurrection. To the couple who weren't particularly sensitive with mana, it probably looked like nothing. But to me, I could see a rainbow of color. Her spiritual tails were spread out like a peacock behind her, and she held the blanket up as multicolored mana swirled around it. Ever so slowly, she reached into the mana stream of this world, calling upon the signature that used to be their baby. The soul of a baby would have been particularly weak, while my soul could easily last 2 months. A baby's soul even being summoned after a month was asking for a lot. Yet, Miki was the best. She was the woman who was closest to death, and for that, she was the one who understood the soul the best. Slowly, the swirling light began to coalesce together, finally forming into the body of a baby. Its eyes opened, and it immediately let out a crying sound. "Ah!" Miki cried out. "Our baby! The baby!" Miki was never good with babies, even her own. Speaking of which, "Daddy!" A young girl of 10 ran out from behind the shrine and jumped into my arms. She was completely oblivious to the work her mother was doing. But thankfully, the dramatic moment was over, and Miki was desperately trying to hand the baby over without dropping it, while the parents were so busy thanking her that they forgot to take their baby back. "Hello, Cupcake?" I smiled. "What are you two still doing over here anyway? You know, your big sister's birthday is coming soon." She nodded her head. "We'll come. Mommy just wanted to do a bit more work before she came. She's always working." I noticed she had a hint of displeasure in her voice. "What your mommy does is important, you know?" "I know," she responded flippantly. "But you also don't want to miss the celebration. Your big sister would be angry." "I know." Her eyes grew big. "If I don't come, she'll floof my tail. I hate it when she floofs my tail." "I see." I nodded. "Well, you should never let anyone floof your tail that you don't want to do it." Really?" she asked. "But Daddy floofs Mommy's tail all the time," I coughed. "Well, that's a special thing only Daddy can do to Mommy." "Understand?" "Yup," she nodded, although it was clear she was just saying what I wanted to hear. By the time Miki walked up to me, I heard a bell gong for the 3rd time. Chapter 1374. As the bell finished, Miki approached me with a gentle smile on her face. She wore a black robe that looked slightly ceremonial in appearance. Since the foxskin had slowly grown into prominence, they had slowly begun to adopt more and more customs, all based on Miki and her tastes. I tried to keep it from becoming a religion, but if you create too many miracles, those kinds of things start to be leveled at you. "Hello, beautiful!" I grinned, taking and hugging Miki. I was only able to get so close, though, as a little 10-year managed to wedge her way between us. I could only hug Miki so much. "What's the matter?" she asked. We were going to be heading to the party soon. "Ah! That's the thing. The gift I had prepared for my daughter, it's missing." A little eavesdropped gasped, but I quickly rubbed her head, while Miki raised an eyebrow. Have you checked the fairies? Yeah, I went there first. I was hoping, given your abilities, that you might be able to detect where it is. Let me try. Miki didn't waste any time stepping back and using her soul ability. Her tail grew brightly once again. The other foxkin reacted to it, some staring in awe while others shielded their eyes. I didn't look away as Miki used her gift to look around. I can sense your soul world, she declared. It is some distance away, underground, through stone and rock. What soul world? Don't you mean soul dungeon? I frowned. Of course. How did it get all the way there? I don't know, Master. But you don't need to worry. You can call it back. I can, yes. A soul and a body belong together. If someone takes it from you, they'd need considerable strength to keep it. I frowned. We're talking about my daughter's gift, right, Mim? She nodded. You will need to see someone who has a bit of skill with souls. You mean Terra, flash, coldness, darkness. I was in a chamber, bound by strands of black sludge. I tried to pull my way out. Master? Listen to me. A voice sounded in my head. I don't know how long I can keep you out. You mustn't summon your soul here. That's what she wants. If she... Terra Humiki blinked. I shook my head, feeling slightly dizzy. What was that just now, soul summon? Ah. Nothing. I cleared my throat. You were saying something? Yes, if you want to learn how to summon your gift. I believe Xiao can show you how. Xiao, yes? I guess she might know a thing or two about souls. I responded uncertainly. Go quickly, Master. The party is almost here. Miki hurried me. I nodded, quickly creating a portal to Xiao. I stepped out of the portal in from a quaint little cottage. Taking a deep breath, I walked to the front door and opened it. I was greeted by the sound of a baby crying. Ah! Mommy's here! Mommy will take care of everything. Please stop crying. An unhinged voice cried out. I looked to see Xiao there, desperately rocking a baby in her arms. She had bags under her eyes like she hadn't gotten a lot of sleep. Deke, you need to take responsibility, she declared. Thrusting the baby out at me, the fourth bell began to ring. Chapter 1375. My baby hates me, Xiao sniffled. She doesn't hate you, I chuckled. Then why does she cry whenever I hold her, as soon as I took our baby? She immediately quieted down. After just a bit of bobbing up and down, she slipped off to sleep and was now happily unconscious. Her mother, who was at her wit's end, was now sobbing hysterically. You'll get the hang of this. You know you can call on the other girls. Raisa, Mickey, Eliana, and Carmen have all been through this. Carmen had twins. You can do this. It's the blood on my hands, isn't it? She asked. She can smell the evil on me. Perhaps I had been a bit too busy. After she had the baby, Xiao had moved out to a little cottage to raise it. She said something about wanting to become the greatest mother ever. However, it took a community to raise a baby, and Xiao now looked ready to break. She was suffering from postpartum depression. The party is coming in a little bit. How about I take the baby with me, and you get a bit of rest? Maybe. She responded uncertainly. I took the sleeping baby, and then gently put her down in her crib. She coed slightly, but remained asleep. As I looked down at my sleeping baby girl, Xiao put her arms around me, hugging me softly. She breathed as if getting strength from my presence. I didn't mind this. My only regret was that there wasn't more of me. You didn't come here just to see how I was doing with the baby, did you? She asked. No. I have a soul engine that went missing. Mickey seems to believe you can help me summon it. Ah! I see. It has to do with my shadow magic. Do you know how shadow magic works? Master, not exactly. I know that there is miasmic, shadow, and darkness magic. Each one, while similar, is also different. She nodded. It's true. I use shadow magic, where someone like Celicia uses darkness magic, and Astria is miasmic. Miasmic magic involves controlling miasma and corrupting mana. It's like an infection that tries to eat mana and create miasma. Darkness is a direct inverse to light. It attempts to counter mana by destroying it. It's the absence of mana. Shadow magic is different, though. Without light, there are no shadows. Without a soul, there is nobody. Shadow magic is about blocking mana and using the product of the hindrance to producing an illusion of darkness. It uses mana against itself. Does Master understand? I think so. I frowned. But what does this have to do with summoning my soul? One of the main tenets of shadow magic is the separation of the body and the soul. The way I can slip into shadows and disappear is because my body and my soul aren't necessarily in the same place at the same time. My soul becomes a conduit for my body, and my body becomes a conduit for my soul. And you are saying I could master shadow magic? I am saying if master this aspect of shadow magic, you'd be able to use your soul in ways you never dreamed. Chapter 1376. How so? I asked cautiously. Master, you have a power inside you that you don't even realize. Those blessings that are attached to your body, they don't have to remain that way. I am sorry, your soul is that of a soul world. Does a world so like a place that has only one story? I guess not. Exactly! Master, you can absorb your blessings into your soul world, making them part of you. Lore can be combined and merged. It can be united and built upon. Every subsequent piece of lore only makes something more complex, more powerful, and more compelling. Right now, you only use your blessings. It's like opening a book and reading a passage. It's better than the base part. But do you know what is even better, Yunyapti? You can merge with the lore. Make it part of yourself. You can become one with the world. And when that happens, you become a god, she revealed. Shao. That's a little. A bell began to bang loudly. The fifth bell had rung. My expression dropped. Master. Is something wrong? Shao asked. I have to go, I responded. Shao smiled awkwardly. You'll be back, though. Right. I opened my mouth and then closed it. I didn't know why I needed to go. I didn't know where I was going. Just summon the gift, and everything can keep going as before. Shao smiled. I see. Twilight. As soon as I spoke those words, the world changed around me. I was no longer standing in the cottage next to Shao, but instead, I was standing in a small library with a desk. Shao and my daughter were gone. This wasn't like summoning either. I didn't feel like I was pulled out and moved. Rather, it felt like the world around me changed in an instant. As I looked around in confusion, I found Twilight standing nearby watching me. You called, she casually walked over and took a seat. Come, relax. I narrowed my eyes suspiciously, feeling like something was off. Who are you? Are you happy here? Twilight asked instead. Of course, I am happy, I responded. Why wouldn't I be happy? I have my family. I have my daughters. I spent years building to this point. Have you? She raised an eyebrow. I was just about to say yes, but then I thought back and frowned. This is what you wanted me to see. I was trying to remember the years that lead up to this point. I was trying to remember all the difficulties. There were countless enemies and countless allies, and many trials and tribulations. However, everything turned out well in the end. Yet, if I tried to remember a single detail of what had happened, I couldn't. This caused me to realize that this must be some kind of illusion. This wasn't real. Tara and Garnet are missing, I muttered. Yes, she responded. I couldn't manufacture their lore from your memory. It came too close to your original mission. It would have woken you up too soon. As for the warnings, that's merely your subconscious trying to break through. I wasn't sure I believed her. All of this felt so surreal. Woken me up. I frowned. Where am I? You are with me? She smiled. You are with us. Thursday, the darkness. I started to recall such a name. I disliked that name. Her expression darkened, and for a moment even the room seemed darker. But it was over as quickly as it began. I am much fonder of shadows. You can call me Twilight. I shook my head, still trying to recall things. It was like my mind didn't want to remember. It was like I didn't want to wake up. I hope you understand a bit about me now. I hope you can understand what I can give you. I would have shown you more, but we've run out of time. Give me what I asked. What are you? The Great Union. She smiled. I am preservation. I am peace. I am love. I am the world. Chapter 1377. What does that mean? I asked, no less confused than I was before. You said you manufactured my lore. Her lips thinned slightly. I had hoped you'd be able to figure it out on your own. I thought that you might understand. After all, you've tied so much lore to your soul, I thought you would be able to reason it out. Tied lore to myself? Do you mean the blessings, the slaves, the monsters, the jobs, the dungeons? Heroes become heroes by creating such lore that it cannot stop from being told. They are those who have changed the world. You are different. Your lore is rather a support for those around you. All of your lore comes from the ones you've bonded to your friends, your slaves, and your family. That's why I hope you can understand me. I shook my head. I am sorry, you are just not making sense. She closed her eyes, muttering under her breath for a second before speaking up. We no longer have the time. I wish there was more time. But that damned king has started planning to launch an attack against me. He plans to attack my lore, to attack my children. How could I not react in kind, a king? My memory started to return slowly. Things that felt like a distant past becoming much more vivid. King? Diorite? Yes. She frowned. King Diorite is the one who trapped me down here all those years ago. Although I suppose he is also the one that freed me, he gave me 7 days. A little less than 2 now. Laura's. Slow in here. It's why Gaia has always performed better than me. Gaia? The planet? Yes. The planet. She looked at my blank face and sighed. I tried to use your memories to explain it to you. But it seems like you are far too naive to understand such things. Thus, I will tell you a new story. Everything that is and ever will be is simply a story. Stories begin, stories live, stories die, stories evolve and change. And stories end. You possess your lore, what you understand as a soul, and a world possesses its lore, which it understands as the life stream. Every world has its own lore, and that lore connects with everything living on that planet through what you know as mana. Every planet forms a symbiosis with the life forms on it, and the story that is told makes sense within its narrative. However, sometimes an element runs counter to a world's lore. This is what you know as curses, and when those curses grow, they become dungeons, a thing that eats and feeds on the lore of the world. Sometimes these lores are excised, and if they can grow enough, they become new worlds with their own stories and their own path. Some of those paths are so strange that they run counter to the lore of other worlds. Sometimes those worlds become connected, and the only path is the complete destruction of one of those lores. Curses that run so deep that they connect to other worlds of a similar disposition. If those connections aren't cut, then only devastation is the answer. What she was saying confirmed a lot of theories I had heard, and even some I had considered myself. I distinctly recalled that this woman was named Twilight. And the dungeon that Lord Aberys once threw me in was called the Twilight Dungeon. I had originally assumed it was named after the nation of Twilight, which the demons conquered. However, lore had a tendency to create false truths, especially lore as ancient and as damaged as that dungeon's lore. It was possible the name came from something bigger, something related to this woman. So, you are saying that you are a very old dungeon, I guessed. She shook her head sadly. You misunderstand me. I am not the dungeon. I am the world. Gaia is the dungeon that destroyed me. Chapter 1378. I took a step back, unable to keep my mouth from opening. How could what she was saying be true? Gaia was a dungeon. She made up the entire planet of Ferrith. Were we all in a dungeon that didn't make sense at all? Did it a long time ago? I was the world, and the world was me. This was so long ago that it precedes any meaning to the likes of you. Then Gaia came as an infection that ran deep into me. I battled Gaia for untold eons, but slowly she took over the life stream and suppressed me deep underground. What you know as Ferrith is nothing more than a prison made for me. That is the truth of things. Why I responded. Not sure what else to ask. This is the nature of the world. All lore wants to be the truth. Facts compete with counterfacts. A narrative runs supreme, and reality shapes to that narrative. I swallowed, trying to come to my senses again. All right. Let's say I believe all of this. Even if Gaia destroyed you, humans came on to Ferrith from some other world. They displaced the Phi. It doesn't mean I am willing to throw aside all humanity. If Gaia is currently the lore work, then why would I help you? It probably wasn't a good idea to challenge her. But at that point, I couldn't think of anything but to continue talking. I didn't know if I could believe a word she said. It made sense that something was locked deep within this world and that the deep dwarves had accidentally freed it. If this was the person who had sent the deep dwarves running, then how could I trust a thing she said? The deep dwarves had feared her, after all. My desires are purely in your best interest, she responded. And when she saw me giving her a dubious look, she chuckled. They are? I could have destroyed you in an instant. Instead, I've kept you alive, and even created this lore for you to live in. Everyone I've absorbed lives a similar life of peace. This is what I wanted you to see. I wanted you to see what it would be like to give yourself to me. Absorption. You are eating people eating. Of course not. Just as you attach blessings to yourself, I attach lore to myself. I haven't killed a single soul. All of the deep dwarves aren't dead. They are me. I am a collective of all of the souls that have given themselves to me. Their thoughts, their minds, they become one with me. They become one with Twilight. We become one unified existence. Their lore becomes my fuel. So, you do consume them. She clicked her tongue. It's not like that. They unify with me peacefully. They live out their lives within me. Their lives are happy and peaceful. There is no strife, No fear. I create a world for them, just like I did for you. When they finally accept me fully, when our thoughts align, only then does their soul merge with my main body. It is a beautiful thing. That sounds bad. Why don't you think about what Gaia does she shot back? A life of struggle and hardship. You must carry on physical bodies, fighting for survival. In the end, when you die, she chops up your soul into 1,000,000 pieces. You are not given a choice to join Gaia. She makes you. She kills you and your lore. Within a few months, you are destroyed, and she forcefully incorporates you into her soul, only to spit out some abomination. Why do you think there are so many curses? Why do you think there is so much suffering? I am not the evil one. Gaia is. Chapter 1379. There was a gong, and a flash of panic appeared on Twilight's face. It would be the 6th gong. She said that alarm signal the day had passed. King Diorite had said that in 7 days, he'd ignite my soul and attack the darkness. That meant that in 7 days, my soul would be destroyed. And it was hard to say what would happen to Twilight. We only had one alarm left, and then the day of the attack would come. This is how Gaia was able to defeat me. Even we worlds have our limitations. Gaia streamlines the process by dragging your soul into a blender. She doesn't run countless lore as I do. Thus, her processing speed is faster. In other words, time for you all moves faster than time for me. That's why we must hurry. I licked my lips. I still didn't know what I should do, but sitting around and doing nothing seemed like a bad idea. Okay. What do you want? Twilight's expression finally relaxed. I've come to you because you are the only one who can help me. The world I created wasn't just there to show you how happy your life can be with me, but it was also there to explain to you how we can escape our current predicament. You mean calling my soul? Yes. Xiao's shadow magic was the closest thing in your memory to what is known as soul crafting. Soul crafting is many levels above what your people are allowed to know. It's the ability to manipulate lore directly. Anything that gets close to soul crafting is usually destroyed by Gaia. In other words, this is magic you cannot learn on Ferrith. What about the shadow magic? I asked. Did you ever wonder why demons are such world enemies? Gaia rarely interacts so directly with the world. She doesn't just wave her hands and cause a volcano to wipe someone out. Her movements are more subtle, and they take thousands of years to culminate. She's tried to remove demons, to slowly destroy them. Well, I prefer such an approach too, but I no longer can afford to. I created this avatar to contact you directly because I have no other choice. I see. So how do I summon my soul then? I decided to first find out all of the information and then decide what to do. I just hoped I still had the time to make that decision. I've created a piece of lore with the soul crafting magic on it. It'll be much like a blessing. Once you bind it, your affinity to souls will increase, and you'll gain a relevant job. The once to skill is soul summon. Just like that, I widened my eyes. Just like that, she responded. And what happens after? What happens after I summon my soul? I demanded. I'll absorb it, she responded. And you'll live out the rest of your existence in peace and happiness. Garnet and the other one will join you. So will the rest of your girls in time. How can I trust that I am not lying to you? She responded. The reason I waited so long was that I wished to show you my sincerity. However, if you do not choose this option, then your fate is sealed. Accept my lure, call your soul, and strip my enemy of his counterattack. Let him rot away to time as he was meant to. What choice should I make? I didn't know what other option to choose. I bit my lip and nodded. Okay. Chapter 1380. We are out of time, so I will send you the lore now. As soon as the blessing attaches to your soul, then that king will realize that something is wrong. You must summon your soul immediately. You must pull it away from him. Do you understand? I nodded. I do. Good. Then I will begin. She held up her hand, and then a small orb began to form. It wasn't much different from the countless dungeon cores I had seen before. It slowly took on a form of its own, light ebbing off it in waves. It also seemed to have darkness mixed into it. It reminded me of the God core, a mixture of light and dark. As it formed, it began to rise off her palm. Then, with a wave, the orb went and struck my hip. I gasped as I felt the familiar pain of information being bound to my soul. It lasted only for a second. And then there was a flash. I was back in the wet and the cold. It was dark and it stunk like rot. I was covered in even more black gunk than before. After what she had told me, I realized that this must be the real world. The world outside her lore. This was where my body was. Master! I squinted as a form approached. Master! You need to take my hand. The form slowly came out of the dark, and I could finally make out Tara. She reached out her hand to me. I was confused as to why she was there. However, she was my woman. She was my slave. I trusted her. My hand tried to reach out to her, but it was restrained. I began to push and pull. Master, please. There isn't enough time. It's now or never, she cried out, looking terrified. Ah! I ripped free and threw my hand to her, just barely touching her fingertip. There was another flash, and I stumbled. I was standing now, looking around. I realized I was on the surface. However, the sky was filled with dark brown clouds, and the ground was dead. The black liquid seemed to stream over the land, giving it a dark, swampy look. It was damp, dark, and lifeless, much like the area I had been in before. Being on the surface didn't improve things at all. Master! That word caught my attention, and my eyes settled on Tara. She was standing a small distance away from me, almost like she was scared to come closer. I frowned slightly. What is going on? There isn't much time. We were only able to talk to you now, in this small window as your lore connects through the ground to your soul above. I don't know what you mean. I wasn't absorbed. Well, she took my body. But I detached my soul from my body and escaped into the ground. I've been in the rocks, hiding from her all this time. Haven't you been getting my messages, you mean? The rock on my head? Ah! Well, it's hard to do stuff when you don't have a body. She blushed slightly, reminding me of the Terra of old. Okay. So you are not part of Twilight. I nodded in relief. She lied about that, it seems. Who are we, Gaia? She's been guiding me. Terra blushed. She's ready now. Ready? She's ready to talk to Master. I am going to talk to the life stream now at this point. Why not? She will need to speak through me. I am sorry. It's happening, ah. Ah. Her head went up and her body jerked like she was in pain. Terra, her eyes turned a piercing bright green, and her hand began to change into shades of blue and green. She looked down on me, her face expressionless. Hello, traveler. Her voice came out with multiple tones, like a chorus of people all speaking at once. I didn't even need to ask at this point. Hello, Gaia. Chapter 1381. You have questions. For us. She spoke, her body moving strangely, more like she wasn't used to human form. Was Twilight speaking the truth? I asked the most obvious question first. Twilight spoke. Truth, Gaia said through Terra's body. I closed my eyes and then opened them again. So, why are you in Terra's body, Need? Avatar, this form aligns with us, fits us. Terra is disciple of Gaia. Twilight. No better. Twilight uses. Twilight princess. Gaia uses. Terra. The Twilight princess? I had only heard about her in the Twilight dungeon. Was the girl I had been talking to an avatar of the Twilight princess? I had only seen her as a mermaid, and as a karma that had infected Carmen. What did she have to do with all of this? I decided not to get caught up in that and ask something else. You took over this world. Correct, look. Around, she declared in her stilted voice, glancing across the dead world. This is a memory. Of before. This is Twilight's memory. If Twilight was annealing Lauren to me, it would be possible I'd get some kind of memories. She probably tried to limit those, but perhaps some things couldn't be helped. I looked around. It's all dead. It's past, she declared. We came. Brought life. Brought Gaia. How can that be so? Don't you blend our souls, I repeated Twilight's words. Create new. Old must give way. Only through struggle. Does life continue? Twilight? Is stagnancy. Twilight? Death. We offer new way, a future. We give choice. Her way only leads here. Slavery, death of everything. If I could believe Gaia, then everything seemed to fit. It was more complicated than good or evil. These were two completely different philosophies. Twilight created a spiritual heaven, allowing people to live out their stories until they eventually blended into her cause. This might seem like a humane method, but there were problems with such a communal choice. Sure, everyone was happy and there was no strife, but there was also no free will. It led to a world of stagnancy. It led to a dark world devoid of life. For a bit, I had seriously been considering Twilight's words. They sounded so peaceful and nice. Yet, I was beginning to see the poison in those worlds. It was nothing more than a gilded cage for your soul. You were essentially allowed to live to death. It wasn't peaceful. It was sad. Why did you appear to me? I asked. Need. Help. Deep dwarves. Put hole in her cage. King is dying. Must stop. If you put her in the cage in the first place, can't you do it again? Have grown. Weak. Phi. Run off. Dungeons. Hurt. I immediately understood what she meant. A long time had passed since then. She had once been powerful, but then she was weak. In her prime, she would have been tended to by the Phi. However, the Phi were driven off, and the races that make up the continent of Ferrith had done a bad job keeping her clean of curses. Those mega dungeons, in particular, must severely weaken Gaia. Constantly sapping mana away and converting it into their counter, lore. Last question? Why should I trust you? She didn't respond. After a few seconds, her eyes lost their luster, and her hair started to become a more solid color. Although her eyes remained green and her hair was still shades of green and blue. Master, I have stood beside Gaia my entire life. This voice was distinctly Terra. I don't know if I understand it quite myself, but I feel like I was built for this. For being her acolyte. Terra? You don't have to trust Gaia, she responded. But can you trust me? A small smile formed on my lips. I do. With everything. Chapter 1382. What do I do? It's simple. Allow Gaia to enter your soul world, Terra explained. Then, when you summon your soul back to your body, it will bring Gaia into Twilight. She'll be able to temporarily weaken Twilight and allow you to be pulled out of her lore. What happens next is on Master. I believe Master will be able to call my soul and Garnet's souls back to our bodies, though. I was able to reason out the risk of what she was asking me. Anything that entered my soul world had the potential to damage or even destroy my soul. There was a certain level of trust before I allowed anyone in there. If I let someone in there that wished me harm, they could cause it, especially if they were Gaia. By letting her into my soul world, she could destroy me completely. If she saw me as a threat, which as a dungeon master, she absolutely could, this was a problem. There was just one thing. The king is planning on attacking Twilight by igniting my soul. Isn't this in Gaia's best interest? Why would she help me escape? Terra thought about it for a moment. I cannot say that I understand everything that Gaia wants. She's not a person. She is more an amalgamation of life. She's a billion thoughts collected into a stream of knowledge. However, I believe that she believes in you. It was no accident we found each other, and I became your slave. Gaia had wanted such a meeting. Is she the one who brought me here? I asked. After recovering Xiao, I had asked about that disc, my dungeon life. That's when she revealed it had been some kind of magical transport that was developed to activate upon use. She said that the disc had turned to dust as soon as she picked it up, so there was no getting more information. I did wonder just who had planted that disc in my room, or was it even intended for me? It might make sense if I was brought there by Gaia. I am not sure. Will she accept the soul-forging skill? What about the demons? I demanded. Terra smiled gently, lifting her hands. I am sorry. I was only able to connect like that briefly. I might be able to do it again when I grow stronger. I just don't know, Master. All I know is what Gaia chooses to share with me. I won't ask you to trust her completely, but she has kept me from being absorbed by Twilight for these months, and I believe she does want to help Master now. I frowned for a moment, but I knew that in the end, I would have to make a decision. As for my decision, I would never turn my back on Terra, so there wasn't one. I didn't trust Gaia, but I did trust Terra. She would never allow something to happen that would hurt me. Fine. I will accept her entry into my soul, and then some on it, I declared, and then coughed awkwardly. How do I do that? That part is simple, Terra giggled. As her avatar, I will act as a conduit. When you restore our slave bond, it will give her a pathway to your soul. Humph. As if I was planning to leave here without bonding you. I took several steps forward and grabbed Terra in my arms. She looked up at me and smiled. I'll see Master shortly. I've missed you so much. Terra, I love you. I love you too. Our lips met, and I began to enslave her, taking her bond and reforging our connection once again. There was a bright light, and when it all faded, my eyes opened to find myself standing in the strange library with Twilight once again. The soul lore is now a part of you. You have gained the soul-forging blessing. For earning lore, you have gained 10 dungeon points. You have an increased affinity with souls. You can more easily bind and shape souls. Dark Priest has increased by 10 levels. Dungeon Builder has increased by 10 levels. Necromancer has increased by 10 levels. For mastering the soul, you have unlocked the job, Soulsmith. The 7th gong had begun to ring. Chapter 1383. Are you able to summon your soul? Twilight asked. She was looking at me like she had before I left, seemingly completely unaware of the conversation I had just shared with Gaia and Terra by using a slave bond with Terra. I had somehow allowed Gaia an entrance into my soul world. When I summoned my soul world here and Twilight attempted to invade it, that was when things were going to get messy. I had faith in Terra, and with the feeling of her soul connecting to mine, there was no doubt that she was my Terra. Thus, I had nothing left to do other than begin the process. With the bell ringing, the seventh A-Day had started. The Dwarf King could ignite my soul at any second, so there was no time to waste. He hadn't said what point on the seventh A-Day he would ignite it. He just said that I had 7 days. I slammed my hands together, my body glowing from the numerous blessings sketched all over my body. I adjusted my jobs and skills accordingly, amplifying my resistance to miasma and darkness, and then I equipped the Soulsmith job. As Twilight had stated, the job immediately unlocked the first skill. You have unlocked the spell, Soul Summon. I began to cast the spell. Like Resurrection, it was a spell that seemed to take on a lot of mana. Rather, it was probably because of my soul's distance and the fact it was in someone else's clutches that made it difficult to summon. The first part of the spell seemed easy. This was the part where I located my soul and then attached mana-like wires to it, which would be used to pull it to my body. However, as soon as I started pulling, that was when it got difficult. I could feel a sharp pain that was reminiscent of the pain I felt while I was refining Elysia's soul in the illusory sword dungeon. This was soul pain, caused only when you were directly damaging your soul. I also felt resistance, a force pulling back against my soul, trying to keep it from being lost. GH, it's not moving, I growled. I am going to damage my soul like this. You have to keep going. If he wins, he will destroy your soul. Surely. A little damage is a better alternative, Twilight encouraged, looking just a bit worried. Your soul belongs to your body. In a way, you have a home advantage. Your soul longs to be in its proper place. You can defeat him, even with Soul Summon. It turned out that this wasn't that easy. He was a powerful king who was able to defeat me with ease. Now, I was trying to steal my soul right out from under him, and he was very aware I was doing it. It felt extremely painful. And there were also those inside my soul world to worry about. What would happen if my soul ripped while Pate, Dev, and Elysia were still in my soul world? Ah! I screamed as I tried to pull harder and harder. But King Diorite wasn't willing to give up. You must pull harder. There is no time. If you fail, he'll ignite your soul. Twilight shouted. My only thought was that I'd need to get him to let go. In his mind, if my soul was swallowed, it'd just be more food for the darkness. He didn't know about my plan. I did the only thing I could think of. I reached out to Elysia. I used mana and the connection I had with my soul as I played tug, a war across a vast difference. Elysia! You have to tell him. Tell him. To let go. I know what I am doing. He just needs to. Trust me. I sent such a strangled message. I didn't know if the message reached him, but I felt my own sum unstarting to fail. In the end, he was even too strong here. I need your soul, Twilight snarled. With it, I can finally free myself from this prison. What at that moment, my soul suddenly stopped facing pressure. It was like when someone was playing tug-of-war, and one side let go. My soul flew into me so quickly that I was knocked to my knees. As my soul returned, Twilight began laughing. Finally, your soul is mine. Chapter 1384. I coughed, trying to regain my breath after the shock of my soul flying back. I immediately reached for Elysia, Pate, and the others, only to find them absent from within my soul world. The implication was clear. King Diorite would allow me to have my soul. But if I had somehow lied or failed him, then they would pay the price. Elysia, in particular, also was a god's soul. She could likely be used to ignite his weapon as well. It might not have the same punch, but if you threw in Pate and Dav, who was to say? Twilight's words and sudden change in demeanor upon me pulling my soul across the void were alarming. What are you saying? I have to say, I wasn't confident in you being able to succeed. Even if you just destroyed your soul in the process, it would have kept him from using that weapon. But such an outcome would have made me sad. The real reason I wanted you to bring your soul was for a different matter. You want a god's soul. I guessed. She chuckled. So, you do understand a bit. I am sorry that I had to lie to you. But I've needed a god's soul. A soul that has merged miasma with the mana of this world. Once I touch your soul and unify with it, we'll be able to pass Gaia's barrier and finally free ourselves from this prison. Gaia's barrier, not King Diorite. Did you think a single measly king or a haphazard dungeon could stop me? I was imprisoned within Gaia's world for untold eons. It was King Diorite who helped me escape from that prison. I began to merge with him. But then halfway through he had second thoughts. I tried to motivate him to finish what we started. But then he turned against me and fled with his people. He chopped his soul in two, abandoning his darkness to cut me off from the light. That is his sin. Then, what is the point of the barrier? I've already begun to break free from Gaia. That can't be stopped. It might be another 1,000 years without him, but I will escape in time. The barrier works as a patch to keep that from happening. However, the patch grows weaker every day, and when it's gone, I will slowly break out and rise to the surface. At least, that was until you arrived. I'll speed up the process. You wanted me to come? I predicted. She gave a nod. Making sure that message reached you safely was difficult. But after absorbing the soul of that dwarf child and reading her mind, I knew I had to get you down here. The other one was too difficult, but she served her purpose in sending it. I still had to deactivate her to keep her from causing more trouble. Her soul has been difficult to deal with. But in time, I will absorb her like all of the others. Tara? Garnet? I showed her a deliberate look of shock. I knew what she was trying to do. She was trying to mentally throw me off. She was going to attack my soul. And it was always better when the person was confused and uncertain, just like how that mad scientist took control of Miki while she was vulnerable. When you arrived without your soul, it was truly heartbreaking, but it has all worked for the best. Now that your soul is here, I can unify with you and escape my prison. I no longer have to be trapped down here. It's time to begin. Chapter 1385. Wait just a moment. What about your promise of living out my life? I demanded. Even though I had never bought into her promises, I didn't know what I was procrastinating for. With my soul out of King Diorite's grip, we probably had a bit of safety. Of course, he could still ignite his weapon at any moment, but he had to at least give me a bit of time. Right? You will become my new avatar. As the Twilight Princess was before she was broken in half by Gaia's champion and her light stolen from me. Do not worry. I won't allow you to escape me as Diorite did. Only when our souls are unified completely will I make my move. I am sorry I misled you before. You will not be allowed to live your life in harmony. But I will find a place for all of those important to you, and they will live in happiness and peace. As for you, you will have a glory that will last the ages. I never agreed to this. You won't have a choice, she snapped. Now, unify with me, and we will become one. As she said this, she ripped open her dress, and her clothing fell to the floor, revealing her naked body. I stared at her slender, naked body. She had pale skin, dark hair, and red eyes. In a lot of ways, she looked a bit like Xiao, although her chest was a bit larger. It was clear that the demons took after her in appearance. Or maybe the Twilight Princess was a demon. She didn't appear to have any horns, but in this illusory world, appearances could be deceiving. I shook my head. That wasn't the thing to be thinking about right now. Why was she naked? How did you think our unity would be achieved? She asked, stepping forward. You don't need to worry. I will make your final experience extremely enjoyable. Whew! This was not the direction I was expecting this to go. I took a step back, only for my legs to hit something and fall back. I realized I had fallen back onto a bed. I looked behind and then in front, and the entire room had changed. We were now in my bedroom, where I had shared my bed without countless women. Twilight stepped toward me, her hips swaying seductively as she reached the foot of the bed. She lifted her hand and snapped her finger, and the clothing that offered me protection evaporated like smoke. I desperately tried to cover myself with my sheets. You should be pleased. This body is desirable and also a virgin's body, she declared. How can that be? I coughed awkwardly. Wouldn't you have needed to do this with King Diorite? She made a face. No, I didn't use such a method then. Our method was slow and methodical. By doing this, our souls will touch, and only then will I be able to unify with you completely. Our souls will merge, and we will become one being. Wait. You are not destroying me? I blinked. She stopped for a moment. That is Gaia's motif. I've already told you, Deke. I am not the bad guy. I don't want to destroy you. I want to unify with you. Our souls will become one. Your mind will be my mind. And my mind will be yours. You will know all that I know, and I will know all of you. I am not talking about using you. I am talking about merging our bodies and souls to live together in each other's embrace for eternity. This is why you can trust that I will keep your women safe, because I will be you and every decision we make from now on. We will make together. Instinctively, I wanted to resist, but Gaia didn't interrupt. Was she not going to do anything until the point we unified? She looked down as my member started to harden. I had to do what I had to do. Chapter 1386. We're almost there. Twilight smiled. We're almost one. Your soul is so interesting. Very interesting. Is that so you've already been marked by me twice and you didn't even know it? This blessing here. And this one here. Her finger moved over my body, touching the blessings. The first she pointed at was the Twilight Blessing. Given that it had her name, I didn't doubt that there was some connection to her. However, the second blessing caught me off guard. What did Shao have to do with Twilight? That's when I remembered she was a demon, and might even be descended from the royal line. I still didn't understand the connection between Twilight and the demons. But I felt like the farther along we went, the clearer such things became. As our souls drew closer and close together, I began to understand more and more about Twilight, and she began to understand more and more about me. It wasn't at the level of being able to read each other's lore. To use a familiar analogy, it'd be like getting close enough to see the outside of a book. You could read the title, see the cover, and read the back. You could glean certain things, like what type of genre and how thick it was, and you could guess as to the story, even if you didn't know the contents. That's how I became aware of just how terrifying she was. My soul was massive, nearly double the size of another person's soul. I had gotten used to the feeling of absolute dominance I had. Only when versus another god soul like Diorite did I truly feel pressured. Yet, as I drew toward Twilight's soul, the thing I felt most was terror. It was a massive oblique of darkness. If souls were like worlds, then she was the sun. She said that I would become with her, and that my mind would be one with her mind. And while I believed that to be true, I could see the true consequences of that merging. I'd be a mere speck in the landscape of her soul. My presence would almost account for nothing, lost amongst a sea of lore. I'd barely be a side note, a few lines of scribbled text. When I merged with her, I would become nothing. I could see why Diorite turned and ran as he faced that. Except, Where his joining was a slow process where he was given time to have second thoughts, our unity had been expedited a bit. Her sun was charging toward my world, reading to consume it within her flames of darkness. Even if I wanted to resist, it was far too late. I was being consumed, and soon I was just another drop in her sea of darkness. I admired Diorite for being powerful enough to turn away and even to cut off his soul, but I was finished. Your bonds will be my bonds. Your soul will be my soul. Finally, we are as one. Her voice erupted throughout my soul, demanding completely subservience. Humph! As if I'd let you have my man. What? Who is that? I have spent my life buried in darkness. Then Master appeared and became my light. So, I am Master's shield, and I will protect him with my everything, especially from filthy skanks like you. Chapter 1387. This. No, no, you can't be here. Twilight jumped off of me, stepping back with fear in her eyes. Stop! No! As she cried out, I felt a white light washing over me. Rather than feeling like I was falling into an abyss, it felt like I was grabbed and was being embraced and hugged, lifted away from harm. Was this Gaia I didn't know, but I could feel the power growing, wrapping around me? Strands of darkness that had tied themselves around me, things that I hadn't even noticed before, started to crack and break away. I hadn't realized how many threads Twilight had attached to me until they broke. How could you do this to me? Twilight shouted. How dare you let Gaia in here? The illusion began to break away. And there was once a bedroom became a realm of darkness stretching to eternity, exploding around my body. Or it would be more accurate to say my soul. Light erupted out, pushing her back a step at a time. She slowly retreated into the darkness. Her eyes glared at me hatefully as she took one step at a time, being pushed away by the light. There is no freedom in the path you lead. I finally got out. Freedom! She made an ugly face. What is the point of freedom when it only results in pain and misery, when you've lost everything and the light has snuffed out? You'll come crawling back to me. You'll beg for the peace and tranquility I can offer you. Her voice grew weaker and weaker as she spoke. Her body had disappeared, and only her face could still be seen, floating in a sea of darkness that seemed to be broiling with anger. At that point, the light around me became so bright that it started to cover my vision. Twilight's face became a distant memory as a roaring sound like a waterfall surged in my ears. The peaceful feeling continued to grow as the darkness was thrown back. And then there was nothing but a space of infinite whiteness around me. Master, there isn't much time. I turned to see Tara standing nearby, a small smile on her face. Tara! I approached her quickly. Your soul has been severed from her grasp? The protection Gaia has given you will last for a time, but your body is still in jeopardy. Any soul Twilight has ever summoned can be called upon. Her shadow wraiths are deadly and dangerous, and they will likely be pursuing you. but they are vulnerable to your white mage magic. I will return to my body now. As a golem, my body would have been unharmed. As for Garnet, she stopped, biting her tongue. What about Garnet? Never mind that. You must take this now. She thrust something out in her hand. I looked down at it, and I immediately recognized the item. The dungeon core I was going to give my daughter in the illusion. It was this item that I had been seeking the entire time. I had been seeking it so that I could give it to my daughter for her birthday, but I had never managed to reach it. I had just assumed it was some representation of my soul world created by Twilight to teach me her lesson. Your mind creates a way out of that world. Had you found it would have been able to escape on your own? But she had interrupted your dream directly to keep you from finding it. Take it, there is no time. She didn't need to tell me twice. I reached out and grabbed the necklace, and the world shattered around me. Chapter 1388. Gasping for air, my eye opened into a dark, dank prison. My body felt extremely weak. But wouldn't it after lying around for a week? This must have been what Tara had meant. Her golem body could last years. But a human body would start to break down and die without food. Just like the world in Twilight's memory. It was a place of death and decay. Since Garnet was taken who knew how long ago, it was almost certain she had died, and her body had turned to ash. I immediately began to cast healing spells on myself as I tore off of the black slime that seemed to be restraining me. It was rubbery and took a bit of effort to remove, especially when the majority of my body was encased in it. However, now that I was completely lucid, I knew the kind of danger I was in. I broke free from the casing, falling to my knees as I cast a few more spells. I reached into my soul world, and to my relief, the king had left my supplies in there. I immediately pulled out some water of life and drank it. As I drank it quickly, some of it missed my mouth and splashed onto the ground. When it touched the muck I was standing in, there was a sizzling sound. "Master!" a voice cried out some distance away. "Tara, Master!" I forced myself to my feet and began half stumbling, half running through the muck. This entire area seemed like some kind of nest, covered in cold miasmic goo. I called out Tara's name a few more times, following her voice until I found her. She was much more covered than I was, completely encased in miasma until only her eyes could be seen. It was no wonder she had abandoned her body and opted to hide within the earth. As soon as I reached her, I began to rip away the miasmic goop restraining her. When I had enough, I grabbed her small form and pulled, ripping her free. As soon as she was free, I grabbed her and hugged her tightly. Tara let out a part laugh, part sobby. "Master, I thought you were..." I feared. "I came," I declared, squeezing her tightly. I knew my Tara. And even with her small form, she absolutely wouldn't break. So I squeezed her as tightly as I could. Of course, Tara didn't hold back either, squeezing me and sobbing with her face pressed into my chest. "Master, We need to get going. Tara finally let go, rubbing her filthy cheeks with the back of her hand. Gaia's counterattack might have stunned her for a moment, but soon she'll pursue us. Just as she did the dwarves all those years ago. She won't allow herself to lose another god's soul. We can't go without Garnet, I declared. Where is her body? I'll resurrect her. Tara froze and then shook her head. I am sorry, Master. That's what I needed to tell you before. What? Garnet has been absorbed by the darkness. Her soul is mixed in that sea. I was able to use Gaia and our slave bond to free your soul, but your slave bond with her is gone. Her soul cannot be recovered. Master, Garnet is dead. Chapter 1389. Part of me had always prepared for the possibility that I wouldn't be able to bring everyone back. After all, I had been gone 4 months, and a soul's lifespan outside of the body should theoretically only be a single month. After that, the chances of a successful resurrection quickly dropped. I was already lucky that Tara was able to survive through her unique properties. Both her strange relationship with Gaia and her enduring golem body. It only stood to reason that Garnet, who didn't have anything special about her, would have passed on and been absorbed. I still had to try to resurrect Garnet. I understood that pulling her from the clutches of twilight wasn't quite like resurrecting someone from Gaia. However, unlike Gaia, who broke a soul away, twilight merged with the souls. That meant that the soul would remain intact, even if it had been several months since they died. Yet, I also realized that with the slave bond severed, I had nothing truly connecting me to her soul. I looked through the stuff in my soul world, and I quickly realized that I had nothing of Garnet's, nothing with her signature that could be used to resurrect her. The Sylve Thrill sword that she had a hand in making was still in the dungeon treasury. It had remained unperturbed even through the maid's lament. Powerful enchanted items tended to not be digested by dungeons for mana. The effort of doing so often exceeded the energy that could be gained. This was probably also why certain souls weren't digested by a dungeon. Powerful souls and strong lores survived. It was too much effort to break one down. I started to realize there was probably a second reason too. Strong lore had a chance of changing a dungeon. Seeing the lore that made up Twilight, and just how insignificant I was compared to her world lore, I began to realize that's likely how a normal soul felt when it was being devoured by a dungeon. However, if that balance wasn't so exaggerated, then the absorbed soul would alter the lore just as much as the lore would alter the soul. Suffice it to say that this experience with merging with Twilight had given me a lot of insight into the lore and what soul absorption truly meant. However, those thoughts were only a means to an end. The point was to bring Garnet back. I shot Tara a look. Where is her body clothing? Did you keep anything? It's not that simple, Tara sighed. You remember the difference between karmic souls and mana souls, right? A karmic soul is made of miasma, and a mana soul is made of mana. I responded impatiently. She nodded. What happens when someone with a karmic soul leaves it? I blinked. They slowly are converted to mana. She nodded again. And the opposite is true as well. When a person enters a dungeon, their soul is slowly corrupted by miasma and becomes karmic. Do you remember the difference between miasma and mana? Mana comes from this world, and miasma comes from other worlds? I frowned as the meaning behind her words started to click. Miasma is essentially mana with a different life signature. One coding to a different life stream. That's what all of this is. It's the congealed miasma from Twilight's life stream. She gestured haphazardly. The fundamental reason you can't resurrect a person from a dungeon is that once their soul is exposed, the dungeon will begin to alter them, turning their soul karmic. It isn't just that their soul is broken up and turned to miasma, but the signature changes completely. Their soul becomes unrecognizable. Her words made a lot of sense. I had always assumed that priests didn't both resurrecting the dead in dungeons out of fear of dungeons. And because of the way dungeons broke apart souls quickly to feed themselves. While that was certainly a reason, one could theorize that a priest could make a good profit just by waiting at the entrance, and then resurrecting anyone who died within a day or two. However, there was a second problem at play. The very act of the soul becoming karmic changed its nature. Every soul had an identity, its unique code. You could only resurrect someone by summoning their code. That signature could be read off of various things. Something that they imparted their mana into a slave bond, or a drop of blood. However, if something started to scramble that signature, resurrecting them would be impossible. Priests didn't have a resurrection spell or the mana reserves of half of my own. It was likely they didn't resurrect people from dungeons, because they never succeeded in doing so. I felt like this was something I should have known already. I should have had more conversations with Mary. Since my white mage ability always seemed better than the priest's, I had never really asked very many questions about them. Plus, they were mostly secretive and closed off, not wanting their secrets to leak outside their respective religion. However, the point of Tara's words was crystal clear. Garnet's signature had already changed. That's not to say she had a karmic soul already, but it probably wasn't fully mana either. Even if I had her body, and even if I had the strength to pull her from Twilight's clutches, I wouldn't be able to summon her. Regrettably, I didn't have time to dwell on it any longer. Shadows began to rise from the ground, forming into three-dimensional shapes all around us. Twilight had started her move. Chapter 1390. Master. We need to go, Tara warned. I pulled out my blade and slashed the closest shadow wraith, only for my sword to slide right through it. Right? Without Elysia, it was just a sword capable of doing physical damage. These shadow wraiths were like ghosts. That meant that they weren't something that I could fight that way. However, I also didn't have Miki or Celeste. You said that white mage would be effective against them, but they aren't undead, I said while backing up. I don't know. I was just repeating what Gaia told me, Terra responded worriedly. Unfortunately, these wraiths weren't Terra's forte either. She was a physical fighter and had almost no soul protection. In a lot of ways, she was the exact opposite of Miki. If she couldn't block it or punch it, then she was rendered useless. I wouldn't suppose Gaia gave you any tricks up her sleeve, I asked hopefully. Perhaps you can conjure Gaia. Terra shook her head. I can't do it here. This is Twilight's domain. I can only summon Gaia when I am close to her. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. I tried to think about how White Mage would be useful. The pair of us were backing away. But the shadows were coming from all sides and there was nowhere to run. More and more wraiths were appearing every second, seeming to crawl out of every shadow. Shadows! That's right. She turned off my light. I used Storb to create a light orb and then tossed it down the path. The darkness immediately responded to the light, sizzling like it was being burned. The shadows near the light immediately retreated. And the shadowy corner the light struck no longer spawned any more enemies. My relief was momentary when the darkness closed in on the light. It lasted for a few moments, before sputtering out like the miasma had just eaten away all of the mana. That was probably what had happened. I created another orb, and then another one. I started tossing them in one direction, forcing back the shadow creatures as I grabbed Terra's hand and fled. This entire place was a maze, though, and figuring out how to get out was near impossible. We turned a corner, only to find a hallway filled with shadow creatures. There are too many of them, Terra cried out. Let's see if they can handle this. I pulled some fairy dust out of my soul world and lifted my palm toward the crowd. Create waters of life. A stream of water shot out, and whatever it struck sizzled and cried out. The pair of us began to move forward. The area the water fell becoming ground, the shadows wouldn't walk. Our movements were slow, and the shadows from behind were catching up. But we managed to slowly make our way through the hallway as I spurted water everywhere. The hallway was thick with smoky miasma, which seemed to be released from the burning black stuff, only confirming my belief it was congealed miasma, the karmic equivalent of waters of life, which rather than resembling a liquid, instead had a mucus-like consistency. When we reached the end of the hallway, I suddenly grew a bit dizzy. Terra grabbed me, keeping me standing. Master, you shouldn't use up mana so fast. I shook my head, pulling out a vial of water of life and drinking it, making what was doing feel a bit redundant. However, the vials I made came from the fairy spring and were much more concentrated than what I made on the fly. So even after dumping gallons of liquid, the vial helped, yet it shouldn't have been needed. While Waters of Life did use a lot of mana to cast, I was in an environment rich with miasma. It might be that a normal person would struggle with a low mana Reagan deep in the dungeons surrounded by miasma. But I had a god soul. I could absorb miasma too, and convert it into mana. This is her miasma. Tara seemed to understand what I was thinking, and gave an unfortunate answer. She can deny you access to it. You can forcibly refine it, but it would be a slow and grueling process. I finished. In other words, in Twilight space, this was a low Reagan area. I felt like I was at the bottom of a mega dungeon. The difficulty level was just way too high. We turned to run again, and then my foot hit something and I stumbled. I glanced down to see a body. At first, I had feared it was Garnet. But I realized this body had been here too long, and was nothing but a skeleton now. I stopped as something in the back of my mind stirred. Master, we need to go, Tara encouraged me again. It's just a body. They're everywhere. This place is a graveyard. A graveyard, I raised an eyebrow. Just what I needed. Chapter 1391. One thing had happened right after another. I had barely had any time to think. I had originally thought that the bodies of everyone who died were completely digested. It turned out that this wasn't the case. Instead, they were brought down where someone tended to bring bottoms. The catacombs under the castle. How did I know we were in the catacombs? I pulled out the menu and was able to discover above us the area of the city. We were directly under the castle. As for how we could make it from the castle to where I was knocked out, the map didn't give me that information. I had also tried to use Portal and found myself unable to make it through this junk. Twilight was trying to keep me from fleeing and was blocking that spell. I knew it. That's when I recalled someone I had completely forgotten, someone important. I lifted my hand, praying that this would work. Since I couldn't portal out, maybe I could bring someone to me? Summon monster! Tara was confused as I began to cast a spell. A magical circle forming on the floor as the spell took. That's when a little girl seemed to appear from glowing light. She was curled into herself, her knees up, and her head pressed down. Her body was shaking, and it looked like she was as terrified. I let out a breath as I looked down at the little girl. It hadn't been sure it would work until that moment. How long ago had I been split away from Sapphire after taking me? The darkness had seemingly ignored her. Perhaps it feared that King Diorite had done something to her. In the same way, Gaia and managed to infect my soul. She was connected to his former dungeon, after all. That would mean that she had been waiting abandoned in the darkness for 7 days. Feeling a tinge of guilt, I kneeled and put my hand on her gently. She jerked at the touch, slowly looking up at me. I am sorry I left you here. But I will always come back. Her eyes turned watery, and then she jumped on me, wrapping her arms around mine. Another girl, Tara sighed. Aren't they getting younger, Master? I cleared my throat. Never mind that right now, Sapphire. I need you right now. The path we had blocked with waters of life and slowly been eaten away. and the lines of shadow creatures were starting to close in on us again. Sapphire seemed to understand the situation. And so she pulled away, wiping her tears and giving an assertive nod. "What can she do?" Tara asked uncertainly. "We have an army of shadows following us," I declared to her. "Do you know what we could use? We could use our army." Tara continued to look confused, but Sapphire's eyes brightened. She lifted her hands and then began to move them, not unlike a puppeteer. A moment later, I could hear rattling and movement. There were countless forms scattered around that all started to move at once. The person I had tripped over suddenly started moving, ripping his way out of the concentrated miasma until he could stand before us. The dark shadows that were getting closer had frozen, seemingly caught off guard. All around us, the undead began to awaken. Chapter 1392. The shadow wraiths were made from the souls of those she had previously captured. Meanwhile, the undead rising under Sapphire's care were the bodies of those captured by Twilight. In other words, the former deep dwarves were in a sad state where their souls were under the control of the darkness, and their bodies were under the control of a necromancer, and they were forced to fight themselves. I wasn't positive if an undead could fight a ghost, but given the circumstance, I believed it would work. Fighting erupted everywhere as the undead began to battle the legions of shadow wraiths. Sapphire cast out her net to every dead creature, performing a mass revival that could only be managed by a zombie queen. "You think this is over? This will never be over," a booming voice erupted out. That could only be Twilight, who had been pushed to a state of fury after our actions. The undead seemed to fight with a vigor unmatched by their counterparts from Sapphire's former group. It was almost like the bodies remembered where they came from and took great pleasure in a chance to stick it to Twilight. The number of undead was equal to the number of wraiths, but they seemed to fight more ferociously. I began to hypothesize that the reason these bodies hadn't turned to dust was that these were the dwarves that were still fighting Unity. I had originally guessed that all of the dwarves would have lived out their days and unified with Twilight. After all, how much time had passed since then? Yet, if their lore had combined with her main body, then what was she sending out to attack us? I began to realize the truth of it. The souls she was using, these so-called wraiths, were the souls of those who were still fighting her. She could control them, but they refused to unify with her. They were the Onri and the resistant, refusing to have their life snuffed out and suppressed. This is why they were wraiths. And this is why the wraiths were exactly equal to the bodies. They hadn't been absorbed like the rest of the lore in the city. I picked up Sapphire in my arms, and the three of us ran while she focused on fighting the darkness. Sapphire had also been suppressed by this creature. She had been abandoned in darkness and forced to endure. So with a chance to let loose, her fury was no less than her undead companions. Tara and I ran as quickly as we could. I used the map to guide me, trying to connect the lines on the map that still ended up leading us to a dead end twice. But I finally managed to find the stairway that led back to the castle. We raced through the castle, wraiths chasing us, and the undead chasing and stalling them. I occasionally made a light or band dropped it to slow them down, but those only lasted a few moments before flickering out. We reached the door and kicked it open, stepping out from the castle into the city. As we began to race out of the city, the battle seemed to move into the streets. The underground labyrinth seemed to be connected to every house in the city at this point. And from every building poured out wraiths and undead. As we reached the gate, I let out a shout. "King Diorite! We're here! Help us out!" As we waited for an answer, the undead formed a barrier around the city exit, blocking the wraiths from coming forward. However, as we got closer and closer to escaping, the wraiths grew more and more frantic. I was just thinking we hadn't moved far enough when I heard a voice as clear as day. "I sent you down to bring back 2 souls. I only see one." "You have failed, so rot down there in the dark." After struggling to survive twilight, I had almost forgotten that King Diorite wasn't really an ally. I still didn't understand his reasoning, but without Garnet, there was only death. Chapter 1393. You are seriously going to abandon us? I had to admit I was still taken aback by his callous answer. Garnet and Tara were my women. If anyone was hurt by their loss, it was me. I still wasn't giving up on Garnet. But I needed time to think and go through my list. That was impossible while I was being actively pursued by Twilight's wraiths. Yet, none of that should matter to this guy. You dare bring back that thing that pretends to be my daughter. Yet you cannot bring back my real daughter. I had hoped that since you knew her, you would be able to bring her back. If that fake could also find some use, even better. Yet, you both failed. You and that fake can die for your uselessness. His words struck me like a gong. I was confused for a bit, but then my mind started to piece everything together. The reason that the king had spared my life and sent me down here was that he had glanced into that imager and seen Garnet. Garnet was his real daughter. How could that be? I knew very little about her life. But what I did know didn't match with her being his daughter. As I was thinking this, I felt a gentle tug on my shirt, and I looked down at the little girl standing next to me. Garnet had darker skin, and she had fiery red hair and eyes. Her body resembled that of a 14-year-old or so. If I de-aged her, paled her skin, and made her hair and eyes a cool blue, she wouldn't have looked too dissimilar. I had originally assumed their family appearance was just because they were both deep dwarves. They could have been sisters. But I once again didn't realize they were the same person. It wasn't uncommon for 2 versions of someone to wear different faces. When Shin had been divided, her human and Austerian bodies possessed separate appearances. And it was the same for the Deke made in Miki's dungeon, although he was also influenced by the mad scientist. "Save them," she responded, her eyes teary. "What?" I frowned. "Save who? Save all." "Save family." "I can't," I responded bitterly. a feeling of helplessness washing over me. I can't reach them. They are with Twilight. She gave a sad smile. I can. She suddenly spun away and ran. I let out a cry as she went back into the town square, where her undead was slowly being broken down by the spirits. Between them, the battle was not going in our favor. While their fervor had kept the undead going longer, there was a distinct difference between them. When the dead were too damaged, they didn't get back up, but the souls seemed to be able to regenerate over and over again. Thus, even though they started equal, the numbers were quickly dipping in the Wraith's favor. Sapphire ran out into that mess, her small form allowing her to dive through crowds of creatures that ended up in my way and kept me from following her. When she reached the middle of the courtyard, she was surrounded by shadows who had all turned their focus on her. Sapphire, no! Something about the look on her face started to give me a bad feeling. However, Sapphire wasn't my slave. She was a monster, and even tamed monsters could be willful and ignore their masters. She lifted her hand in the air, and then called out a skill I had never heard before in a voice so light that it was almost lost to the sounds of fighting. Corpse Party. Chapter 1394. What is she doing? Tara jumped in front of me, trying to create a barrier to impede the souls. It only succeeded in stopping the undead. The souls walked through it, and unimpeded by their enemies, started to surround us. While this was happening, the wraiths began to move around Sapphire too. However, she didn't protect herself, and her undead army remained where they were, trying to defend the pair of us. Just as they reach her, a wave of light erupted out from Sapphire's hands. The wraiths weren't pushed away by the light. Instead, they seemed to stop, as if something else had caught their interest. They turned away from Sapphire and began walking away. The ones that were in front of us did the same. They just stopped, stared for a few seconds, and then seemed to lose interest in us. All of the fightings had stopped in an instant, and the undead was no longer trying to attack the wraiths any more than the wraiths were trying to attack the undead. Instead, they seemed to stand as if in a trance. Tara and I watched dumbfounded as one of the souls walked directly into a corpse. The two of them merged like one. Their features began to change, the undead person appearing both more alive and more ghostly, like a blue phantasm superimposed over the form of what a person should be. More and more spirits found a body, slipping inside of it. Even those bodies that had been destroyed still had a spirit slip inside their non-moving form. The bodies seemed to repair themselves, as if unifying them made them stronger. I tried to understand what I was seeing, and it finally clicked. These were the undead, and they were fighting their spirits. Sapphire had used a powerful spell and merged the pair, combining body and spirit. As the last spirit entered the body, Sapphire looked up at me and gave a smile. "Bring them, Ba-Agha!" A sharp blade jutted through her chest, coming out of her front. The blade was completely black, and from the site of Sapphire's wound, Blackness began to spread out like it was contaminating her whole body. "Sapphire!" I shouted. As her body was lifted by the blade, that's when I was able to see who was on the other side. It was the face of Twilight. Her body was shrouded in complete darkness. Only her face was visible. "You have defied me enough," she snarled. I feared that if I absorbed this thing, it'd merge with her and she'd free herself. If I knew it was so dangerous, I would have destroyed it ages ago. To think she could pull away what is mine and sequester them in their original bodies. Such a nasty skill. "Let her go!" I shouted. She let out a laugh. "I am unity. Only I can unify all being. Only I can be the world. You will bow before me, and you will unify with me." I looked helplessly at Sapphire's face, but there was no pain or fear. She merely gave me another innocent smile. Her lips moved, simply saying 2 words. "Do it." "What?" "Did you say?" I asked Twilight, my body shaking with fury. "Did you just say the souls and bodies are together? These souls have defied my unity for too long?" She made a face. "Since they have decided to be disobedient, I'll have to force them, once I wrench them from these useless corpses." I smiled. "Hey, Twilight, do you want to see true unity?" She frowned. "What? Unify this!" I lifted my hand. "Mass resurrection." Chapter 1395. I had only casted the mass resurrection spell a handful of times, and every one of them had been extremely taxing. Without the support of Miki's dungeon, it would have been impossible to do what I had done in Daoshen. At this point, I had everything going against it. I was already low on mana, and I was in Twilight's domain. Not only did she claim the souls for herself, but she had slowly been trying to unify with them for untold years. Through some chance and luck, Sapphire had used her skill as a necromancer to force the souls to enter their bodies, and it created a single opportunity. Knowing this, I had to make the spell work, and so I put everything I had into it. A wave of light erupted from my body, shooting out across the city square and covering the army of undead. When the wave struck Twilight, she let out a cry, her darkness trying to push the light away. However, the light was resilient, and her body flickered, disappearing as she fled back into the darkness of the palace keep. Sapphire, who had still been held up by her, finally dropped to the ground. Even as I continued the spell, I raced toward Sapphire. Her injury wasn't just severe, but catastrophic. I didn't know what blade she used to stab her, but I instinctively could tell that it had special properties like Elysium. That meant that it could damage a person's very life force. As I ran toward her, the undead seemed to turn into white light, their bodies floating away to dust. As the bodies disappeared, a white light was left over, devoid of the darkness of the wraiths. They remained glowing for a few moments and then flickered out, disappearing from this world, one by one. The entire army of undead and wraiths were eliminated. I wasn't sure what was happening, but that wasn't what I was concerned about. I reached Sapphire, putting my arms around her and lifting her head. At this point, the black curse had already covered her body, and the black corruption was crawling up her neck. She was undoubtedly dying. Number: Sapphire. You can hold on. I lifted my hand to heal her, but she reached out and grabbed my wrist, stopping me. Family. Safe. A tear began to fall down my cheek. My heart had already been wounded when I found I couldn't save Garnet. And watching this little girl in my hands that I was helpless to save caused all of that emotion to finally come tumbling forth. Yeah, your family is safe. They're all safe. I tried to force a smile on my face, just as she was doing. A look of relief appeared in her eyes, and then there was nothing. She stared blankly up until her body slowly started to turn to ash. Within moments, her body could no longer be held up by me. And then it fell apart, falling to the ground with a puff. Only the outline of a little girl remained. Master! A hand gently touched my shoulder. I can save her, I snapped, raising my hand and casting resurrection. She was a monster without substantial lore, at least not enough to be called a karmic soul, but I could still bring it back. I had to. Her lore is destroyed. The darkness made sure of that. No, I can resurrect her. Master? I can. Master? You already have. I turned for the first time, looking up at Garnet standing there. Garnet was the daughter of the king, yet so was Sapphire. The answer to that was simple. They were the same person. They always had been. Chapter 1396. I am sorry I never told you. Garnet looked slightly awkward. It was Mary who had found me, who had freed me from that dungeon. After that, I started to look for fragments of myself. You see, I am not like Cilicia, whose entire soul was converted to Carmike. I am also not like Alaya, who formed from memory and grew powerful on her own. My soul was shattered and the pieces were scattered. I wanted to put my soul back together. I wanted to regain my lost memories. So I hunted down any rumor of dwarves. That's why I was in that miner's town so long ago. Orichalcum is the ore of the deep. I thought that if Widow's dungeon possessed some, then I might be able to reunite with the lore and regain some of my lost memories. It's also one of the reasons I wanted to come to the deep. I hoped to find the last remnants of my past. It seems that Master found them for me. Why didn't you tell me? She winced. I never really had the opportunity. We were only acquaintances at first. It wasn't until we met in Twilight Dungeon that I started to realize how you felt. I don't know if you remember, but what you said back then really affected me. You didn't care whether someone was karmic or not. That made me happy. Of course, I also had my doubts. Your soul had similarly been shattered. And I wasn't certain that you were truly you. Of course, there was Cilicia and Alea, but I was still afraid. At that point, I had already made up a story, and I didn't want to reveal to you the truth and risk changing things. I realized before I could be open to Master, I needed to understand myself. However, seeing crying over just a piece of me makes me feel a bit happy. It makes me realize that it doesn't matter who I am. Master would have accepted me anyway. G. Garnet! I finally stood up, turning to her. She smiled up at me. And that smile looked so much like that little girl's smile that it caused my heart to skip a beat. Every time I found a piece of my missing lore, I changed my name. I didn't make it up about dwarves changing names. Technically, we get a name at birth and then a new name on our naming day as an adult. I just decided that every time I merge with another piece of my soul, I become someone different and need a new name. I found a small piece of my lore in Twilight, which was why I renamed myself Garnet. Although I ended up losing this piece of myself, I think it has changed me anyway. Did she have a name? I called Sapphire. She nodded. Then, Sapphire will be my name from now on. Master, can you make me yours once again? I leaned down and kissed her on the lips, using Enslaved to reform the bond between us. When I pulled away, she was blushing nervously. Haven't you been teasing me since we met? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, but when you do it so suddenly. I wasn't ready, she responded, pouting cutely. Deke! What the hell do you think you are doing with my daughter? A voice bellowed out. King Diorite had chosen this moment of all moments to appear. Just my luck. Chapter 1397. Daughter. King Diorite wore a big smile as he looked at her, holding his arms out. But she grabbed my sleeve and moved behind me nervously, acting a bit like the previous Sapphire, and causing him to stop. What is this I? Don't know you, Sapphire said. Ja! He made a face. What are you saying I am your father? I am the king of the deep dwarves. What did you do to her this time? His eyes shot to me. However, I didn't feel anything but anger towards him. You are a fool. What did you say? His expression turned angry. You let her die? He sneered. And it brought back my true daughter. I see this as a win. I shook my head in disgust. You don't get it. Get what? Your daughter died a long time ago, I responded. His eyes narrowed. What are you saying? She's right in front of me? He's right, Sapphire spoke up. My soul was shattered. I was a soul shard born in a dungeon. I managed to collect and merge with the memories from other souls, and whatever pieces of my soul I could find. I am probably the most complete version of myself, which is probably what you felt. But I don't have any memory of you. Or the deep. He took a step back, his expression filled with shock. Number. That can't be right. My daughter has returned to me. You are right, I responded, shaking slightly. Your daughter did come back. Do you know what made your daughter, I asked? Her lore? Yeah. her memories, her love for you, and her family. Nothing else but that mattered. What are you saying? There was a piece of her soul made it back down here, I declared. A piece that desperately loved her family, that loved you. She loved you all so much, she returned to the deep, braving certain destruction so that she could be by you. He shook his head as realization started to dawn on him. Number. I nodded, an ugly expression on my face. The little girl contained what was left of her memories of you, and in the end, she gave herself up for you. Thursday? That's impossible. He took several steps back. In the end, Sapphire did what you couldn't. She protected her family. I waved a hand, and then a woman appeared. If he had been startled before, he nearly fell over. The woman who had appeared looked to be about 17. She had fiery red hair, and in reality, she looked almost identical to Garnet. Oh, lapis diorite, my love. The woman looked a bit confused. I know her. Sapphire frowned, peeking out from behind me. The woman named Lapis turned to Sapphire and then gasped. Daughterem. Mom Lapis took a step forward and threw her arms around her daughter, tears falling down her eyes. As for King Diorite, he could only watch with his mouth flapping open. After a few moments, he finally got some words out. Aishao, she managed to connect their souls to their bodies. The deep dwarves that held out from Twilight's unity, I responded. It comes out to about 300. They're in my soul world right now. I just guessed the woman's origins. Twilight had tried to take my family to force me to complete the unity. Lapis sacrificed herself to save our daughter. That was when I decided we needed to flee. She attacked the city a short time later. As he said this, the ground started to rumble. Master! Something's coming, Tara warned. I had hoped that the resurrection would have kept her away longer than that, but I was just being too hopeful. Twilight was starting her counterattack. Chapter 1398. The shaking grew worse and worse. And then the ground began to split open. Long vines began to erupt from the various houses. They were black and covered in thorns. And they were quickly crowing out, seemingly pulling the city apart. It's too late. The voice of Twilight boomed out across the courtyard. You may have stolen some of my power, but I have plenty to spare. Run all you want. I will consume everything. As if to punctuate her point, the entire town was being eaten in front of us. Innumerable vines wrapped around and consumed even the rocks. The view of the palace in the distance was quickly consumed by black vines, and more of them came every passing second. Heading in our direction, Tara grabbed me, helping me to my feet. After casting mass resurrection like that, even Refresh wouldn't be able to absorb the exhaustion I felt. After all, I had been starved and my body left for dead for nearly a week. And then I had to cast a powerful spell that overtaxed my body in an already low mana regen area. I am sorry. You are going to have to hold me. I apologized as I put most of my weight on Tara's small form. She smiled back. I am Master's shield. I will protect you always. Just leave it to me. I nodded and then turned to everyone else. Sapphire was still hugging her mom, while the king was still left in a stunned state. We need to get moving now. Can we get past the barrier? The king finally closed his mouth and glanced at me, his eyes slightly complicated. What? The barrier is down. Okay. Then we just have to head up. We can get to the surface. I tried to brainstorm. You don't understand. Without the barrier, she'd be free to continue consuming. She'll use this opportunity to head the surface. Her corruption and darkness will begin to spread again. Again, hell. My boy, the infernal dungeon. Hell, I frowned. You mean the dungeon under the Demon King's castle? Isn't it just the soul counterpart to the castle? If it were only so simple? Hell was the first place to burrow into her prison. The dungeon master of hell is Twilight. As we were speaking, Tara was mostly carrying me forward. We had fled past the entrance to the former Deep Dwarf city. The vines had already filled it up, turning the entire place into a realm of darkness. While I passed Ruby, I brought her and her mother into my soul world. I felt that was probably the safest place for them at the moment. That's when I noticed that King Diorite hadn't moved. He was still standing right at the entrance, seemingly lost in thought even as the vines broiled closer and closer. You can explain it all to me once we're someplace safe, I suggested. That's how she bypassed Gaia's prison. That's why the corruption spread across the north. My dungeon. My barrier. Separated her from the infernal dungeon. Once she has control of it, she can slowly reconquer it, and within a few months, she'll be able to reach the surface. I don't know how the demons are these days, but they'll renew their invasion of the continent with her behind them. That's the truth of it. I understand. Things are bad. 2 weeks. What? I can give you 2 weeks. I don't understand. I couldn't save my daughter or my people. When I found out my daughter had returned here, I was heartbroken. I had sent you down as a last-ditch effort, completely expecting you to fail. Yet, instead, you have saved everyone. King Diorite. He lifted his hand, and a ball of light appeared in it. I was very familiar with lore at this point. You were the one who saved my people, so I am afraid I am going to have to leave it to you to protect them from now on, he declared. In that time, you must come up with a proper defense. You must block her off from the infernal dungeon and keep her locked in her prison. Tell them I love them. Tell Sapphire. I am sorry I didn't see her. He waved his hand and the ball slammed into me. Tara let out a cry as the last bit of my energy left me. Connecting with this lore seemed to be all my body could take, and I slipped into unconsciousness. Chapter 1399. Although I was unconscious, I still seemed to have some kind of awareness. I could see myself as Tara picked me up and turned to flee. "Tell him," a voice came from my mouth. And that's when I realized that my senses were inside King Diorite. "Tell that boy he must learn to merge with those blessings. He must turn the lore into his lore. As long as it is only connected to him, it can still be severed. Only when he becomes one with it will he unlock his true potential. Tell him he must write his own story now and make it his." Well, I know he heard. I realized as he spoke that his soul was still connected to the lore which he then connected to my soul. Even though I was unconscious, I was experiencing things from his point of view. Tara gave a single sharp nod of affirmation, and then picked me up. She wasn't just carrying me, but everyone in my soul world too. In her small arms, Tara was carrying everything on her own. King Diorite turned away from her and then looked into the vines, which had seemingly turned into an abyss of darkness writhing forward. Vines were already wrapping themselves around the archway, but had seemingly stopped in front of the king. A face slowly came out of the darkness, seemingly disembodied and floating within a mass of shadows. "You cannot delay me any longer," she responded coldly. "I know," he responded, looking down. "I know. You are not going to ignite your soul. You could bide them enough time to escape my clutches. That will only delay you a few hours at best. I promised them 2 weeks. The way I see it, there is only one way I can delay you 2 weeks. I need to finish the unity. You chopped your soul in two and abandoned your karmic destiny. And you collected it and still hold it, I am sure. I reckon it'll take at least 2 weeks to merge my soul back together and then to complete unity with you. Hee hee. And why would I take this offer? You've already rejected me. Besides, the other one's soul would be far better. He's young. And his soul would make a powerful avatar. Plus, he possesses knowledge of my original form. I was only able to get a glimpse, but I believe he can help me reunify with the Twilight Princess. He will also fight you. And then there is Gaia. I can take care of Gaia, she snarled. But you are right. A willing host will be much quicker than an unwilling one. Very well, I will take you on your offer. However, once unity is finished, don't expect me to show any mercy for your family or loved ones. They will all be consumed and become a part of me again. I won't give them the chance to abandon me once more. I have faith that he'll come up with something. Then you have faith in a fool! As she said that, several shadowy vines of darkness reached out and grabbed the king. He didn't resist as he was pulled back into darkness, even as my senses were plunged into nothingness. A familiar voice whispered in my ear, "You would be better off running to the surface and living your last few months in peace." Deke, if you stay, I will take everything. With that, the connection between his soul and the lore snapped, and my mind finally fell into darkness. Chapter 1400. Some time had passed before I started to wake up again. I could feel Tara carrying me, and we were moving somewhere quickly. I reached out and grabbed Tara's arm. "Stop." "Master." We need to keep going. No, stop, Tara complied, finally kneeling and lowering me to my feet. My head was throbbing and my body still felt as weak as a kitten. But I quickly cast a few refreshes and heal spells and forced myself to my feet. We can rest for a moment. But that thing might still be after us. I shook my head. No, she's not following us. Can you be sure? I nodded. Yeah. She'll be trying to finish her unity with King Diorite. Until that is completed, she won't be moving forward. It was hard to say how I knew that so certainly. Part of it might have come from me already accepting some of Twilight's lore, and then her trying to engulf me forcefully. Then, there was what the king had given me as well. Whatever it was, I was almost certain that his ploy had worked. And that we'd have at least 2 weeks before she'd start trying to move up and connect with hell. I also had a rough idea of where the dungeon was compared to us. King Diorite's position had been very specific. That spiral-like pattern was a shield he had somehow managed to break the dungeon into. With the lower sections being abandoned to Twilight, and the upper sections be blocked from continued growth. Excuse me. Mr. Deke, a gentle voice came from within my soul world. Did you say that my husband is gone hearing the words of his wife? I stiffened slightly. I gave Tara a look to guard me, and then I entered my soul world. There. I appeared into a once peaceful place that now looked crowded, full of a youthful-looking group of redheads. They were the deep dwarves I had resurrected. At their head was a beautiful woman who resembled an older Sapphire. She stepped forward, although she still was holding Sapphire's hand. I tried to give her what I felt was a brave look. I am sorry, but he did what he had to, so that we had the chance to escape. She bit her lip and lowered her head. I understand. In truth, many of us had been captured early on. We saw him as a traitor. I shook my head. He gave up everything to protect the surface and the fleeing deep dwarves. In the end, he gave it all to save his daughter. Yes. Sapphire was just filling me in on what she knew. I understand. She nodded. Then the next question I want to ask. What is your plan? He's given us enough time to escape. But if we just flee, then it'll all be for nothing. Twilight will come to the surface, and the people on the surface will barely have any time to prepare. I explained. That's why. I plan to finish what he started. I need to build a dungeon that can give us more time. I need to rebuild the shield that he created. Then it's time to get started. I looked up at Lapis. Her face filled with determination. Did you think we'd do nothing the last time we encountered the darkness? Our people fled and died. This time, we're going to fight back. Do you want to build something on a time crunch? Just give the deep dwarves the go-ahead. We'll show you building. Chapter 14. 01 Deke. Elysia threw her arms around me, and I gave her a hug. When did she become so close to Master? Tara asked worriedly. Returning to the boss room was rather easy. I just had to make a portal connecting myself to Elysia. Elysia, Pate, and Dav were left behind when King Diorite went down. They had been King Diorite's prisoners for a little over a week, so I was immediately concerned if they were all right. As I was checking over Elysia, she gave a blush. "I am okay. I was unharmed." And he said my connection to the sword will be restored as soon as I enter your soul world. Sword Terra frowned. "Ah, that's right. Terra, you missed a couple of things since I went away. Well, various things happened and Elysia is my sword now. I sent Elysia to my soul world, and then I lifted my hand, summoning her back out as my blade. A moment later, that blade glowed and then returned to the shape of Elysia, but she was whole again. I finally returned. Elysia let out a gasp of relief. "This feels much better." Terra looked at Elysia somewhat warily. "What is this another soul connected to an object master has replaced me?" "Ha, master! Please don't say I am disposable." Terra looked up at me with tearful eyes. You are not. You are not." Although I said that, I had upset Terra greatly. As I tried to calm her down by reassuring her that a sentient sword was nothing like a sentient guardian golem, Pate cut in. "We're fine too. Thanks for asking." Master acts upset. But he learned a lot of history from King Diorite, and was very happy about it, Dav added. When have you become so willful?" He shot me a glare. "It's your fault. You allow your girls to act that way, and they're a bad example on Dave. Master back. I am a maid. Not your slave, though. You are lucky that Esmore doesn't have legalized slavery. Otherwise, I would have enslaved you a long time ago." "Master, what are you saying?" Her face turned pink. "Are you afraid I'll leave you so much leave me?" He blinked. "No, I am just saying that I want you by my side forever." "Eep?" Dav stiffened, her pink coloring turning red. "Eep." Pate cocked his head and reaching out to touch her forehead. "Are you sick or something, master? How can you say such a thing?" Dav suddenly shoved Pate to the ground, and then spun around, racing away. Not wanting her to wander off someplace dangerous where she was likely to get hurt, I tossed her into my soul world. Pate stood back up, patting the dirt off his butt from where she had shoved him to the ground. "What was that all about?" he asked in confusion, looking at me. I shrugged. "Girls are confusing. You'll never understand them. So stop trying." "I see. I'll take your advice." "Exactly. Just to prove my point." Terra and Elysia were both giving me cold looks after that exchange with Pate, and I had no clue why. Surely, women were something meant to be loved and admired, but never understood. Chapter 14. O2, after the previous ordeal. Everyone had needed time to rest. The deep dwarves had all needed to be resurrected. And even though their physical bodies were recovered for the most part, the condition they were in was at a level that they were extremely weak. I wasn't much better. Having gone a week without eating and also having to cast such an intensive and mono-consuming spell. Then there was Terra. who had to carry me out of there on her own after her soul had spent months hiding from the darkness. It wasn't just the physical strain that people needed time to recover from, but also the emotional strain. It appeared that the deep dwarves were well aware of their captivity. They had been in Twilight's lore, being tempted by the life she offered for innumerable years. The group that had survived to this point was the group that had realized they were living in deception and had fought it tooth and nail for untold years. They had to witness approximations and illusions of their loved ones with her ties as they were forced to reject and ignore them time and time again. There were times when they were unable to see the difference between reality and illusion. The one redeeming quality was that they didn't remember their time as wraiths that were used to hunt down and kill their fellow dwarves as they fled. But that was a small relief. Now that they were alive again, they were in an unfamiliar place. The deep that they had once tamed was a wild land filled with monsters and curses, and their ancestral home that had been turned into a ghost town was destroyed. Everyone they ever knew and loved had either died long ages past or eventually broke down and unified with Twilight, becoming a permanent and indistinguishable part of her life stream, their lore permanently lost to time. Then, as if to add insult to injury, the king that they had thought betrayed them had given his life to save them. In a way, he had exchanged his soul for all of theirs. It gave them a complicated feeling. To say that they needed time to grieve was an understatement. Seeing what was left of this once proud nation huddled together in my soul world, it was truly a pitiable sight. Watching them taught me some things that I had never realized before. For example, Tara had experienced a very similar event. Her entire family had perished, and she had been trapped underground for many years before finally rising in a world where everything was different. It was no wonder that she had attached herself to me. It wasn't just the control rod that had connected us. She had needed me because she had nothing else. What? Master Tara looked up at me, blushing slightly as I looked down at her. "You are incredible," I stated, essaying that now. "Tara, I haven't always been the best master. My low self-confidence often led me to push you all away. I couldn't believe or understand why you cared for me. And I convinced myself it was my uncontrolled passions that prevented me from freeing you. Master." Her body shook slightly, her eyes wet with tears. "It took losing you all to realize my mistake." "I absolutely won't make that mistake again. You are mine forever. I will never let you go." She nodded. I am. It's about time I did this." I took out the control rod, causing Tara to gasp. "You brought that with you," Tara cried out. "I've always made sure it was safe," I responded, "although it's always bothered me slightly." How so?" Tara looked at it nervously. "Although it bonded to me when I grabbed it, this could theoretically be used to control you. By all metrics, you are a golem. And that makes you closer to a tamed monster than a slave. This control rod was what once bridged the difference. Even though you were a monster, a dungeon guardian, You were treated like a slave under my absolute control. You don't have a slave mark like the other girls, but you have this rod instead. Anyone who took this rod could also take control of you. It may be bonded to me, but I've seen enough magic over these months to know how easily such a thing like this can be overridden. What is Master saying? She looked up at me in confusion. I am saying that I am done controlling you. I broke the control rod in half, causing Tara to let out a gasp of shock. WH, what did you do? Our bond was cut when I was dragged into the illusory sword dungeon. I could use this rod to restore our connection, but rather than control you, I'd rather own you. Of course. Part of the reason I had never done this earlier was that I wasn't confident I could. At this point, my slave master, Monster Tamor, and even the presence of the new soulsmith gave me the confidence to discard the control rod. Her eyes widened at my words, and then she smiled. Master, you always have. I reached out and wrapped my arms around her. And the pair of us embraced. As we kissed, I used Enslav on Tara, making her soul mine. Chapter 14, 03. After I gave everyone a bit of time to rest and recover, I gathered them up and brought them up to speed on everything that had been going on. They had already heard bits and pieces from each other and understood the general situation. But explaining it all in one go was also good. So, ultimately, that's the situation that we're in. I finished my spiel. Of course, none of you are obligated to stay. If you'd like to flee to the surface, Chum will welcome you. You won't need to experience what your aunt sees. What your friends experienced when they tried to integrate with the surface. How can we leave someone else to clean up our problem? One of the deep dwarves spoke up. It was us who started this problem. We need to finish it, another added. We'll fight, and we'll win. It seemed like deep dwarves were especially resilient. Or it was more accurate to say that by default those that had survived to this point would be extremely stubborn. They immediately wanted to help. Unfortunately, I didn't know what they could do right away, so I had to calm them down. Once they were over their shock, they were quite loud and boisterous. I could see Pate losing his patience, too. And I began to understand where the stories about Esmir and dwarves not getting along came from. I had taken for granted how quiet Pate and Dav were, until I had a group of deep dwarves in my soul. When they got into my alcohol, it became a big problem. They started singing and dancing, and I eventually removed them from my soul world so I could get some peace and concentrate on the lore the king had given me. At that point, I had created the dungeon and was allowing it to grow. However, I felt that the lore the king had given me was essential for keeping Twilight back. Yet, after 12 hours of trying to crack it, I couldn't. It wasn't like the blessings that quickly adhered themselves to my soul. This was separate from me, and not intended for me. This was something personal to the king, the last bit of lore he had protected. He had given it to me rather than allow it to fall into Twilight's hands, and there had to be a reason behind it. I am sorry, but I only have the slightest memory of you, Sapphire spoke hesitantly as she entered my room alongside her mother. I only half remember anything. I opened one eye as the pair entered the dungeon's safe room I had restored out of the one that once belonged to King Diorite. Tara was the one currently acting as my guard, so if she let them come in, there was probably a good reason. "Did you need something?" I asked. "My lord, the dwarves are becoming impatient. It has already been 2 days. There are only 12 left before twilight comes, and yet they haven't done a thing." Lapis explained. "I am sorry," I sighed. "The king said I need to merge my soul with the lore to unlock my true potential. I've been trying, but the lore he gave me has told me nothing. The lore in blessings binds itself so easily. Yet, as soon as I try to bring this lore close to my soul, it seems to repel greatly. Soul merging is far more difficult than I thought." "Soul merging?" Lapis frowned. "This sounds familiar." I nodded. "It's the 5th level skill from the Soulsmith job, resurrecting 300 souls. After your monster forces them into their former body, and compounded with a 10x experience multiplier, is a good way to level Soulsmith rapidly." "Master, do you need to merge with this lore?" Sapphire asked. "What would you have done with it before he told you about soul merging?" "I would have." I blinked and then sighed. "I would have fed it to the dungeon. Sometimes the best plans were simple plans." Chapter 14. Oh, 4. She's there. "Master. Sapphire?" Sapphire blinked. "I am Sapphire. What I mean is..." When Sapphire, I mean the other Sapphire. When the little girl used her spell to bring everyone back, Twilight attacked her, destroying her lore and keeping you from absorbing it. Sapphire looked away. "I am aware of that. My memories of my mother are limited. She doesn't seem to have the same prejudice as my father had. But seeing the sadness in her eyes over a daughter that doesn't recognize her, it bothers me. You spent your life trying to put your soul back together, and just as you were reaching the last few pieces, a piece was taken from you and destroyed. I understand. It's not that important." Sapphire bit her lip. "It's been much harder to find pieces of my lore, and some of what I find might not even be me anymore. There are so many holes in my memory. I don't even remember how I was shattered in the first place." My eyes widened. "Really, it wasn't Twilight." She shrugged. "I don't believe it was. I recall living on the surface. I recall a tribe of deep dwarves. Then darkness. The next memory I had was Mary. Even my memories of the deep and mother I only gained in the Twilight dungeon." I shook my head. "You are wrong about one thing, though. It does matter. This is your history. This is your family. You need to at least remember where you came from. It'll help you decide where you are going." She gave a sad smile. "What was done was done. Or maybe there is still a chance." She frowned. "What are you saying? I've been digesting the lore like you recommended." this isn't the best way. It's sort of like tossing a locked diary into a blender to open it up and read the contents. What comes out is scattered and broken. However, there were things in here that King Dyrite decided your people needed. I am also learning a bit more about how he built his dungeon to block Twilight from the Infernal Dungeon. My dungeon builder has leveled a bit just by understanding how he built dungeons and incorporating that knowledge. Okay. But what does that have to do with me? Oh, right. It was his dungeon that created the necromancer Sapphire. She might have contained a small fragment of your soul, but the lore and history were part of the dungeon. Some of it came from King Dyrite, and some of it came from you. What I mean to say is that I found the piece of lore that belongs to her. I am not saying it is Sapphire. It's more like a Sapphire template. I could create a generic dwarf necromancer. I am not sure I understand how this will help. Sapphire frowned. I've been watching other dungeon masters. My dungeon master level is up to 11 just with my passive use. But combined with Dark Priest and Dungeon Builder, I believe I can create a copy of lore and give it to you. A copy, she made a face. I am a blacksmith, master. I am not interested in being a necromancer. I nodded. You are right. Normally, what I am talking about would be the method to create job tokens. I am still not certain I could make one without directly seeing someone else make one. However, in this case, I am talking about recording what's left of your memories, as well as the memories of you. Realization finally began to dawn on her face. You can recover my memories of my childhood. I held up my hands. I can record the lore and affix it to your soul. It'd be like a job, although there wouldn't be levels. Right now, all you can remember are shadows, but with those memories as a reference, you may be able to gradually recall your youth. At least to the level any normal person remembers their life. I understood what Sapphire meant when she said it wasn't important. How much did anyone remember their childhood? How much of it was even correct? We glorified things and half remembered others. This wouldn't bring that brave little girl back. However, this would at least give her some memories of her parents. Oof! I made a noise as I was suddenly hugged tightly by Sapphire. Although she wasn't showing her face to me, the sniffling, I was pretty sure she was crying. As much as she wanted to hide it, this was something that meant a lot to her. That's why I had gone out of my way to look for it in the first place. With a light smile, I reached out and held her. Chapter 14:05. Lapis says you are the one I should talk to. Although dwarves didn't necessarily have to fit the stereotype of being short with big beards, this guy certainly did. He was an old many with a gray beard. Yet, if you looked at his facial features, he probably only looked in his 40s. However, for a dwarf, that could mean he was over 1,000 years old. He had his feet upon a table in an area of my dungeon that had seemingly been turned into a tavern. And he had a mug in his hands. That depends on who is asking, he responded grumpily. They say you are a master blacksmith. They say that other master blacksmiths are only apprentices compared to you. Is that what they say? He turned and spit before taking another drink. I see. So it was all just words. Ja. He scowled. What are you saying? Sapphire said that the deep dwarves were great magic blacksmiths capable of creating powerful weapons. I shrugged. I believed her because of her talent, but perhaps she was just covering for you guys. There was the scrapping of several tables, and I had seemingly gotten the attention of every dwarf in this tavern. As much as Lapis was complaining about how the dwarves were bored and ready to fight, that was a bit of a fib. Bored dwarves seemed to be quite content drinking and acting boisterously. I had determined that her pleas had more to do with giving the dwarves something to do so they stopped fighting and causing trouble. 300 dwarves were suddenly displaced. I had already put the miners to work harvesting materials and creating paths. Those that would be considered soldiers watched and kept them safe as they worked. Of course, I also exuded my dungeon to keep them out of trouble. As long as they didn't wander too far away from our territory, they'd be relatively safe. However, with the minders and guards gone, that left the blacksmiths. They were led by this guy whose name was Gabbro. He was the best, but that also meant that he was somewhat difficult. He had to believe you were worth his time before he'd offer you his services. Also, as it turned out, he was Lapis's brother, and by extension Sapphire's biological uncle. Are you talking about that niece of mine? He frowned. She hasn't even been to the deep forges. How could she know a thing about the art of smithing? I personally witnessed her making a Sylve Thrill blade. That blade was used to defeat a demon lord. I grinned. Sylve Thrill, he burst out laughing. You think Sylve Thrill is anything I make Sylve Thrill blades for practice? The other dwarves burst out laughing as well, but the smile on my face didn't leave. Oh, well, when the darkness attacks, it'd be those Sylve Thrill blades that could keep us safe. I had already long reasoned out that in a battle against the darkness, we'd need Sylve Thrill weapons and a lot of them. They were the only thing that would damage those wraiths permanently. Although I had gotten rid of the dwarf wraiths, I had no doubt she had access to more. Look, boy. I appreciate you helping us, Sandal. He held up his hands. But a master's hands are something special. If we were to work with inferior goods, then we'd lose our edge. I've retired from doing any menial job. If you've got something better for me, I'll consider it. That junk sword of yours, for example. I might be able to fix it up a bit. Junk sword! Alesia cried out, her sword body appearing in my hand suddenly. Did he just call me a junk sword, hee-hee? You are all looks, no function. Why, without that soul controlling it? It's barely even a weapon. If you are done being just a pretty decoration to hang on a wall, you can beg me, and maybe this daddy will make you into a real sword. I stopped Alesia from lunging at him by pulling her back into my hand, keeping the smile on my face. While giving her a quick reassurance, I found myself somewhat agreeing with him. After her soul was temporarily pulled away from the sword, it left me wanting. It was only a testament to Elysia's strength and ability that the sword functioned so well. You got to understand. The enemy is coming. This is something that involves the fate of all of us. He took a swing and pursed his lips thoughtfully, and then nodded to himself. Since I am feeling generous, I'll lend you our apprentice blacksmiths. Those listening all nodded in agreement. I had already been warned that dwarves were stubborn, and these dwarves had been the most stubborn of the lot. Just because I had rescued them didn't mean that that would change. You are concerned you lost your touch, I responded, standing up. Never mind then. I'll consult someone who still has the skill. Oi, what did you just say? He slammed down his drink, finally pulling his feet off the table. I'll just put Sapphire on the job. She's skilled and capable. Honestly, they should be done by someone I can trust. He put on a vicious grin. You think you are going to pull me out of retirement? You have nothing to prove to me. I shrugged, leaning back. Although Sapphire thinks your blacksmithing skill is embellished at best. Chapter 14:06. What did you do? Sapphire cried out. I just made a friendly little competition. Against Gabbro, the world's greatest blacksmith, Sapphire's voice sounded a bit panicked. Has your memory already started returning? I asked in surprise. No, but it doesn't need to return to have heard about Gabbro. He's so famous that his works on the surface are still talked about among blacksmiths to this day. He's that amazing, Lapis nodded. Daughter is correct. My brother is synonymous with blacksmithing. He's the reason people say dwarves are good blacksmiths. Those who have trained under him have all become famous. Before the fall of the deep dwarves, we'd get a few surface dwellers every year that would come down to apprentice under him. Of course, most were turned away, and he reserved his most incredible techniques to deep dwarves only. Even before the fall, he had stopped working and gone into retirement. I see. You know, that would have been good information to know an hour ago, I growled. Lapis's cheeks turned red. You asked me who the best blacksmith among the survivors was. I simply said my brother was their leader and they'd likely all follow his lead. I am honestly impressed you even got him to pick up a hammer. I haven't seen him hold a hammer in years. It'll be so nostalgic. Master. I trained for a while in that dungeon, but I barely have an level in magic blacksmith, and almost no training with magical metals. I barely worked for a few weeks outfitting your army before the demon lord attacked. We agreed to a simple item. Just a Sylv thrill dagger. Actually, I have no clue how we're going to tell who is better. I frowned. I suppose we need an impartial judge. Master, I am done for. There is no way I can win against him. We might have a chance. Don't forget, you have me. With my slave master ability, I can amplify your powers. He said you are free to pick an assistant you want, so if we work together, we might have a chance. Sapphire lifted her head. looking slightly optimistic for a second, but then she shook her head. No, it's useless, even with your state boosts. Skill is skill. My brother may be stubborn, but he's not malicious. Even if you don't win, it'll probably be fine. Actually, we need to win. I coughed. What? Why, Sapphire asked. Well, I mean, you see, to get him to take the bet, I had to offer up something of sufficient value to entice him to compete. What did Master promise him? Sapphire asked. Immediately crossing her arms. Well, it sort of appeared after I started digesting the Lore King diorite left me. I didn't even realize it could be stored in such a way. In retrospect, I don't think he was trying to give me a cheat to fighting Twilight. I am pretty sure this was the main reason he had handed me that piece of lore in the first place. What are you talking about? She frowned. I sighed, and then pulled both girls into my soul world. This is the place we resurrected in? Lapis frowned. This is my soul world. It's like an oversized inventory with an environment. Every dungeon has a treasure room at the end. Some dungeons hold on to their treasures, while others consume them in a desperate attempt to survive longer. Technically, every piece of treasure can be broken into miasma to keep the dungeon going a bit longer, but it's not always worth the cost. And depending on the dungeon master, you can be left with a small treasure after defeating a dungeon. Yes, we're well aware of how dungeons work. Sapphire frowned. Yeah. Well, you Dad also kept his own treasury. I had hidden it just in case, but now I caused some trees to part, revealing a massive pile of resources. It was a variety of rare metals. Sapphire's mouth fell open. That's the deep dwarf treasury, Lapis finished. When he fled the capital, he must have taken the treasury of precious metals with him. This is a kingdom's worth of resources. Wait! Why are you showing us this sapphire spun to me? I coughed. Well, I might have bet it. On us winning the blacksmith competition. Chapter 14, 07. Betting all of the resources of the deep dwarves may seem like a dumb decision. But I had thought about it considerably. The basic reality was that the treasure wasn't mine to take. It belonged to the deep dwarves, and just because he handed it to me didn't mean he intended it for me. I was starting to think he had intended the entire package for Sapphire. She was supposed to soul merge with it, both unlocking the treasure and her memories of her father and mother. If he realized I had just fed it to my dungeon to crack it like an egg, he'd probably be angry. That said, the deep dwarves had a lot of uses, and the only place they had to go was Chom. At this point, I had already accepted various Animalkan slaves, the Austerians, and the Foxskin. Adding the deep dwarves to my growing territory would only be a plus for us. Whether I owned the resources or the deep dwarves owned the resources, the benefit would be to my territory, which could export expertly crafted goods no one else could manage. However, the deep dwarves were a stubborn lot who would likely see those resources as theirs. If I just took them and held on to them, that was bound to breed discontent. They would come to resent me and see me as a thief. They might even consider me an enemy. That's the second reason I had initiated this challenge. They had a great deal of faith in their blacksmithing. And this particular guy, Gabbro, specifically. In short, this was just a way to pass on the resources without anyone being unhappy. That's not to say I didn't wish to win this competition. If Gabbro won, I could pass the resources on to them peacefully, and we'd need to pay more for their services in the future. If we won, they'd still see their princess winning, and would at least feel like there was a fair reason that the king gave the resources to me. After that, I'd negotiate a good deal with them to get them to work with the resources for me. And I'd have some kind of relationship with Gabbro too. Thus, there was no losing. However, since there were no forges up to Gabbro's standards, they were being constructed now. It would be 2 days before the competition could begin. That left only 3 days left for the blacksmiths to work. I hoped there would be enough time. Since they couldn't work until the forges were made anyway, it wasn't like this was lost time. I had gotten the deep dwarves to make the forges, so already I had succeeded with my goals. That's why I had decided to focus on other tasks that needed to be done before Twilight attacked. I had gathered Terra, Sapphire, and Alicia up and headed out. We were walking through a dark corridor, very reminiscent of the ones I had started in when I reached the deep. "Master, where are we?" Sapphire asked. "We're on the edge of my dungeon, where the territory infringes on the territory of another deep boss," I explained. "Are we going to kill it?" Master Terra asked. "No, we need to capture the boss and make it one of the dungeon bosses. The only chance we have of mounting a proper defense with Twilight comes is to unite all of the strength in the deep against her. When it was just me and Alicia, I wasn't confident in fighting their bosses. However, with you guys here, I feel like this won't be a problem." "Hey! I am not a fighter!" Sapphire cried out. "I am just a blacksmith." "Yet, it's most important that you do the fighting. What because the competition with your uncle will be tomorrow night. That means you and I need to level up in our blacksmith jobs as much as possible to give us the best chance of outshining him." "Ja, you are still seriously going through with that. Just give up already. Uncle won't lose." I've ended up in a lot of situations where my failure seemed assured, and I managed to pull through. Most of the time. Chapter 14. 08. Apprentice Blacksmith had increased to 25. You have learned the basics of blacksmithing. You have unlocked blacksmith. I once read a theory that stated that information could be exchanged from one person to the next. In that way, it acted a lot like the inheritance of genes. Certain information, like fire, was hot, was remembered generation after generation. Meanwhile, other information was quickly forgotten. That wasn't to say the information was bad or good. You could have something bad that spread quickly and was endlessly repeated. But in general, it wasn't the most spreadable information, but the most pervasive that survived generation after generation. These packets of memories were given the name memes, and this theory was the source of that name. In this world of lore and dungeons, I had come to understand lore as essentially a type of meme. One that was more literal than what we understood from my old world. Your soul was the lore of your life. And as you acted out your story, it grew attracted to certain bits of information. If you were an author, these books might be considered reference material. They were distilled lore, chronicling skills and abilities refined by thousands, if not millions, of users. Some people completed that lore, absorbing it until it was indistinguishable from their own story, and adding their twists and turns on it. Others never finished the lore in their lifetime. I believed this to be the essence of jobs, the thing that made me special. Other than my experience boosters and advanced learning was the ability for me to connect with so many jobs, so many reference materials, which I could use to enrich my lore and the lore of my slaves. Yet, when it came right down to it, I had absorbed a lot of lore, and none of it was me. My story was so short and uninteresting. And it was the lore that made me who I am. It was like being skilled at everything, but master of nothing. If I was to describe myself in a few words, I wouldn't be able to. Was I a white mage? I certainly started with that job. But I also fought and did damage. True Dungeon Diver was my highest level, but I was also a dungeon master and a dungeon builder. I created unfinished lore as often as I conquered it. I wasn't someone so full of myself to declare I was a hero. Despite having to hero-related jobs, was I a master swordsman? I was just as good with magic as I was with swords. So a magic swordsman, my levels were still rather low, and I never built a solid foundation. I could fight pretty well. But an experienced swordsman, one who had trained from the ground up, would defeat me every time. I was a little bit of everything, and at the end that made me nothing. In that respect, someone like Sapphire, who was far more selective in her jobs, truly could manage something great. I had high hopes for her. She had come a long way by the time we reached where I believed the boss was being held up. Name Sapphire, Class Smith, Job Magic, Blacksmith, LVVL 35. Blacksmith, LVVL 70 ranks, Slave Unlocked Jobs, Common Earl VVL 22, Basic Magician LVVL 28. Weaponsmith LVL 20, Armorsmith LVL 15, Race Deep Dwarf. I didn't have an opportunity to check Gabbro's status. But we might have an honest chance against him yet. Chapter 14. 09. IE. This guy is fast, Sapphire cried. Isn't that because you are not looking at him? Ah! Stay away! Tara created walls keeping him away from her. No. He got them again. Pervert? I studied the boss monster, feeling incredibly complicated. He was fast and very difficult to handle, but that was a different problem entirely. His identification was merely an ape-man. He had a hairy body with 2 arms and 2 legs and no tail. His face was that of a monkey. He could jump around and swing from the vines hanging over the top of the boss room and also come down for a strike. His strikes were swift and brutal, and he already fled by the time you could react. From the moment we had opened up his door and entered his lair, he had been toying with us. I'd like to say there was a warning that the boss of this area was an ape-man. But the enemies we had been leveling up against before this point had mostly been snakes, bats, and carnivorous plants. The ape-men seemed to be the first mammal I had encountered that was considered living. If his speed and ingenuity were the problem, that would be one thing. The real problem was that other than being extremely hair and having a monkey face, his body was very human. That was to say that he was naked, and he had his thing hanging out. Whenever he jumped up, it would swing around. It wasn't big or anything, but it was enough of a distraction that the girls couldn't mount a defense against him. In the heat of the moment, maybe they would have been able to ignore the thing, but when he got onto one of his finds, he would touch it, making sure to show it to the girls. With a perverted monkey grin, he would stand over us touching it. And when the girls looked away in embarrassment, he would make his move. Unfortunately, that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was ultimately how he attacked the girls. Tara looked at me tearfully. "He got my panties again." Looking up at the ape-men, he made that same perverted grin, but this time he lifted a small pair of pink panties. I had naturally bought a lot of girls' clothing on my last trip to Earth, and had many spare changes with me in my soul world. So those were fine panties I had specifically given to Tara since our escape from Twilight. They were now being sniffed by a drooling monkey man. "He also took my bra," Sapphire added. Yeah, I also wore a bra," Tara shouted awkwardly. We both glanced at Tara, whose face went red, and then up at the ape-man on the ceiling, who gave a confused shrug, and then strapped Sapphire's bra onto his chest, while rubbing Tara's panties against his face. "This guy must be a level 100 pervert," Sapphire huffed. Was it a problem? I felt a little jealous. I was only a level 32 pervert? No, wait! That was the answer. I needed to tame this monkey, but right now he was completely mocking me. For a monster that valued strength, you needed to use strength to tame them, but I learned from the former Sapphire that monsters could be tamed by appealing to other parts of them, such as when I bribed her with candy. In this case, I'd have to take drastic measures, Master Tara asked. "Bear with me," I declared, putting my game face on. "I am going to need to fight fire with fire." I equipped Pervert. Chapter 14:10. You have tamed the monster, Ape-men. The monkey turned to me and gave a thumbs up of approval. I let go of Tara. "On!" Tara moaned as she collapsed to the floor. She turned to look back up at me, her eyes tearful and full of accusations. It was for the greater good. I coughed. Ultimately, after much work. I had gained the ape-man's respect and incidentally tamed him, rather than continue to let him witness my shame. I brought him into my soul world so that Tara could clean up without being stared at. I made sure to give her a towel, fresh panties, and a clean outfit. It was the only gentlemanly thing to do. Of course, Sapphire was also giving me hard looks. "You didn't touch me at all." Sapphire pouted. "I don't touch little girls," I cried. "Are you still on about that?" Sapphire frowned. "First off, I am a dwarf. We have a lifespan of over 1,000 years, and age at about the same rate. Second, I was recreated by a dungeon, meaning my original lifespan stretches back much farther than that. Third, I am your slave, and since you play with all of your other slaves, why am I the exception? I didn't expect Sapphire to suddenly blow up at me. I was a bit stunned and didn't know what to say. I looked to Tara for some support, but she had her back turned to me and was distinctly focused on cleaning herself. I called out to Elysia too, but got no answer. She was in her sword form, so that there was no chance that the ape-men would molest her while in the soul world. But she was completely silent. Sapphire. "Do you not see me as one of yours?" she asked. I opened my mouth and then closed it again. She had come fairly close to the truth of it. When it came to attractiveness, Sapphire was very beautiful. Although when I first saw her, she looked to barely be over 13. She seemed to have grown since then. She looked closer to 14 or 15 now. She had a mature body. She even had larger breasts than Tara, although I'd never let Tara know that. However, it was in her eyes that had seen a great deal of loss and had experienced much over the years that truly revealed her age. I had seen her soul and her story. She was mature, and there was no question of consent. I suppose the reason I had held back came down to the fact that I never saw her as my lover. For all of the other girls, we had sort of been in a relationship from the get-go. We experienced some kind of sexual, emotional, or physical connection. And it felt like only a matter of time until our relationships became something more. However, when it came to Sapphire, as often as she acted flirtatious with me, I had never taken it seriously. That's when I realized what it was. I didn't see Sapphire as a lover. I saw Sapphire as a sister. She was like the little sister I never had. She'd tease me and give me a hard time, and she had her own life and her secrets. But when we needed each other, we'd be there. That was the relationship I had felt with her younger self, and it carried through to this part of her too. Whether her name was Ruby, Garnet, or Sapphire, I felt like she was family. Sapphire. My expression turned serious and I looked up. "I love you, Sapphire, boo." What Sapphire was no longer standing in front of me. I turned around to see Tara waiting next to me. She pointed to the doorway leading out of the boss room, which was now hanging open. Sapphire poked her head in from the hallway. "I was messing with you, dummy!" Sapphire giggled. "Are we going or not?" She turned around, her pigtails dancing as she ran off. Tara reached up and patted my shoulder. I thought Master's confession was sweet. Well, now I am annoyed with her. I narrowed my eyes. Chapter 14:11. With the tamed ape men, we began the attack on the next territory. After taking a break for the night, we managed to break through to the boss room early in the morning. I used the ape men and the girls to battle the territory boss, who happened to be some kind of carnivorous plant. I wasn't able to find a way to tame it, and we had it near death when Terra came up with an idea. We used the mana source Gaia, and then created a combination skill out of submission called plant subjugation. Upon using that, the plant finally submitted, and I was able to absorb it and temporarily put it in my soul world until I could get back home. The skill seemed like a somewhat silly thing. After all, how often did we encounter monster plants? The deep was the first place I had seen so many, and I had no desire to conquer them. That's when Tara suggested that being able to control plants might have more perks than I thought. I could order plants to grow in specific ways or make them react how I wanted. That reminded me of a book I had read that suggested high-level farmers seemed to be able to ask plants for favors and get them to perform by talking to them. I had originally written such a thing off, but now that I had experienced so much of the world, why couldn't a high enough level just tell a plant to grow and make it grow, perhaps? All those seeds from my world could become a profitable crop sooner rather than later. I also had my farm in my soul world, which I could control to some level, but I'd bet it'd be even better with a farming job. I wasn't able to explore that yet, as the entire garden had recently been trampled and uprooted by the dwarves. It wasn't easy feeding 300 people. With the carnivorous plant boss and the ape men, I felt there was enough time to at least venture into a third territory before we needed to be back for the blacksmithing competition. I was also feeling the pressure of Twilight's inevitable attack and wanted to bolster our strength as soon as possible. It turned out we didn't need to go far before we encountered the boss. Since the dungeons that once formed these territories no longer existed, the bosses weren't bound to remain in one area and could wander. Some were grounded, like the plant, while others just preferred an area where they were strongest, like the ape men. The Cyclops was just roaming down the halls, and I wouldn't have thought he was even Abyss until my dangerous sense struck, and we narrowly dodged a powerful strike. Thus began a long and exhausting battle. We depended on various techniques. Blinding the Cyclops was the most obvious means of controlling him. Terra was able to create a dust cloud. But without Celeste's wind magic, it was difficult to keep him sufficiently blinded without blinding us as well. I'd like to say that I came up with some trick for this one, but he was a battle junkie, and it took just beating him down. Terra's impressive constitution could take just about any hit, along with Sapphire, the ape men, and me dealing damage. And we finally wore it down. The carnivorous plant was still weakened from our earlier battle and couldn't participate. With my white mage spells healing us, we were ultimately able to outlast the Cyclops, and it finally bowed to me. You have tamed the monster, Raging Cyclops. White Mage has increased to level 66. Monster Tamer has increased to level 55. Apprentice Blacksmith has increased to level 33. Blacksmith has increased to level 9. Sapphire had also reached level 72 in Blacksmith, and I decided to switch her over to Weaponsmith to increase our chances of making a better weapon. So that made it to 28. We were as prepared as we'd ever be. Chapter 14:12. Oh, so you've showed up. I thought you might have run off from fear. Gabbro slapped his knee as we entered the room from the far side, causing the other dwarves to break into laughter. They had chosen one of the currently bossless boss rooms to set up their forges. They had also seemingly built them on top of a stage and created seating all around it. The dwarves were quite industrious when they wanted to be. The entire place looked like an arena. And all 300 dwarves, as well as Pate and Dav, were sitting in the stands. Pate had his arms crossed, looking irritated by the noisy dwarves who were all chatting excitedly. That was when they weren't cheering or singing loudly. Masturbator. I am sorry I teased you early. I regret everything. Can we please surrender? Sapphire's voice was very high-pitched. Sapphire, you need to do this? A woman declared. Approaching the pair of us, Mom Lapis bowed her head to me politely, and then turned to her daughter. How many deep dwarves do you have memories of interacting with since reaching the surface? Our tribe. Only 15. You may not have known this, but blacksmithing is a bit like a sport for us. We take it very seriously. I can tell, I said dryly. What are you trying to say? Sapphire asked. For all intent and purposes, the child I called daughter died a long time ago on the surface. As Sapphire opened her mouth, her mother raised her hand. I accept you as my daughter, and I love you. I believe that my husband felt the same in the end, and that his sacrifice was made for you as much for his people. However, while I have accepted you back as the princess, many of the other deep dwarves have not. I've noticed that you have intentionally avoided them and remained near your master. And while they would never question me to my face, I am sure there is some doubt deep in their hearts. That's rich, considering you were all bound in twilight. I grumbled. It's true that none of us truly have a right to our lives. Deke, you are our benefactor, and none of us will deny it. She nodded to me before turning to Sapphire. And it's perhaps for that reason that there hasn't been more pushback. However, speaking as your mother and a queen, I must tell you that this competition is important. Only with brothers' approval will they start to see you as a truly one of us. Once again, this would have been something better to tell us before this point. I narrowed my eyes. Lappy stiffened, her cheeks darkening. It's been a busy couple of days. I've been keeping everyone together and on task. And you've been away the last few days. I can't possibly fill you in on every nuance on the deep dwarves in only a few hours of speaking. I lowered my head. Right. Sorry. Although it wasn't like time had stopped when they were in twilight, it had slowed down. They had only felt like they were in twilight for a year or so, had her worlds not had a time delay. Surely more, if not all of them, would have broken down throughout hundreds, if not thousands of years. Even the deep dwarves weren't that one re. That still meant that it felt like everything had been lost in the blink of an eye. 1 minute, they are surrounded by darkness. And only a few days ago, they found themselves waking up in another world where they were an endangered species and their kingdom had fallen. Perhaps this competition between uncle and niece meant more to the deep dwarves than I had originally thought. All right, it's time to begin. Show me what you got. Chapter 14:13. Master? I am panicking. Sapphire looked in tears. Lapis had come up to inform her of the importance of this event, but that put even more pressure on her to perform well. It wasn't just a matter of the national treasures of her entire kingdom, but also her status as a deep dwarf and the acceptance of her people. While Lapis seemed like a gentle mother, she certainly didn't waste time dumping a lot of pressure on her daughter. I put my hands on her shoulders, forcing Sapphire to look up at me. You can do this. We can do this. Remember, you are not alone. We're together in this. Okay, she responded, still looking down, but her cheeks turning pink. All right, let's get this over with. Gabbro spoke up. Let's go over the terms. We will each mage a Sylph Thrill Dagger. Whichever blacksmith whose dagger is deemed the better weapon wins. If I win, then I will take back the accumulated treasury of the deep dwarves. Also, we will consider our debt to you forfeit. We will owe you nothing, and once passing this crisis, we will split ways to forge our own path. What is this? Sapphire lifted her head in surprise. Humph. I added that last part after thinking about it. Those resources were already ours. I prefer to close debts promptly, and I'd rather my people not remain in some kind of unspecified debt with a foreigner. Do you accept? I squeezed Sapphire's shoulder and gave her a wink. I will accept your terms, but since you added a condition, I will also add one. That depends on what it is, Gabbro growled. If we win, I will keep control of the resources. This caused a few of the deep dwarves to grumble, but after a look from Gabbro, they silenced. Since they were implying Gabbro would somehow lose, and for my second term, if we win. Then you will personally take on Sapphire as your personal disciple? Ah! Sapphire cried out. That's preposterous. Another dwarf couldn't keep his mouth shut. Gabbro hasn't taken on an apprentice since 200 years before Twilight. Someone else added. I guess you are right, I spoke out, shrugging. After all, if Sapphire can make a better dagger, is Gabbro even really needed? Such words caused all of them to cry out in anger. The only one who wasn't reacting much was Gabbro himself. He had his arms crossed and was glaring at me suspiciously. When everyone finally quieted enough, he spoke up. Fine. I accept your terms, he declared in a clear voice. However, what metric will we use to determine victory? I nodded and gestured to Tara, who was sitting in the stands near Pate. Tara will be the judge. He frowned, glancing over at Tara. Don't let her appearance deceive you. She is a mineral appraiser and metallurgist. Her eye for well-shaped steel may even be better than any of yours. While I was leveling my blacksmith with sapphire, Tara was earning just as much experience. I had given her Earth Summoner and Mineral Appraiser to power level. After our extra leveling, they were 53 and 47 respectively. When Earth Summoner hit 50, that was when Metallurgist popped up. And then I managed to get that up to level 7. Either way, I was confident in her ability to tell the quality of our blacksmithing. As if I would allow that, Gabbro declared. If we use your judge, then they'd cheat for sure. That's why we'll use mine. Chapter 14:14. I am not going to cheat, Tara cried out. How could you possibly not vote in your master's favor? One of the dwarves shouted out. This is unfair, another added. I lifted my hand, quieting them down enough that I could be heard. As you are all aware, Tara is my slave and I am her master. You may not be aware, but I had the job slave master, and that job I can give orders to my slave, even setting the severity of punishment should they go against them. In this case, I order Tara to judge honestly and select the superior weapon. If she goes against my order, then she will experience pain. Good. He probably ordered her yesterday to ignore any orders today. What if he's not a slave master? Then he could just say anything and it wouldn't matter. These dwarves were stubborn. I was expecting that to be the end of it. How about this? Gabbro spoke up. Both of our judges will pass, and if they do not agree, then we will depend on a tiebreaker. Who are you picking? I asked. I have made my slaves swear to be honest. What guarantee do I have that you won't have someone who would always pick you? I was starting to sound like them. I had considered this as well. Gabbro nodded. That's why I selected Lapis to be the decider. She is my sister and Sapphire's mother. If anything, she'd be dispositioned to helping her daughter. I would never throw a contest so dishonorably, Lapis cried out, shooting Gabbro a glare. The smile immediately left his face and he gave an awkward laugh. It appeared like there was someone who could still make Gabbro squirm. His younger sister was a weakness of his. Fine. I will accept her, I agreed. But who will be the tiebreaker? As if it'd get to a tiebreaker. Gabbro snorted. Very well. Since we're deciding, we'll go with that Esmir over there. Meepate jerked up. Why me? I had to agree. He came here with me. He's my friend. He also knows nothing about weapons. Why would you leave him to be the tiebreaker? It's because he came here with you that I knew you wouldn't dispute it. Gabbro laughed. However, I know a politician when I see one, and he's a politician. He may be your friend. But I've already had a chance to pump him for information. Now, he's a lad who can't hold his alcohol. Is that why you invited me to drink? Pate cried out. Dav still won't look at me after I came home drunk. But I don't remember anything, and she won't tell me. Everyone glanced at Dav, who was distinctly looking the other way. Her face glowing red. It's nothing. Anyway, I've learned that he doesn't belong to the same country as you. And you kidnapped him from his current post? I might have done something like that, I muttered. Whether he's your friend or not, it is still Esmore he must look after. Would he rather do you a favor? Or would he rather owe me? Half the population of Esmore is dwarves. Some believe deep dwarves went to the surface and became surface dwarves. Others believe they were cousins from the same dungeon world, and I suppose a few believe they aren't related to us at all. However, no one can deny they've been jealous of our blacksmith and mining techniques for untold ages. I wonder what he'll consider a more advantageous choice, allowing Aberys to gain control of the deep dwarves and their techniques, or freeing them from such an agreement and getting a personal favor with me. When you say it like that, isn't he going to pick you, hee? That depends on how loyal a friend you think Pate really is. Gabbro laughed. Of course. If you deny him, aren't you saying you don't trust this friend of yours, Je? He really had me there. Fine, I agree. Then, let's begin. Chapter 14-15. Since I wouldn't want you to claim unfairness. Our forges were created the same, using a milder temperature. I also left you the schematics and instructions we will follow. So you can't claim I used a technique you'd never seen before, Gabbro responded as we walked up to our forge. The temperature should be hotter, Sapphire immediately said. I didn't want your precious little master getting hurt on the hot stove. Gabbro didn't hide the mocking in his voice. We can handle ourselves, Sapphire snarled. I nodded, walking up and putting my hand directly on the burning stove. I had equipped heat immunity now, so this act that even Gabbro wouldn't do I did with ease. The men all gasped as I casually tested the temperature with my finger, and then began to alter the temperature using magic. As the stove rose, Sapphire also began to prepare, tying on her apron, finding the hammer she wanted, as well as the piece of Sylve Thrill. Seeing me touching the forge and making it much hotter, he gave a slightly irritated wave. And a dwarf came near the stove and started casting a spell to increase the heat of their stove to match ours. The material used for these stoves wasn't quite as fine as the material that would be forged into the weapons. So I brought it to the point where the metal almost turned red before I stabilized the heat. Gabbro finally stood up at his, and he was quickly joined by another dwarf who looked about the same age as him, but moved much more spryly, like he had to be much younger. I was still trying to figure out deep dwarf aging. The pair had already seemingly set up everything they wanted and didn't hesitate to start moving like the masters that they were. Working with a finesse-only experience could create. Master, do you see the deep dwarf technique? Sapphire gestured. Does it differ from the technique you acquired in Twilight's dungeon? I asked. Only slightly. However, I don't believe we should follow this path anyway. Are you sure about that? She made an uncertain face but finally nodded. If we follow a technique that Uncle has mastered, at best we'd only be creating a product as good as if not inferior to his. The only way we can defeat Uncle is by forging our path. Then I will follow your lead. She nodded, and then hesitated for a moment, Master. Do you still have the lore that my father sent you? It's mostly been absorbed by the dungeon. But it's not like I can conjure it up with my dungeon master job. Does any of it contain anything about our upcoming enemy? I blinked, thought about it for a few moments, and then nodded. I think it does. Is there any way you can share the knowledge with me? Through our bond, I had never considered doing something like that before. The closest skill I recalled having was duplicate slave skill. In that case, I was able to temporarily pull on my slave's lore, so that I could pull off one of the skills only they should have. Of course, when I first had the skill, I didn't understand that was what I was doing. I quickly went through my slave master skills, and that was when I landed on one called slave teaching. I had gotten it at 42, but I had mostly ignored it. I think I might be able to do just that, I smirked. While Gabbro and his partner were already busy at work, Sapphire and I worked out a design between each other. It had already been about 15 minutes with them half done when we finally began. Chapter 14:16. I used my fire control to my full advantage. With temperature gauge, I could see the change of temperatures, and with heat immunity, I was in no threat of getting heat exhausted. In fact, it felt like a cool day for me. Unfortunately, I wasn't the one doing the work. That all fell to Sapphire. I knew how to blacksmith as much as my job allowed, but my methods would never be as refined as someone with actual practice. I hadn't spent a single day in the forge, so while I theoretically could figure it out, I'd look sloppy to anyone with any skill. Furthermore, I had only seen a Silv-Thrill sword made once, so whatever special techniques were needed to work with Silv-Thrill, I didn't know them. I had to depend on Sapphire, and while she was a dwarf resistant to heat, she wasn't as practiced in front of the blistering forge as her uncle. The forges she worked in on the surface typically had a lot of ventilation, and so it never got too hot. Yet, this room seemed to keep in a lot of heat, and even Pate sitting in the stands was sweating uncomfortably over the heat. Sapphire, who was directly next to the flames, was being hit the hardest. She also didn't necessarily have the physical strength of her uncle. Thinking about it, she would do well with a second job that had a lot of strength perks. Her stamina seemed to be weak, and by the time she had heated the metal and started striking it, she was showing signs of her stamina waning. I felt I was at fault for this. This was far different from her time when she had made the Silv-Thrill sword. Besides the different environment, she had made that sword after a long time of training under a blacksmith and working the forge regularly. It had been nearly a month since she last touched a forge when she made her journey to the deep. And then an additional month where her soul and body were allowed to atrophy within twilight. Then already in a weakened state. I had forced her to level up her blacksmith. I had been treating her like she possessed my stamina. And few truly could keep up with a god's soul. As Gabbro reached the end of his forging steps, he glanced over at Sapphire as she hammered, her technique starting to slip, her cheeks flushed and red as she gasped for breath. He made a dismissive snort. I wasn't sure if Sapphire noticed his look, but I hoped that she didn't. I began to realize that going on like this, we wouldn't be able to win. That led me back to the soul-smithing job. Ever since I had unlocked it, I had become fascinated with it. There was another name it could potentially have been called. Lore crafting. It was the ability to refine, alter, and create lore. You could manipulate the story. Wasn't that nearly equivalent to altering the state of something soul-merging was one of my new skills as well? If I could use a slave's skill, then there had to be a way a slave could use mine. And if they could use my slave skills, then why couldn't they use my other skills as well? Ah! Bang Sapphire had made the most embarrassing of mistakes. She had accidentally hit her finger, causing her to drop her hammer. Even over the roaring sound of the forge, I could hear the disapproving sounds. Doing such an act was something even an apprentice wouldn't do. Sapphire shook, looking like she was a second away from breaking. I left my post and walked around, wrapping my arms around Sapphire's body. I can't. Sapphire shivered, even though her body was covered in sweat. I told you. You don't have to do this alone, I whispered in her ear. We'll do this together. Soul merge. Chapter 14:17. The idea of soul merge was to merge lore into your soul. At least, that's what I had originally assumed. However, now I was thinking that maybe soul merge could also be used to push two souls together. Typically, the only way to be able to achieve such an act was through physical intimacy. When you had sex, your soul and their soul would become close and possibly even touch. This is what happened when Elysia took my soul. As our souls grew closer during intimacy, her soul sucked mine out of my body. This wasn't quite the same thing, but it had a similar feel. I was essentially trying to push our souls together, attempting to touch them. I wasn't looking for our souls to merge. When it came to lore, forcing it to merge took a lot of effort. It took Twilight years to get people to merge their souls with her. For Sapphire and I to merge our souls, we'd need to be beyond intimate. We'd need to be united in body and soul. We simply weren't that close. Yet, our souls could touch, and when they touched, I'd be able to lend her my power, my strength, and my lore. That was my intent. I pushed my soul out, pressing it against hers. Sapphire gasped as this happened. Ignore everyone else, I whispered. It's justice. I reached down and grabbed her hammer and then handed it to her. After a few seconds of hesitation, she grabbed it and began again. I went back to my place. It wasn't like I had to physically touch her to keep our souls together. Only someone sensitive to such things like Mickey would be able to see it. But there was a connection between us at that moment, far closer and thicker than any bond. We began to work. Our motions began to sync perfectly. It was reminiscent of the first time we had made a sword. We had fallen into a kind of zone, working in sync. Me using my experience and our bond to guess what she wanted. Now, it was no longer a guess. Our bodies and minds worked as one, seamlessly working together. I didn't need to refresh her, as my body directly gave her strength and stamina. While I worked as her to extra hands and kept our souls together, she swung the hammer and worked with precision and speed. Our movements steadied and became like an art. She hammered, shifted, heated, hammered, and I assisted her in every task before she even knew she needed it. The lore of blacksmithing floated between us, and as I used my advanced learning to unlock the secrets behind it, they were also shared instantly with her. Insights were unlocking within her as we went. If we kept this up, I was certain she could level very rapidly. However, we only had a single small blade to make, and with the hotter forge and the higher levels of experience, it didn't take nearly as long as the sword had taken. It was only when I let our souls split back away that I was strong with bone-splitting exhaustion. Sapphire slumped, all but collapsing to the ground. However, we had finished it. We had made the dagger. Chapter 14:18. It wasn't until we were finished that I realized that the entire room had gone quiet. The often talkative and boisterous dwarves were all watching intently. None was watching harder than Gabbro, who had a strangely intense and peculiar look on his face. Whether he was confused, pleased, or disgusted, it was impossible to tell what emotion he was displaying. I used refresh on Sapphire, and then held her to help her up. When I touched her, she jumped a little bit, her eyes darting at me before looking away shyly. I had been intimate with so many women. I hadn't considered how comfortable she would have been with my soul touching against hers like that. I wanted to apologize. But just then Gabbro slapped his hands together. Well, you at least finished it. I had my doubts you'd even make it that far. Since this is the case, then let's get this over with, Gabbro growled. He picked up his knife and then handed it hilt first to Tara. Tara glanced at me curiously, and so I did the same. Tara seemed to have a pretty high tolerance for heat too, but she did stay off the main platform with the forge. So many it wasn't quite at the dwarf's level, especially since she didn't sweat. Gabbro's dagger was very normal, and the quality of the blade was clear to see. Ours had a slightly curved appearance. Tara looked over each blade and then slashed them a few times. Her analysis continued for about 5 minutes. And during that time, Gabbro impatiently tapped his foot. "Will you get on with it already?" he snapped. Tara jumped, and then let out a sigh. She shot me a regretful look before placing them down on a counter. "Both blades are good. They have a similar sharpness, and the silv thrill is pure." She started first, deflating slightly under Gabbro's look. However, Gabbro's blade is much more balanced. The integrity of the blade is superior, and the weight is perfect. I am sorry, master. You asked me to speak honestly, Gabbro chuckled. Here is nothing wrong with speaking the truth. A bad blade is a bad blade. It's not bad, Tara cried out and then blushed, not meeting my eyes. It's just, this is a superior dagger. It's okay. Tara, I sighed. Thank you for being honest with your assessment. Since she has accepted, I am the best. This is already over. Gabbro shrugged. Sister, please tell them who is superior. Lapis approached the blades as well but hesitated. Can you remind me of the conditions of victory again? What? It's just whichever is the best weapon? Go ahead and tell them which is the better weapon. I won't just randomly state something. I am a queen. And my word is my honor? Lapis chastised, causing Gabbro to quickly back down. Ah. Sorry. He coughed. Lapis picked up each blade. Compared to Tara, who seemed to be comfortable wielding the blades, she seemed to barely know what she was doing. However, after looking over both blades and putting them back down on the counter, she nodded to herself. I have decided which blade is the superior weapon, she said. And, Gabbro asked. That would be Sapphire's blade. Chapter 14:19. El Lapis. What are you saying? You asked me for my judgment, Lapis responded shortly. I gave it, looking slightly taken aback. Gabbro leaned forward. I know she's your daughter, but of all people, I didn't think that you would act so willful. You dare call me willful? Lapis's eyes appeared to ignite with lightning, and Gabbro immediately put up his hands. Maybe. If you explain your thought process... Humph. Lapis crossed her arms angrily. Next time, just say you want an explanation rather than accusing me of dishonesty. I perked up as well. I had worried when Tara had selected Gabbro. I had thought we might lose. I was glad Lapis chose my blade, but I was curious if she had seen what I hoped she had seen. Gee, go on. Gabbro responded, clearly just as curious. It's true that your blade does contain a better balance. The skill placed into its construction is superior to the other. Overall, it's a better knife. Then, however, the point of the competition was not to create a well-rounded end-all. Purpose item. Lapis cut in before he could interrupt her. When it comes to weapons, the other blade is superior. What? Look at this blade. It's designed specifically for quick, jagged movements. She moved the blade in her hand swiftly and smoothly, each strike intending to cause the maximum damage. While your knife could be used to stab a man or open a letter, this blade only has one function: destruction. Thursday? That's... Gabbro found himself unable to come up with a reply. Your blade is practiced? But how could it not be? It's just like every typical dagger ever produced by the dwarves. There is nothing to it. No ingenuity. No creativity. No thought. Each word she spoke caused Gabbro to grunt like he was being hit brutally. Meanwhile, this blade took into consideration the monster it had to fight. Weightless wraiths. Shadow creatures with rapid attacks and no mercy. You don't need to block such an enemy. You need to destroy it before it attacks you. Lapis? She closed her eyes, and as she did so, she squeezed the dagger in her hand. I can feel the lore of this blade. It has a purpose. It has a story. This is the kind of blade from which legends are formed. How did I never see it? Tara asked, looking very unhappy. Her judgment on it had been extremely surface value. Although she was the appraiser, she had seen only the most surface-level features of the blades and judged them on that. What are you saying? Show me that! Gabbro stepped forward, and Lapis put the blade down for him to see. He picked it up and then moved it slightly. As he looked down at it, his frown intensified. Well, it seems like I'll be needed after all, Pate declared, standing up. I don't get it. This isn't a magical blade. It's not a soul blade either. Yet, she's right. There is lore in this blade baked into its very essence. All these years. I thought I reached the pinnacle of blacksmithing, but all I was doing was shaping metal. Purpose goals, I had long forgotten that the most convenient wasn't always the best. He seemed to be muttering to himself now. Well? Anyway, I can see that this blade is quite good. Pate picked up Gabbro's blade. I concede. Gabbro suddenly declared, causing all the dwarves to burst out in cries of shock. You can't concede? The treasure! Gabbro, I interjected, causing his eyes to focus on me. How about I offer an alternative proposal? What is that? He asked suspiciously. One judge has voted for one of us, and one for the other. I can't change my vote, Tara asked tearfully. No, I cleared my throat. I mean, how about we draw? Draw we both have our demands met, I responded with a smile. We'll cut the treasure in half. Dwarves get half. And Chom gets the other half. The dwarf's debt to me will be considered done with that. You won't owe me anything. Finally, you will take on Sapphire as your apprentice. You would sacrifice the dwarf's debt to you? He frowned. I don't want to force you to work with me. I shrugged. I'd much rather be allies. Let's work together from here on out. Okay. He watched me for a few more careful moments, and then he put out his hand. Deal. Chapter 14:20. The dwarves cannot be bullied or forced. They may feel some obligation to you. But if you just try to force them, they will resent you for it. Those had been the words of advice given to me by Lapis. Lapis had only given me that advice because of her attachment to Sapphire. But it had ultimately led me to go this length to bring the dwarves by my side. Once Gabbro conceded to my conditions, the entire atmosphere of the dungeon changed. They had built 10 additional forges just in case, and immediately began production of weapons and armor, led by Gabbro himself. I won't take any slacking. Gabbro walked up to Sapphire and declared, "If you are going to learn, you can be wasting time playing around in some dungeon. Every blacksmith level earned by leveling is a blacksmith level wasted." Seriously, I couldn't help but cry out, His eyes narrowed on me. "You were sloppy. As an apprentice, your work was subpar." Jeh. "But I kept the temperature perfect, and I did everything she asked." "And you were also a distraction?" "A good apprentice is a wallflower who only appears when needed." Her eyes kept darting to you like a schoolgirl in love. "Ella love!" Sapphire cried out, her face turning red. "A proper assistant doesn't overshadow their blacksmith, especially when you lack the experience to do so." He ignored the fidgeting Sapphire. "I understand," I responded stiffly. Not sure how I felt about that. I was well aware that experience beat levels. My method of rapidly gaining jobs and lore without building it off my own experience was a problem. Unless I could learn to do what King Diorite suggested and merge with my lore, making it mine, I would always have that inherent weakness. I understood the principles behind it, but having them exposed so suddenly by this blacksmith didn't feel great either. The last thing I wanted to do was hold Sapphire back from success. "And since you understand," he suddenly brought his hand up and gave my shoulder a single pat. "Then, how about you focus on what you are best at for now, and let me worry about the blacksmithing?" I looked up, a bit surprised at his words that had started out sounding harsh, becoming so calm and encouraging. "Uncle." Sapphire was also looking at Gabbro with a bit of surprise. "I am interested in seeing this city you built, Chom. It sounds like you are in desperate need of smith production." Gabbro stiffened as he noticed us looking at him with shock. "I may be a stubborn old drunk, but I am not unreasonable. Girl, let's go." "Why, yes." Sapphire shot me a smile. Perhaps the most genuine smile I had ever seen on her face, and then she raced after Gabbro, who moved away like an unstoppable train. I stared after them, still a bit stunned at the direction of events. I had hoped that through Sapphire that I would have slowly tied Gabbro to Chom, but even if I failed, at least I'd get the skilled Sapphire out of it. However, at that moment, he had all but admitted his intention to join Chom. And that likely meant that would be the decision of the rest of the deep dwarves too. Congratulations. Lapis's light voice came from behind me. "You have managed to gain Brother's approval. That is the most you could ever hope from him." I nodded, feeling a bit relieved. "I see. However," she added, "if you plan to have further intentions with my daughter, you still have yet to earn my approval." Jeh! It looked like I had only defeated the mini-boss, and I had still the dungeon master to face. Chapter 14:21. As their forge was filled with hammering, I began the next part of my plan. I placed the 3 bosses we had gathered so far into strategic places in the dungeon. After that, I found Tara and explained to her my plan. We chose our location to be the room with the plant. I had given up a lot of my soul world's vitality to quickly heal the plant, also using waters of life to feed it. It ended up growing substantially. And despite only just being placed in the room, it already looked like it had been there for weeks. My soul world was now brown and dying. And the once luscious location was barely better a wasteland than I had seen in the visions of twilight. It would take some time to restore the life and energy pulled from it. But I believed that what I was about to do would be worth it. We picked a side room and then barricaded it off. Here are some powerful metals. I want to control the path completely. Can you work with it without a blacksmith? I asked. A blacksmith's work would be better, and I wouldn't be able to refine things to the level of a blade. But if it's just armor plating, I can create something durable. Are we sure we want to do this? Master Alicia asked. We don't know what will happen. It's a risk, but we have to try something. We won't have the strength to defend against Twilight in just a few days without this. We may have spread out the range by 3 territories, but it's requiring a lot of mana and I've already used my reserves. If I could connect with my surface dungeon down here, I would have already done so. This is the most important thing right now. I understand. Can you make the change again? Why, yes. I pulled out Elysia, but her form changed once again. This time turning back into the drill I had used to first get here. Tara looked at the item as I started drilling up. That's very interesting, Master. Thursday? Thank you, Elysia responded. Tara had always had an interest in contraptions. Compared to Sapphire, who specifically enjoyed metalwork, her interests included any mechanical contraption of any type. Magically run or with physics. After going to my world, I had bought her several physics toys I thought she might enjoy. But I hadn't found a time to give them to her yet. Once we were out of this, I would show her some of the engineering marvels from my world. Speaking of contraptions, that was exactly what we were building. We ended up building up it with a 30-foot drop. At the bottom of the pit was a series of jagged spikes made of powerful alloy. There was an adjacent door that led into the room of the plant monster, who was already starting to send vines into the pit trap. While Tara was lining the sides with metal far more valuable than what we were wasting it on, we drilled a long path. In this hallway, I used mana from my dungeon to create a series of traps, all aimed at causing damage. By the time we were done, Tara finished reinforcing the bit, and we had come out into a small alcove situated at the very edge of our domain. If the lore left to me by King Diorite were correct, we should be in the right spot. Are we ready? I asked. The 2 of us prepared ourselves. I started to drill up, and then I struck something hard. I exploded up with all of my force, using a create step to try to force myself through. Can you make it? I asked. I'll do it. Tara rose to the ground, giving my feet some place to land, but then she began to force the rock up, shoving me into the ceiling. With the barrier on one side and Tara's raising platform on the other, the only choice was to break through or be squashed. My entire body turned red, and I pushed as powerfully as I could, and ever so slowly we began to break through. Finally, the barrier gave way and we rose into an inferno. You have entered the dungeon, infernal hell. Destroy the lore to break the curse, or complete the lore for extra dungeon points and a blessing. Chapter 1422. If one was expecting a place called an infernal hell to be a subversion of the name, I quickly found that wasn't the case at all. The heat of the level we broke into was unbearable, and from that alone. It would not include just about any adventurer from Abaris. If it wasn't for my dungeon skills, I also would have collapsed in minutes. Tara, are you okay? My body already has a good resistance to fire. I was built to fight a dragon, after all. With the dungeon skills master set, I am managing, Tara responded. She had dungeon skills that I could still alter, and while they weren't as numerous as my own, they weren't enough to give her heat resistance. She could at least get fire immunity. Considering a golem wasn't likely to be heat exhausted, heat immunity wasn't needed unless it was the temperature that she would melt. Elysia, how about you? I am also fine, master. Since I had Elysia dig through lava, this was probably nothing. That wasn't to say it wasn't hot here. There was lava lining the path, and a careless step would send you falling into a lava moat. The very air seemed to shimmer with heat. What is the plan exactly? Tara asked. Remember Widow's dungeon? I asked. Yeah. What about it? When the miners punched a hole in the side of it, monsters kept falling out. Every time a mini-boss left the floor, the dungeon expended mana to produce a new one. In essence, it created a mana leak in the dungeon. The infernal dungeon has a history and depth I can't contemplate. Even the mobs here are likely more than we can handle. It grew so deep that it reached Twilight's prison and allowed her to influence the surface from down here. We need to make a dungeon capable of keeping her from reuniting with this dungeon, and since we only have a week to do it, I am going to use the infernal hell against itself. Isn't that dangerous? Is it dangerous for a flea to bite a dog? I asked. Our size is nothing compared to it. That's why I am doing it this way. If I tried to declare war on the infernal dungeon, we would be destroyed in an instant. However, a mob falling through a hole is something different. The mob falls through, gets weakened through our resetting traps, and then falls to its death on the spikes below. Then, the plant bus eats it and provides the mana force for our dungeon. Boom! A continuous source of mana. Then, what are we here for? You need to make sure that hole does heal. Use your metals to create a stent. As for me, I am going to set an attractant. Tara nodded and I helped her open up the hole and bit more as she placed pieces to keep it open. A dungeon like this might be able to heal such a wound in only a few hours. I needed it to last days, at least. It did open up a direct path from the infernal hell to my dungeon, which was a security risk. But that was why I had included so many traps as well as the fall. If the monsters near the bottom of the infernal hell were powerful enough to make it through my traps, and fall a 30-foot drop on spikes, and then still manage to fend off the absorptive ability of the plant. Then I also had a fail-safe there too. One of the other things I had been doing was converting the dungeon to be collapsible. I had a feeling in the fight to come that we might have to retreat to more strategic positions, and so the boss room and this hallway would all collapse. We had to do whatever it took to survive. Chapter 14:23. Before we could let this mana collection system I devised run, there was one other thing I needed to discover. I needed to know what monsters were on this level. I didn't know how deep we were, but I would be shocked if it was under 150. I knew that the space in dungeons didn't necessarily always reflect the space outside of dungeons, so it was really hard to say when it came to this dungeon. I didn't know its shape or how it was organized. So we might not even be at the bottom of the dungeon, but somewhere in the middle. I had read in a book once that a larger dungeon could take a branching path. The lore behind them became so complex that it became like a choose-your-adventure, sending people down different paths to follow the story from different points of view and different directions. I had never experienced such a thing, but I did recognize that this could just be one of the paths of a much large complex. Well, considering that I dug south from Esmore, and with only a few weeks of walking, I ended up under Hell's Dungeon, which was supposed in the Demon's Land nearly 6 months' travel north of Esmore on the other side of the continent. One could understand just how strange space was in the deep. Either way, what animals existed on this level would influence how successful my plan would work. So before I started summoning them down my trap, I needed to be certain that the trap would work. Thus, I had my map out and was using Sense Life to try to find a monster. It didn't take long before I located one. A squirrel? I spoke in disbelief. After seeing a monster around the corner, I had carefully tried to catch a peek at it, using the reflection of my sword just in case. I wasn't using Elysia for that. She was too large, and it would defeat the purpose of being sneaking if I was sticking out a massive blade from the corner. Ultimately, after taking every precaution, all I saw was a fiery red squirrel. It was different. The tail was a blazing fire, but at the end of it, this was just a squirrel. Maybe. This is what the main monster of this level eats, Elysia offered. Technically, a dungeon monster didn't need to eat as long as it was provided miasma from the dungeon. However, that didn't mean there weren't instances of ecosystems being set up with prey and predators. It allowed the predators to be even stronger since they got to practice against the prey and consume their miasma. As I was thinking about it, the squirrel suddenly turned its head around, its eyes immediately locking on my blade. It had seen it a moment later. The squirrel disappeared. It was just there and then it wasn't. Was this one of those invisible creatures that could only be detected with Sense Life? It made sense. I was just about to bring up my map to track it when my arm felt a thud, following by the banking of metal. I looked at my arm to see that the sword, made from deep dwarven steel, was broken in half. The top of the blade had uselessly fallen to the ground like it had been cut in a second. "Master!" Elysia warned. I looked up to see a squirrel hanging from the wall. It was chewing on a small fragment of metal, and it was staring at me with glowing red eyes. Chapter 14:24. "I don't want to die," I cried. Racing down the hallway back to the hole. "He's attacking. So fast." Ha! I fell as my leg was suddenly gone. A blur that was the squirrel had shot through my leg, cutting it off just like that. I collapsed to the ground, spinning around in time to see it a few meters away, sitting on top of my removed leg. I let out a scream and threw another blade at it. My throw was perfect, but just as the blade reached it, jumped up. I swore at walking along the blade as it passed before harmless landing back on my leg. As for the blade, it split into right down the middle, flying off into two pieces behind the squirrel. "Why are you so powerful?" I cried out. "Master, what is going on?" Tara cried out, looking around the corner. I wasn't far from the hole and had already made it back halfway before I was hit by the squirrel. "Tara, run for your life." Tara cocked her head, looking at me without a leg, and then the squirrel. "It's a squirrel? Watch out." The squirrel jumped again, and this time I tried to hold up my hand to block it. My arm went this time. "Master!" Tara's eyes widened as she finally grasped what was happening. Tara immediately ran to me and picked me up, turning and running. She did it in a way I was facing behind her. Lifting my hand, I started throwing out spells. Anything I could to delay the squirrel. It dodged and danced around them, seemingly playing with me. It launched another attack, and I tried to protect Tara with my leg. It took my leg and Tara's leg too. Tara didn't fall as I had done. Instead, she immediately began hopping with one foot. The squirrel looked up at us, and I swear and smirked. Was I going to die from a squirrel? Wasn't that far too pitiful? It's coming again? Tara jumped forward just as it blurred again. However, we reached the hole, and I saw it fly just over our heads as we fell into the hole. Number. It had been aiming for our heads. We'd be headless had it succeeded in that attack. We collapsed into the hallway, and Elysia took her human form, grabbing both Tara and me and pulling us down it. I watched in horror as the squirrel jumped down and landed in front of us. It leaped forward, clearly not happy at its failure to behead us. A blade trap launched, but it easily avoided it. Then there was a sticky trap, which slowed it for a moment, but it quickly got out of it. Meanwhile, Elysia was pulling us back desperately to the end of the corridor. She reached the end. Other than jumping down and being impaled on the spikes below, there was no escape. The squirrel jumped again, and an ice trap triggered. This came out in a freezing mist. The squirrel froze, its tail blaze going out. And then it landed a few feet in front of us with a thud, its body not moving. We stared in wonder as Vine came from behind us, grabbed the unconscious squirrel up in its vine, and then began to consume it. It turned out the squirrel was extremely vulnerable to cold. We need more ice straps, I spoke shakily. Chapter 1425. White Mage has increased to level 67. I let out a breath of relief as I was able to reattach my limbs. I wasn't sure if I could grow back limbs or not. But since the squirrel had abandoned the limbs after tearing them off of me one after another, they were still around to recollect. We had very cautiously made our way in, sending Elysia to go get them. Since she was my sword, I could recall her to my hand at a moment's warning. And then we could duck back into our safe spawn among the traps. I had also accessed my dungeon and redesigned the hallway with a greater focus on cold and ice-based traps. Any fire monster would be doused trying to make it through that hallway. Once we had all the limbs back, I had first reattached Terra's limb, which was considerably easier to do as she was a golem. There were methods to do it that didn't involve anything but her own innate abilities. Although I found both repair and heal, both would heal her injuries too. Then it was the part I wasn't confident I could do. When my hands started to twitch, I felt a great deal of relief. My legs and arms burned for a few hours as the nerves reattached. But with regeneration reinforced with Regan and my healing, it was only a matter of time before I was up again. During that time, another curious squirrel had ended up down in the trap, but it was quickly dispatched thanks to the better trap allocation. Feeling a bit more confident in my plans, I finally released the monster attractant, although I used a very small amount of it. As soon as it was lit, we fled back to my dungeon, remaining at a safe point. We had also decided to replace the fall onto spikes, which I now knew wouldn't work with a fall into a pit of something similar to liquid nitrogen. It was thicker than liquid nitrogen, but was insanely cold. It was the opposite of magma. We added slick stuff to the walls of the pit so the squirrels couldn't cling on to them either. Basically, at the last bit of the hallway, it suddenly arced down and got slippery. A few dozen squirrels came in, and a few dozen squirrels were dispatched. That's when another enemy appeared. At first, I didn't even know what it was. It looked like magma that was just rolling across the ground. It took me a while to realize it as some kind of magma slime. I hadn't considered encountering such a slime. It plopped down into the hallway trap and then started moving forward. It hit the first trap, and then the second. It took about a minute for the traps to magically reset. But no matter how many squirrels came at once, they were all gone by the third. However, this enemy went right past the third and continued on. It moved forward at a slow pace, constantly sludging forward a few inches at a time. As it cleared the hallway, I was seriously starting to sweat. When it slid down the ramp and then fell into the pit, there was a small eruption as the magma struck the cold. For a moment, I thought the magma was going to keep coming. Once it reached the plant, I didn't know what we were going to do about it. However, after boiling for a few minutes, a blackened ash thing came floating to the surface. The magma slime had finally perished. I let out a breath of relief. Before I could say anything, though, the plant immediately grabbed the slime and then consumed it. At that moment, it started to glow, and I felt a sudden burst of mana. Your tamed monster, carnivorous plant, has evolved into an ember vine. Chapter 1426. Once the carnivorous plant had become an ember vine. It took on red appearance and seemed completely resistant to heat. The vine started to move down the corridor, filling up our hallway of traps. Since it wasn't an enemy, it didn't ignore the colder ice straps. So it only had to avoid the ice pit we had created. It was as if the ember vine was being drawn to the heat of the dungeon above. I was worried it was going to enter the other dungeon, but its growth seemed to stop just as it reached the entrance. A squirrel fell down the hole, but it didn't even reach the ground before a vine snapped out and grabbed it. It screeched and fought, but it couldn't cause any fire damage, and even as it shredded the vine, more grabbed it. It only struggled for a few moments before it was consumed. As the group of us watched the ember vine, we couldn't help but gulp. I hadn't expected it to evolve. It seemed like the diet I had given it had shaped its direction of evolution too. If I had to fight the ember vine instead of the carnivorous plant, I was pretty sure I would have been dead. A slime dropped in, but it didn't even make it to the first trap before it was torn apart. Each monster was immediately consumed. And that mana was pumped into my dungeon. Well, technically, it was pumped into the ember vine. But the ember vine was spreading its roots through the dungeon and was giving off energy. I could feel the labyrinth growing stronger with each passing second. Once I was sure the perpetual harvesting machine I built was working well, I left that part of the dungeon and started some other tasks. I used Tara's help to relocate the flow of a spring, bringing it right through the center of the dungeon. This spring was none other than a primordial waters of life spring. It was no feeding our dungeon directly. I also took the Cyclops with me and then went and subjugated 2 more bosses. Whether it was getting easier or we had picked the harder bosses to start with, these 2 were captured rather but easily. One of them was a 3-headed bear with a high physical output, and the other was a blood spirit, which was just a red-colored spurt that seemed to concentrate on spiritual attacks. I placed them down in strategic positions as well, and then made sure the mana from their territories was feeding into our dungeon. When I had only 1 day left, that's when I began to create mobs. Mobs could theoretically be made instantaneously, but these guys were a bit special. I was outfitting them with the armor and weapons being constructed by the deep dwarves. To save on Sylv Thrill material, Gabbro came up with a Sylv Thrill-edged sword. Since it was just the edge, it did still damage dungeon monsters considerably, but could be handled safely by dungeon monsters and used only a small fraction of Sylv Thrill compared to a sword made out of it entirely. My army consisted of skeleton creatures. That just happened to be the lore I had the most confidence in. I supposed I could have made ghosts to face ghosts, but something told me it was better to stick to the undead. After all, in the Twilight Dungeon, it was the undead who were battling the demons. Each skeleton was outfitted with dwarven steel armor and a silver thrill-tipped sword. It was such a finely produced army. It made me slightly tearful that they'd be wasted on such a task. The final day came. Twilight would have finished with King Diorite, and she'd be on her way any moment. Just as I considered that, there was a boom. A rival dungeon master has entered your dungeon and declared war. Push them back to protect your dungeon. Chapter 14:27. They're here, I cried out, although I really didn't need to say anything. The way I had constructed the dungeon, it was shaped like a cone, with the bottom of the cone being where the barrier had been and ultimately where Twilight's forces would be coming in. Each subsequent level heading up was wider and contained a greater defense. Since I was a dungeon master, I had awareness of everything that was going on in the dungeon. I was able to replicate a trick that Alea used to use, and with the wave of my hand, I created an image of the entrance. The entrance to my dungeon had been breached, and it was Noah portal connecting to Twilight. This wasn't the infernal hell dungeon, but the life stream herself had directly connected to my dungeon, just like a dungeon. She wasn't the dungeon master that had invaded my territory either. That job went to her new avatar, King Diorite. Seeing him again had shocked me for a moment, but then I realized that this was always what was going to happen. He was now completely under her control, and she would use him like a doll to attack us. I sent a wave of skeletons down to meet the wraiths. Then I grabbed Elysia and stood up, heading for the safe room's teleportation array. "Master, what are you doing?" Elysia asked worriedly. "If we can't stop King Diorite, we can't stop Twilight's advance," I responded. "Master, we're not that much stronger." "All of your leveling has been in blacksmith." I lowered my head. "I know. He was able to defeat me before, and now he is likely even stronger. The only advantage I may have is that he'd be more susceptible to Sylv Thrill, now that he is taken over by the dungeon lore. Still, we have to attempt it. Master, I am coming." Terra walked up to me. "Terra, I need you just in case." "I am Master's guardian. I am your shield. I am going." I opened my mouth and then closed it. She was right. I would have died to that squirrel if she hadn't saved my life. I might need her again. "Where are we going to fight him?" Elysia asked worriedly. "I am having our forces redirect him to the first boss room." "This is the room where we will battle him." "Which boss will he fight?" Terra asked. "Bosses!" I responded. "The Raging Cyclops, the Ape Men, and the Blood Spirit are all in that room. 2 physical and 1 spiritual attacker. If I could move the Ember Vine without weakening the entire dungeon, I'd have him there too. But this is the best I can do." "That's over half our forces." Elysia, having been a general, could see the risk. "Everything depends on stopping them there," I reiterated. "If we can't defeat King Diorite, then Twilight's victory is assured." The 3 of us teleported down to the large stage I had built to battle King Diorite. I had tried to select an area that would be more advantageous to the bosses and less advantageous to King Diorite. This was going to decide how this all ended. I waited as the fight continued, most of the skeletons being wiped out. I claimed and recovered the armor and weapons when I could, and used mana to create new skeletons. Eventually, King Diorite reached the first boss room. It was time for round 2. Chapter 14, 28. You should have fled when you had the chance. King Diorite said as he looked over the room and his eyes landed on me. His voice didn't sound like the voice of King Diorite, though. Instead, it had a multi-tone sound of several people speaking on top of each other. The loudest of them seemed to be the voice I was familiar with, that of the Twilight Princess. King Diorite, I said. I did what you asked me to do. I protected your people. And Sapphire had even been taken on as an apprentice by your brother-in-law Gabro. He was quite impressed with her. All of that is meaningless, Twilight spoke. In time, they will be a part of me, and so will their stories. I am not talking to you, I snapped. I am talking to King Diorite. I am talking to the part of him that is still in there. Twilight made a face. You still don't seem to understand. King Diorite has united with me. His memories are my memories. I am King Diorite. Everything about him is me. His past, his future, his mind, his emotions. They are one with me. When I speak, it is King Diorite speaking. I don't believe that, I responded. You create a world of stagnancy and death. When you force everything to be the same, nothing new can ever be created. With your path, there is no lore, not future. That is chaos. I bring order, it growled. You bring nothingness. An end to progression. There may be no pain. And no joy. But there is also no love and no happiness, I declared. That is why I believe there has to be some part deep inside you, some part of you that is still King Diorite. I believe that every being you have ever swallowed still exists. Even if they have stopped fighting, they still have their thoughts and their wills. You are just pretending they don't exist? That is an interesting theory. Twilight chuckled. However, it is a theory bred with ignorance. King Diorite wants what I want. We all want the same. They have seen the truth, and they have chosen to join my utopia. In time, you will also see the truth. Diorite, I will protect your kingdom and keep your daughter and wife safe. I promise. Enough. We are done with talking. You are standing between me and the surface. If you will not work with me, then I will remove you. The outcome of this battle is inevitable. King Diorite exploded forward, attempting an attack on me. As before. Its speed was incredible. The difference this time was that I had the ape-men who also had an enormous speed. He met Twilight, intercepting it and sealing off its movements. Before the victor of their outcome could be settled, the Cyclops swung down a club, forcing Twilight to abandon its attack and jump back. However, No sooner had it jumped back than the blood spirit let out a screeching sound that came out in waves. Twilight grabbed its ears as it was struck with the soul attack. It blurred, appearing back where it had started without gaining any ground. "You are mistaken, Twilight." I glared at it. "About a lot of things. How is that?" it sneered back. "There is a tear on your face," I remarked, causing Twilight to jerk. After telling King Diorite about the outcome of his family, a single tear had fallen down his cheek. Twilight wiped it away furiously and then attacked. Chapter 14:29. Whether that tear fell from that face because of my words or because of the blood spirit attack, I didn't know. All of Twilight's actions after that point, though, showed no sympathy. Not that I had ever considered King Diorite a sympathetic person. I avoided fighting directly, staying back as a support for my monsters. I was a supporter, and supporting those more powerful than me was what I was best at. Whether it was slaves or monsters, I could amplify their strength and then turn it against my enemies. With my healing ability, I could repair their damage, speed them up, and boost their abilities. I proceeded to do all of this. This was ultimately why I went to such efforts to tame these monsters. I suspected that part of the reason I was even able to tame them in the first place was that deep down, they could sense that Twilight was coming, and understood that the only way they would have a chance was if they worked together and had their strength amplified. I had to admit to myself that under normal circumstances, I don't think I could have easily tamed such powerful boss monsters. They were all more powerful than I was, yet they had each succumbed to me eventually and allowed me to be their master. It was their survival instinct. The only one who didn't fight was Terra. Compared to the much larger monsters, Tara was too small of a target. Her strength was defense, but what boss monster didn't have a ton of defense plus? With their sizes, she'd need to be leaping around desperately to protect them. Monsters weren't people. And even after taming them, they wouldn't understand party dynamics or remain in formation. Thus, I decided it was better to keep her out of it, or perhaps more importantly, to keep the pair of us in reserve. At a vital point in the battle, the pair of us could rush in and deliver the final strike on Twilight's avatar, thus ending this dungeon battle for good. While trying to manage this battle, I was also having to manage the battle between the wraiths and my skeletons. There were more wraiths, and the battle was a continuous effort of falling back. However, I had built the dungeon so that there was a lot of room to fall back on. Still, we needed to defeat Twilight quickly, and then we could focus on pushing back the flood of enemies and end the battle. It is time to end this. Twilight suddenly shouted, "I am done playing with you any longer." A rumbling sound came through the entire room, and then dozens of those black shadow-like vines that had overtaken the dwarf city came barging through the door. They flowed through the room, forcing the bosses to have to engage them. The blood spirit who used a soul attack seemed to be the best and forcing them back, but as soon as one tentacle disintegrated, another dozen appeared, More and more poured into the room like a flood. The Cyclops fell back and was overtaken in a flood of tentacles. Your raging Cyclops had died. So quickly, I cried out. Did you honestly think this battle would go in your direction? I am the world, and you are far too small. Chapter 1430. Terra. Now. Terra leaped up, creating several rock divots as she leaped to the top of the ceiling of the boss room. When she reached the top, Twilight finally noticed her. You, Apostle of Gaia, your death will be the most rewarding. Yeah, well, try with this. A stone platform moved over, and immediately a flood of liquid fell from the ceiling like a waterfall. This was one of the things I had planned. As the ape-man was starting to be overwhelmed with tentacles, a flood of water rushed by. As soon as it touched any of the dark tentacles, there was a sizzling sound. The flood of water was, of course, water of life, enriched mana that seemed to be opposed to Twilight's resin. As the tentacles retreated, one grabbed Twilight and pulled it up off the ground, pulling it back too. Unfortunately, the stream quickly fell to a trickle. It had only been a small stream that I had redirected to this spot. The rest was too important to feeding the dungeon and making it stronger. This batch had stored up and was released all at once. The room was filled with bubbling fog as miasma and mana clashed. The blood spirit continued to screech and push back the tentacles. Master, what do we do? Terra asked. I frowned as I thought about it. I had created enough of a barrier with the 3 bosses to keep the Avatar at bay. But they also hadn't done a lot of damage either. When it came to mana use, I had to heal them several times and use a lot of mana to keep them fighting. Meanwhile, the wraiths were continuing their ascent, and were already 1/3 off the way up. The best we had done is delay Twilight. We hadn't managed to harm the Avatar in the slightest. We need to fall back. I gave the order. Head to boss room 2. Terra. Yes. Terra went to the side and slammed her fist into one of the columns. As it fell, it struck another column, knocking it down. This column hit another, and then another. The entire boss room began to creak and groan as the rocks began to fall from the ceiling. The spirit began to fly back, and the ape-men left the room. I locked eyes with a form in the distance, surrounded by darkness. You are only delaying the inevitable, Deke. I am coming for you. I am always coming. Terra grabbed me and the pair of us fled as the room completely collapsed. This wasn't just collapsing a room, but breaking off a piece of the dungeon. Everything up to that point, nearly 1/3 of the dungeon, was no longer in my awareness. Our only choice was to retreat to the 2-end boss room and give it a go. We'd be meeting up with the 3-headed bear, and if luck was willing, we'd have a chance to take a breath. That's what I was hoping. But then an alarm popped in front of my vision, and I couldn't help but let out a groan. A rival dungeon master has entered your dungeon and declared war. Push them back to protect your dungeon. This wasn't because I had cut off a piece of my dungeon. The piece of my dungeon I sacrificed had merely gone to Twilight. This was a second dungeon master declaring war at the same time. I could already feel the fighting going on in another part of the dungeon. The infernal hell had suddenly decided to declare war on us. Chapter 1431. Master. What do we do? There was another boom. The entire place shook as another portion of the dungeon collapsed. Your tamed monster. The Ember Vine has died. Infernal hell was attacking from one side, and Twilight was attacking from another. We were surrounded, and we were severely outmatched. I had collapsed a part of the dungeon and bought us a little bit of time on each side. But it was an inevitability that the two sides would crush us and meet. Then it wouldn't be just our lives on the line, but the lives of everyone on the surface, too. Master, I have an idea. Come meet us in the main boss room. Garnet sent a communication. She had remained mostly quiet while I was focusing on the fighting. But she must have realized that the situation was turning south. I went to the safe room and used the transportation array to travel to my boss's room. I was hesitant to part for too long, as I didn't know how long it'd be before Twilight managed to force her way through. As I walked into the main boss room, I found Garnet, Lapis, and Gabbro all waiting for me. Behind them were the rest of the dwarves as well as Pate and Dav. What is it? I asked. We've made as much armor and weapons as we can make, Gabbro explained. Now, we're here to fight. Fight? I couldn't help but keep a feeling of bitterness out of my voice. Every dwarf here is willing to put their life on the line, Gabbro declared. This threat is a danger to us all. We may be small, but we are fighters. We'd love a chance to get back at the shadow who took everything from us. His words were filled with ambition and determination. If this had been a few hours ago, I would have felt my spirit being lifted. However, after seeing us have to fall back and seeing boss after boss fall, I knew that there was no victory to be had. King Diorite didn't give me his legacy so that you guys could all perish. I spoke carefully. Deke, even so. He wouldn't have wanted you all to die, I said with certainty. He would have wanted you all to escape. What about Twilight? Then Gabbro demanded. What did he want to do about that? I don't know. I tried to build a dungeon, but it wasn't strong enough. He gave me this lore, and I still wasn't able to change his fate. I stopped as I said those words, and a realization came over me. Unless I was wrong about the legacy in the first place. What are you on about? King Diorite handed me his lore. At first, I thought he intended me to use it. Then, I had thought he intended it for Sapphire. Maybe. He never intended us to open it at all. I started to search through the dungeon lore, finding the pieces obtained by King Diorite. I immediately found what I was looking for. Deke Garnet asked. I am such an idiot. I smacked my head. He never intended me to build a dungeon to block Twilight. He intended me to build a dungeon to ignite it. His plan. His weapon. It was always to ignite the lore. He had a way to do it. It sort of caused the dungeon to collapse into a black hole of lore. It would cut the infernal hell and twilight off 4 months, if not years. I knew what I had to do now. I had to finish what King Dyrite started. I had to blow up the dungeon right in his face. Chapter 1432. What will happen to us when the dungeon explodes? Lapis asked with some worry on her face. I looked up at her and grimaced. It will be bad. All lore will be torn up and destroyed. Everyone would die. However, I won't allow that. If you guys go now, I'll hold out for as long as I can. Are you talking about staying behind? Terra asked. Terra, someone needs to activate it. I had seen the lore, so I understood the consequences of activating the lore better than anyone. This was something that had to be done by hand. No, Terra declared. Terra, don't force me to make an order. Master, you misunderstand? Terra cried out. I mean, I have an idea where we can all escape. You do, Master. Can you bring our Alicia again? And have her turn into that thing from before. Thing. Ah, the drill Alicia? Yes. I held out my hand. And Alicia appeared in my hands again in her drill form. It's nothing special. She uses her will to turn herself rapidly. And these blades dig into the earth. As I was describing it, the dwarves all became noisy. Gabbro and a few others moved close and started looking over Alicia carefully. This is fascinating, Gabbro declared. Such ingenuity. I didn't know what to say to that. I had taken the plans from Earth. This was Earth's ingenuity, not my own. I wondered how he'd react to some of the engineering books I had brought back with me. I shook my head. I don't understand what this has to do with anything. You were able to use that to drill directly up through Hell's Inferno, Terra explained. I was also able to build something that protected my imager, and I sent it up a vent to get to the surface. Twilight had allowed you to send that. She was trying to get me down here. I sighed. Even so, it made it in one piece far beyond her reach. What if we built a device like that, but enough to hold everyone? You mean, like a rocket, like a drill? There is a thermal vent directly behind this room. I can feel it. With all of the dwarfs' help, I am sure we can make a deep, surface drill. We can build up the pressure in the vent under it. And once Master activates the spell, then we all jump in, launch it off, and go whoosh up as the deep explodes beneath us. Terra spoke more animatedly than usual, which spoke to her passion for building such a thing. It is possible. Gabbro nodded after a second, giving Sapphire a look. Number. We'll make it happen. We just need a few hours. If we run, there is no guarantee we get out of the weapon's reach. However, this guy will bring us to the surface in hours, if not minutes. It'll save us a ton of time. Terra! I started uncertainly. So, what does Master think? Terra asked, causing the rest of the dwarves to also look in my direction. I thought about it for a second, and then I smiled and reached out and patted her head. I think it's great. Everyone cheered and then started to race back to the furnaces to heat them again. There would be one last order before we left. However, we were already acting on borrowed time, and it'd only get worse. However, behind my smile was a more distant expression. "You can hide it from me," Elysia whispered in my ear. "This won't work. There is no activating it and then leaving." I sighed. The weapon requires a powerful soul to ignite it. That's why King Dyrite planned to use mine from the beginning. Chapter 1433. Although I knew I wouldn't be taking that journey to the surface to keep up with Moral, I encouraged the others to keep going. If this allowed all of the deep dwarves to live and reach the surface quickly to warn others, then it would be worth the attempt. I could hear hammering already, even though Tara was still designing the thing with Garnet as a consultant. They'd be doing it by the seat of their pants. I decided to focus on what I could do, which was managing the battle between the two dungeons. I needed to hold them off for as long as possible. Only an hour passed by when the barrier to the twilight had been broken. I moved the forces I could spare, working on slowing them down by any means necessary. I was no longer focused on repelling or stopping them. As long as I could delay them another minute, that would suffice. I also began to consume any useless items or superfluous areas, turning them into mana. If I had to chop off every limb of the dungeon to keep it alive as long as it needed to survive, I would do so. Progress moved quickly, and the two-end boss room was breached. The blood spirit hadn't taken much damage in the first fight, and I had healed the ape-man. They were joined by the three-headed bear, a free, for all once again occurred in the boss room, lasting for nearly 15 minutes. Your monster, the ape-man, has died. I had to collapse this room as well. Unfortunately, with our Tara or myself there, collapsing the room had consequences. The bear had to hold King Dyrite back during the collapse, and he was caught in it as well. Your monster, the three-headed bear, has died. The blood spirit, since it didn't depend on a physical body, was the only one to escape. I was down to a single final boss. It was another 10 minutes when the infernal hell broke through on their side. I didn't even try to fight them. I immediately collapsed more corridors. Another hour passed by, and every time they broke through, I collapsed again. The blood spirit did his best to hold back the wraiths. He was extremely effective against the wraiths, and many of them fell to his bloody screams. However, in the end, they overwhelmed him. Your monster, the blood spirit, has died. The last of my bosses were killed. I had managed to hold things for 3 hours. Had it only been 3 hours, it had felt like 3 days. I was covered with sweat and gasping for air. I had been functioning totally as a dungeon master, my awareness being on the dungeon and not what was around me. Therefore, I hadn't kept notice of the progress that was being made. "We're finished," Gabbro announced. Behind him was a new door to my room, although this one appeared to be glass. It led into a large room, which appeared to be the drill base. There was a boom, and I could feel the boss room being breached. King Diorite was finally here. "Go! Everyone, get in the rocket. We're out of time." It was cutting it close. But they might just be able to make it. As for me, my fate was already decided. Chapter 1434. I lifted the core in my hand, sacrificing and pouring in the last of the dungeon into it. I abandoned everything, pulling away and losing lore at every step so that I could maximize the amount of energy for this final attack. This was our only chance at keeping the dungeon from merging with Twilight. It was the only way to stop what was to come. As for my death, I had thought about it long and hard. I knew my death would be devastating to the girls. But Twilight was even more devastating. They needed time to prepare. They needed the time that only I could provide them. I had tried the other options, but from the moment this dungeon battle began, I was outmatched on every level. Destroying King Diorite's god soul was the only way to strand it down there. It would still inevitably escape, but it would buy some time. It was anyone's guess how much, but it was exactly for that reason I had to go all out. Master, is that the weapon it is? We just have to ignite it. I nodded to myself. Is everyone on board? They are. I am using the last of the mobs to hold him off in the room beyond, but he'll be here in a minute. Wait in the drill and close the door. The last second, I'll jump through with a portal. Yes. I understand, Master. Tara nodded. Her voice sounded slightly off, but I was focused on the bombs. As soon as she closed the door, I'd ignite it. However, she didn't move from her spot. Just as I went to turn, something as hard as a rock hit me in the back of the head. I quickly regained consciousness, but I realized I was in another spot. I sat up, quickly noticing a bunch of dwarves looking down at me with worried looks on their faces. Sapphire stepped forward. Master. Tara, she's been acting weird. And Tara. I moved to my feet, shaking off the headache. Tara had knocked me unconscious. Why would she do that? I needed to set the bomb off. There wasn't time for any of this. Wait. The bomb? I ran to the door leading into the boss's room. I tried to open the door, but the latch wouldn't budge. I could see into the boss room, though. I could see Tara standing at the door, and in her hand was the orb. Tara! What are you doing? I demanded, trying to force the door open again. That's when I realized that the door wasn't just jammed. It had been sealed shut. She had used her ability to mold the door into the drill. I am sorry, Master. I know you too well. Tara smiled. Know me. I need to detonate the bomb. What are you doing? You were going to give your life. Weren't you? Tara asked. N? Looking into her eyes, I realized I couldn't lie. We can still talk about this. There is no time. You said so yourself. Tara shrugged. The bomb needs a trigger. However, I am your guardian. I am your protector. So, I will be the one who detonates it. Chapter 1435. As she was speaking, the door blew open, and the face of King Diorite appeared. I barely even noticed him, though. "No, you can't!" I cried out, slamming my hands on the door. My soul is supported by Gaia," Terra responded, that gentle smile still on her face. No one can compete when it comes to triggering this bomb. I didn't know if what she was saying was the truth or not, but I didn't care. I started banging on the door harder and harder, my mind seemingly going to mush. However, I could already see the bomb getting brighter and brighter. It had already stopped. "I always knew I would one day die for Master," Terra explained. "I love you, and I am happy that I was yours. No, just stop. Listen to me, just stop." I started trying to make a portal, but as it formed, Elysia appeared, her blade moving through and chopping the magic in two. "What are you doing?" "It's too late for that," Elysia declared. You knew. You knew she was doing this. You would have been awake even when she knocked me unconscious." Elysia looked away. "I knew she was trying to save you. I didn't know her place was to give herself. I didn't have time for that." I spun around, looking at the door again. The light was growing brighter. Mana was distorting around it. It was making it impossible to cast any more magic. The portal I was forming earlier probably would have failed to. It would have probably backlashed and hurt me if Elysia hadn't cut it just then, but I didn't care at that moment. Terra had turned away and was no longer looking at me. She was facing off against King Diorite. So, ultimately it came to this, Twilight spoke. My avatar versus Gaia's avatar. You had to have known it was going to end this way, Terra declared. Green light starting to wrap around her body at the same time black miasma wrapped around Twilight. Her voice no longer sounded like her own. It had taken on the multi-toned voice of Gaia. As I banged against the glass desperately, I began to realize this was a fight between two soul worlds, and it wasn't one I was strong enough to be in. Terra must have known from the beginning that she'd be the one who'd have to face off against Twilight. She didn't say anything to me because she was afraid I'd order her to stop. Now, I could even send her a slave communication if I wanted to. I'd consider it a fair trade, the death of one avatar for another. You are using Gaia herself to ignite this bomb. Once that bomb goes off, Gaia will be severely weakened. In a year, maybe 2. I'll reach the surface. You'll be hindered without your avatar. So will you. Twilight smirked. But for me, I still have her. I now know she's alive, and her other half is on the surface. Once we reunite, I will bring peace to this world for good. I wonder if things will go the way you think. Gaia turned back and looked at me. It was Terra's face. Our eyes met, and she gave one final smile. Her hand closed, and the bomb ignited.